In every story, there are main characters on whom all the attention is focused, while no one pays attention to the secondary characters. They are always around, but no one cares about them. In the body of such a minor character ended up our protagonist, Kim Hajin. Interesting fact, he is the author of this novel in the world of which he found himself. At first glance, this story seemed the most ordinary, starting like thousands of others. Dungeons and monsters appeared all over the earth, everything was plunged into chaos, and humanity was on the verge of extinction. Korea had become the worst place on Earth. But, as always, there were heroes with incredible powers to begin to defeat the monsters and destroy their lairs in the dungeons. Hero guilds appeared, and with their help, Korea became the most prosperous place on Earth. To train the strongest heroes, an academy called the Q was founded. In this story, there was a protagonist and his adversary, but our hero became neither of them. Immediately upon entering this world, the author seemed to gain some sort of superheroing power. He could hear the people of the crowd sharing their opinions about Kim Ho's rise, both in a positive and negative light. But their opinion isn't a concern to our protagonist. It's the fact that he can hear everyone loud and clear despite sitting so far away from them. As Kim Suo's promising results are brought to the table, the headmaster of the cube is impressed by his achievements. She's even more impressed by Suo's age, as he's managed to create a successful track record at just 17. The name Kim Suo runs rampant in the author's mind. Suo is supposed to be the main character of this novel, the centerpiece of the world the author has crafted. He's the one meant to lead the ruined state of the world into an era of harmony and peace. Since he is the typical hero, he possesses a hero's kindness and a striving heart for good. But what's even more intriguing is the dark secret that Suo has been guarding with his life, keeping that part of himself locked away. With him aside, our nameless author shifts focus to Suo's rival, the one who is meant to oppose him and give him some real competition. Entering the stage, the second-place cadet is revealed to be Shin Jong-ha. He's a confident, dare I say, rather arrogant guy. He's your average trust fund baby, his dad owning one of the best companies in the country. The author highlights that Jong-hak's talents could potentially give the main character a really tough time, especially because he later ends up turning into a villain and an evil character. At the current stage of the world, all of the important characters are just cadets. But in the near future, Jong-hak's constant comparison and inferiority complex towards Suho lead to his demise. He becomes evil in order to oppose Suho, hoping to overcome him. Like opposite forces of both light and dark, Suho and Jong-hak stand against each other in the future, while standing shoulder to shoulder in the present. Both main characters of the novel are right before his eyes. Once again, the author is most certain that this is the same world of the novel, which begs the big question. If those two are the main characters, then what role does the author play in this story? Is he also important? Well, he thinks that if he's starting out in a novel he wrote, he should at least have a name. His thoughts are disrupted by another student who calls him Chundong and asks, "Did you get any sleep last night?" Okay, the author now has a trillion questions to ask. He can't even believe he was called Chundong just now. The chubby fellow confirms that he's the only Kim Chundong that he knows about. The name Chundong shoots down our boy's expectations tenfold. He was at least expecting to become some kind of important character or have some important role to play, like in most transmigration isekai stories. But this Chundong fellow is so random that he didn't even write in the novel. Not even the author remembers writing about a nobody like his own character. So this hotshot thinks something will be different if he just sees his face. Maybe that will help his memory a little and make him remember things better. The burning question plaguing his mind is, who is this Chundong guy at all? The funniest part about this hilarious situation is when the author realizes that his face is nothing more than a question mark. He's not even important enough for the game to render a special face for him. Faced with this puzzling situation, the author experiences a shock and tries to come to his senses. He gains a realization at last. There's nothing more than discovering your face is a damn question mark. But check this. Chunong is not even a character he intended to place in the novel. His character has no special appearance, doesn't have a unique name, and basically doesn't even exist in the significant landscape. Rejected by the world of his own creation, the author faces despair, realizing that not even the crowd is focusing on his faceless features. It's like he's an NPC character, a nobody that no one even cares about. Inside the queue, he's the most normal person and will likely never even interact with the main characters or influence their stories. If you thought you weren't the main character of your life, think again. Then imagine this poor guy's situation. He's nothing more than a mob. Even worse than a mob, just a placeholder to fill up a seat in the game. Defeated, the author shrinks, realizing that he's nothing more than an extra character with no worth in the novel. Now for a little background on how he ended up here. The author received a surprising email. One day, he was being offered a remake offer for the novel he wrote. Asterisk, the return hero Kim Hae-jin's Asterisk fantasy novel is a story that he's barely continued after facing an extreme writing block of more than half a year. You ever feel like you start something but you can't find yourself finishing it? Yeah, that's basically what's happening to this guy. Hajin wondered what the email meant. He figured that his fans wanted him to remake the story a little, especially since Hajin stopped working on it. The dude was already facing so much guilt for delaying his fantasy story. As an author, he thought it must be a prank or maybe even a weird request from one of his fans. So as a responsible author, he typed up a response and sent the mail. This little and seemingly insignificant event then altered his life forever, setting in motion the events of the current story, where he unexpectedly ended up in his own creation. Back to where we left off with our question mark. This faceless freak is starting to adjust to his unique appearance. After bearing with it for 2 weeks, 14 days have already passed and nothing has changed. He retains the same facial ambiguity as he started. 2 weeks have confirmed to him that his current life isn't just a dream, but rather, he's actually transported inside the novel. Every word inside the novel is Hajin's personal creation, and now he walks in the midst of the characters he helped create and bring to life. The Kim Chun-dong character is one of the many extras in the novel. Despite Hajin possessing this guy's body as expected, Hajin tried many ways to string together information and conjure an explanation for how he ended up in this asterisk hole. But his research went down the drain because he doesn't know how he ended up here or who was responsible. What's more, he's wondering how he's going to ensure his personal survival in this world, especially since there's no hope of returning to his home planet. Hajin estimates that it's going to take a decade until they reach the point in the story when he stops writing. But this thought just eats him alive. The horror of surviving for a whole 10 years in a foreign world as a nobody is terrifying to Hajin. His faceless appearance also doesn't help anything. Hajin grieves for the life he lost and doesn't want to get stuck in a novel that didn't even reach its own completion. An exhausted Hajin once again decides to think of ways to undo the process of his transmigration. The only loophole, or perhaps exit route, he sees is catching up to the events of the main story. After all, there's a chance he might be freed. The author thinks that if he just holds on until the story completes halfway, he should be good. It's not like he can do anything else to help salvage his situation. So this question mark-looking NPC decides that it's what he's going to do. But in order to achieve his goals, he's going to relive as a high schooler again. Let's shift our focus to the queue and explore what's so special about it. It's a man-made island harboring the best hero cadets to lead the future generation. It's like a mini-society of 50,000 residents. The city is a standing example of innovation and advancement, reflecting the top-tier magic and industry skills of mankind. The cube is single-handedly the reason Korea is considered a superpower in this novel. Standing before the Hero Training Center, Hajin reflects that it's the main stage in the novel where everything relevant is supposed to happen. It's a beautiful blue structure where heroes train with special skills. The superpowers in Hajin's novels are called gifts, and just like you'd expect, every hero has them. However, only the best of the best, the top elites, are granted qualification to become the cadets of this facility. The same goes for Chun-dong, whose body Hajin is possessing. This boy is also supposed to be a cub cadet, meaning he's probably got some skills going for him. The problem is, Hajin has zero knowledge or idea of this guy's abilities, so it's kind of like starting from scratch and not knowing your powers even exist. The author is at least confident that Chun-dong might have some connection to the training center. He's hoping to find whatever resources he can to use to his advantage, as that is the only way he has a shot at surviving the terrifying school and its fierce cadets. Hyun enters Class Veritas, a classroom considered the center of the Q training center. This place has everyone. The good, the bad, the cute, and the ugly. There's Jong-hawk and even the main character of the novel, Soo-ho. Soon, most of these characters will have their own objectives and run into different events, which will cause many things to happen. Hajin takes his seat and feels disgusted by the fact that he's got to survive 10 whole years with this same class. To top it off, he doesn't even have a damn face to greet them with confidence. It's the worst outcome imaginable for the author. After class, the students return to their dormitories. Hajin is no exception and doesn't really know how to describe his day. He can't even figure out how he was able to focus in class when he first went to high school. Suddenly, a delivery box grabs his attention. This is quite unexpected for even the author, as he never wrote about a delivery system in the game. As he's unwrapping the box, various thoughts come to his mind. He wonders if this is supposed to be Chun-dong's personal belongings. To his utter shock, it's Hajin's own laptop. But this doesn't make any sense even to him. An object like this shouldn't exist here. The laptop kicks on, and his system screen begins syncing with him. Hajin drops his laptop in panic and finds the system screen alerting him about his synchronization with Chun-dong. The system downloads all the necessary settings and presents him with a bunch of stats, strength, intelligence, and even things like luck. What's more, they're the exact settings that Kim Hajin wrote himself. Many questions strike his mind, but before he's able to collect his thoughts, his body morphs as the synchronization finally reaches its completion. The screen goes blank before alerting Hajin that he has achieved setting intervention ability. The faceless Chundong's body transforms into Hajin's real body, completely resetting his stats. Hajin's reality has been reset once again. This time, what he sees in the mirror is an actual face instead of the mockery of a question mark. But this is where things get even trickier than before. Tens of system screens are popping up out of nowhere, and Hajin doesn't know what they mean. The system confirms his synchronization process. He wonders if this has something to do with a special process called enlightenment. You see, enlightenment is an awakening that happens once a person surpasses their limitations. That's what it's called in this world, and Hajin knows because he wrote the ability. After the enlightenment ability, one's gift, superpowers, and skills are all transformed into a digital format. This way, the person can access them with ease. The real kicker is the growth experienced by his body. Hajin will be allowed to become way stronger now that he's received a taste of enlightenment. In normal words, Hajin can see his status window, which has a bunch of different points and talks about his abilities. One of his powers is the observation skill, which is pretty basic. The same goes for his second skill, reading. He also has stats showing up for him, although they're not remarkable and are pretty tame. Hajin decides to inspect each status screen one by one. The most interesting one is the synchronization tab, which transformed him from Chundong to his original body, causing a reset. What he sees on the screen is beyond his imagination. While he doesn't quite understand how things have changed this way, Hajin is convinced that the synchronization caused his face and appearance to shift. There's also the fact that his personal stats are far weaker than Shindong's, who was supposed to be a K-8 at the school. Yet, instead of stats, Hajin gets points to compensate for his shortcomings. Anyway, with that out of the way, Hajin focuses his attention on the unique authority screen. Apparently, he has the ability to create new objects by spending his SP points. Doing so will consume his SP bar, but it opens up a world of new possibilities for him. SP, or story points, will only be obtained as the plot progresses and his importance increases. What's strange about this aspect of the novel is that Hajin doesn't even remember writing anything about story points from his side. The author is soon to catch on that he must increase his importance in the novel to influence the story and gain story points as a result. Hajin is beginning to piece together his objective in this world. The reason he's getting access to his laptop, as well as the status screens, is because this man is supposed to go through hell fighting monsters, and eventually influencing the main storyline. It's not an ideal outcome, so Hajin is already in the mood to curse the heck out of his own creation. But just as he's mouthing his frustration, another screen prompts him, surprising the author. It's supposed to contain hidden information about something. Stuck in this rut, Hajin is frustrated that he has to interfere in this world, so that he has a sliver of a chance of returning to his old one. He gets up and starts running his fingers on his laptop. Since he doesn't have a choice, Hajin believes it is better to act now, rather than wait for the story to reach the point where his novel stopped. There's also no guarantee if he will return to his previous world if he does reach that point. The writer thinks that even if the undisclosed information is irrelevant to his goal of returning home, he could still find an important clue and navigate through his current world. It might make things simpler by helping him interact with the main characters. In order to achieve his goal, Hajin's only option is to fight and become strong. He starts investing his points so that he can outlast the story and whatever is supposed to unfold. Speaking of leveling up and increasing points, Hajin explains how his novel doesn't really have the concept of growing one's stats freely. The leveling up chaos that happens in every other novel doesn't happen in this one. The only method is to spend points, making them invaluable to the users. The best way to spend one's points is to concentrate all of their attention on luck. It is the only stat that isn't limited and always reaps some effect. It helps with money, bonuses, and even relationships. Truly one of the best stats for daily life, almost like having a cheat code. However, for stats like luck, points can't be used directly to raise its effect. This makes Hajin wonder if he can somehow influence and manipulate his luck stat by converting his points into SP points. To test his hypothesis, he decides to give it a try by confirming the transfer of 10 points. As a result, they're converted into 10,000 SP points. Hajin decides to spend 9,000 SP points on his luck stat, boosting it by 9. The mysterious luck ability activates and takes effect, slightly increasing his luck stat by an extra point. This means his passive luck stat can even enhance itself, making it a truly valuable investment. Hajin then turns his attention to the protagonist's stats. Suo's magic power stands at a powerful 9, and it is capped at that level. Hajin has just surpassed that barrier by increasing his luck stat to 9.1. As for the rest of his story points, he decides to focus on perseverance to help him survive the harsh training of the facility. Thanks to Hajin increasing his luck stat, it also significantly boosts his perseverance ability when he adds points to it. He's already feeling grateful for its effects as the investment is showing promising results. Suddenly, the system glitches and issues him a warning screen. Your tampering with probability has caused an error, it reads. Since Hajin was essentially cheating the system creates a restriction to prevent this loophole. He can no longer manipulate his abstract stats with story points. The author is a little peeved that he was hit with a restriction like that because otherwise, he would be too overpowered. Hajin realizes that he has hit a wall with his gimmicks, but still, he managed to increase both luck and perseverance to high levels, which should be enough for him to overcome many obstacles in the story. A thought crosses his mind. He gained 10,000 story points for being a novice. Those points can be used pretty sparingly. Hajin wants to put more thought into what he's going to invest them in. So, for now, he decides to keep them aside. The next morning, he shows up in his class. Their professor gives them an introduction. Kim Soo-hyuk will be acting as your instructor for the next year, he says. He's globally recognized as one of the most capable heroes, notably standing in the intermediate grade 5 rank in the association. Concluding his introduction, the man alludes to his point. He mentions how the institution known as the Cube isn't just a fancy place for the cadets to enjoy as they please. Its most reliable indicator is the student grade, which means failing to achieve them or uphold them to a standard will result in the cadet being kicked out. It's also not easy to just maintain one's grades, he continues. Only half of the cadets will even manage to survive the program without bailing. The institution strives to cultivate the next generation of heroes till their category for judgment will also be harsh. The instructor commands the students to get up and follow his lead as the first schedule will cover deciding on a main weapon for each cadet. Entering the weapons room, the students are left speechless. Eyeing down all kinds of beautiful yet terrifying weapons, their amazement is cut short by their hard ass of a teacher. He reminds them that this isn't playtime for them to enjoy and commands the students to pick a weapon at once. He also advises them that after choosing a weapon, they won't be able to switch from it for at least 6 months. This means that if you make a mistake now, you'll be stuck for half a year with a terrible weapon. Kim Suo, the protagonist of the novel, is drawn towards a sword and finds himself satisfied holding it. One of the girls decides to pick a bow and arrow, believing that she's fit to become an archer. Then there's a girl with blonde hair who prefers a rapier for precise strikes. The other students also choose different weapons like whips and other things. The author, Hajin, is contemplating how most of the main characters are simply choosing weapons without giving it a second thought. But instead of focusing on what they're choosing, he has to ultimately decide on one weapon for himself. As he lays down his options, Hajin believes that he has to be careful because even the slightest misstep could become a problem for him. His current stats are seriously low. So he can't compare to other cadets when it comes to weapons like spears or swords. The same goes for defensive shields. To make his selection process simpler, Hajin decides to carve out a bunch of conditions for his weapon selection. The first aspect he considers is that the weapon has been used in his previous world. The second factor is that he should be able to adapt to it with ease. When it comes down to those two factors, Hajin finally decides to choose his weapon. Its selection in particular draws the attention of the rest of the students, even their teacher. The teacher is bewildered and particularly addresses Hajin, asking, "Is the gun you're holding really the weapon you're going to select?" It's funny how this man said, "I'll handle things the American way and bring a gun to a knife fight." Hajin receives a confused stare from his teacher, who remembers the cadet listing himself as a sword user back at his academy. Deciding to come up with an excuse, Hajin states that he changed his mind. It's a surprising reason for his teacher to accept, though. He can't grasp why Hajin would decide to switch his weapon of expertise just as he enters the academy. The teacher confirms his choice as the student chooses his own fate in the cube. In a wave of frustration, he advises Hajin to remember that his responsibility for choosing his fate rests with him. Suddenly, the author's superheroing ability kicks into overdrive. He hears murmurs of the other students making fun of him for picking a gun. None of them can comprehend his reason for using a firearm in an academy that is supposed to raise elite heroes. Some of them even wonder if they should advise him during combat practice, taking him for an attention seeker and nothing more. Despite the crybabies making fun of him, the author explains that guns are actually reliable. Even in this world, they're the best weapon for ordinary people who don't have access to magical superpowers. The bullets used in this world are of a special kind. Magic bullets have mana imbued inside of them, releasing a destructive shot that's even more devastating and wrathful than normal bullets. However, those are the only advantages of a gun. The reason guns are seen as a terrible choice and neglected for use is because they don't have the ability to grow in power. This is demonstrated by Kim Horak, who effortlessly smashed the bullet with his bare fists. The author further adds that the limitation of the magic bullets rests in their destructive power, which is always fixed no matter who is using the weapon. The second reason relates to their build. They have a weak origin and formation. This world differs from the real one in the sense that myths and legends are actually materialized. These myths and relics are given form and made into weapons, causing the wielder an immense advantage in battle. The older the origin, the greater the formation, overall boosting the weapon's grade hierarchy. This is the most crucial factor in how effective it is. Because of that, nobody among the cadets tries to pick weapons that are modern and newly created. Since they have weak origin points for being made in the modern era, older medieval weapons are preferred and generally stronger. Instead of relying on the destructive power of magic bullets, they rely on their personal skills and even skyrocket their growth using the weapon's power, surpassing their limitations. But everything Hajin mentioned so far is basically useless for him. He's got nothing to benefit from, and he's definitely not the protagonist of the story. He doesn't know how a sword works and believes his skills with a melee weapon will be far worse than the other cadets. Internalizing his thought process, Hajin believes that he chose a gun for a good reason. He knows how to use it and will effectively help him earn story points. Simply using the gun is bound to help him stand out among his peers. The more important he is to the story, the more story points he will earn. That's what he's hoping for. Now that he's done figuring out what to do with a weapon, his next concern comes with obtaining talent. Talent is an ability special to this world, so special that it's considered a superpower. Every person is supposed to have only one talent or superpower, but there are some individuals who are exempt from this rule. There's the protagonist of the story, Suho, who hasn't manifested his talent yet, but already possesses the skills of a sword saint. The scene shifts to Suho, who catches up with Non to train. His dense protagonist dialogue earns him Non's anger, who doesn't get how a guy like him ended up at the top of their class. Suho changes the topic and mentions that there's another top student beside him in class. At first, Non is confused, but then she remembers he's talking about Hajin. That guy's name alone turns her face sour. USS. It's because this Hajin student is a joke for being called the top student in class. Non couldn't understand how anyone could take him seriously when he was only carrying a small pistol with limited range. She figured he had probably given up on becoming a hero and stuck with ineffective weapons. Non wondered if this was Hajin's strategy to drop out halfway through the year. But upon hearing her words, Suho couldn't help but criticize her for jumping to conclusions. Non didn't get what he was talking about and looked at him with a puzzled expression. She scolded him for wasting her time instead of training. While they were discussing Hajin, he was quietly dozing off, wondering if he could earn SP for people speaking poorly about him behind his back. It was quite an amusing thought. Back to Hajin, he reflected that the protagonist of the story, Suho, was destined to become the greatest hero ever thanks to a single gift. That meant gifts were equally important to him as well, and he didn't want to waste the opportunity to acquire his first one. Using his manual, Hajin created a gift for himself called Deadeye, an ability that would allow him to wield long-range weapons with exceptional accuracy. As a result of writing down this new power, 10,000 SP points were deducted from his account. The system is so advanced that it edits everything else on its own, providing him with numerous perks of the skill he just wrote, like bullet time and others. The skill is handy for not just his gun, but all weapons involving range. This means Hajin could also use bows now. To top off the benefits, it's a growth type skill. So while it seems terrible at the moment, he could always nurture it and grow his abilities. It's a valuable investment in the long run. Hajin figures it's best to go with what he has. With his preparations finished, he feels ready for what's to come. With the only gift he has, all that's left for him is to bet everything on it and survive until the main story reaches its end. The scene switches over to their class. A teacher is explaining strategies regarding how the cadets should deal with towers and dungeons. The funniest part is when Hajin realizes that the explanations he wrote in his novel are now appearing in the textbooks of this class. Imagine taking a class based on materials you wrote and created. Hajin is having an easy time just enjoying the lecture since he doesn't really have anything new to learn. He's actively deploying his observation and reading gifts to help him. More information about these two gifts is provided. Observation allows him to observe everything in his field of vision. He can see through things and even read stuff from his laptop without having to waste effort. The teacher instructs them to review the contents of the lecture since their written exam is supposed to begin soon. Non gets fired up in frustration. She's bored to death and really can't stand the lecture. Suddenly, Class Veritas is interrupted by someone who instructs the cadets to show up at the plaza. Hearing this, Non is excited. She gets to escape the boring lecture. It's finally time for practical training, a subject that our boy Hajin isn't looking forward to. Arriving in the training arena, the teacher explains how everyone should already know about the contents of the class. First, it'll make teams of 4 cadets, each consisting of 2 warriors, a sharpshooter, and finally 1 support warrior. Further, these teams will remain the same until their mid-semester exams come around. All teams are supposed to be balanced between the high-ranking and low-ranking cadets for a fair competition. The instructor tells them to go and find their teammates at once. Hajin glances at the status board, shocked to note that he's neither in Lu's team or on. Worst of all, he's stuck in a team with the one person he didn't want to pair up with. The person in question is Yana, drawing a surprised look from his face. Things are unraveling exactly like in the novel. Many main characters were written specifically to interact with the protagonist, causing events to transpire and move the story forward. However, among those characters, Yana is the most special. She gowns beautiful purple hair and is simultaneously the top favorite cadet of Korea's best guild, the essence of the straight. What's more, she's the successor of the Yu family, so her family background is pretty strong too. In the original novel, Suho was supposed to oppose Yana at the beginning, but eventually he gains her trust. They become friends and later the supporters of the team. For this same reason, it's crucial for Hajin to grow closer to Yana. Interacting with her will allow them to earn more story points, helping him become important in the plot. With a determined expression, Hajin is prepared to do whatever it takes to attract Yana's attention and involve himself with her. Yana's team members come and greet her. Apart from her and Hajin, there's Hosung and Hizuki, making them a team of 4 just like planned. Since Yana is a thoughtful and calculating person, she contemplates speaking with them at first, but ultimately accepts because they're her teammates. What's funny is that she boasts a blooming formal attitude with her teammates once she decides to talk to them. Both of her teammates are weirded out, but Yana turns her attention to the final member of the group. Hajin makes his presence known by coming forward and approaching her. While he's a little scared, he knows that Yana will have a sour relationship with him if he's not confident in carrying himself. Ho interrupts his train of thought and immediately calls him out for being the hot shot who chose a gun as his weapon. The dude is busy yapping around carelessly, not knowing that their teacher is about to slap these asterisk out of him for chatting ignorantly. Hosung receives a jump scare from their instructor, who roars at them to get moving with the monster hunting mission. The directions have already been provided to each team through their smartwatches. Our team gets their move on and paces through the grain field. Jana checks her smartwatch, indicating that they're close to their target. She wants her team to buckle up and prepare for what's to come. Further information regarding the monster will be revealed when they arrive at the location. But while they're easily sprinting ahead, our poor boy is suffering out here. He needs some David Goggins level motivation, because this man has never run this much in his life. Despite his stamina stats being above average, he could barely keep up with his team. To make matters worse, it's not like these guys are special. They're the average standard recognized for a Q cadet. Yana and the others stop, realizing they've arrived at their target's location. This part of the map is called the 8th coast of the training zone. Ahead is a boat where a monster is supposed to appear. Speaking of our creepy crawly, the black hump octopus makes itself known by devouring the boat with its giant tentacles. Before confronting the monster in a head-on battle, Yana believes it would be best if they shared a battle strategy and worked on what they should do. The monster they're facing is a low intermediate grade creature, and its physical attack is known to be very weak. The real problem is the humps protruding on the creature's head. It's explained that the black hump octopus detects danger and shoots out baby octopuses to attack its enemies. These small babies are no joke. They're bloodthirsty and and every single one of them is dangerous enough to turn humans into mummies. Hajin suggests they immediately target the throng of baby octopuses when the fight kicks off. The girl Hizuki believes they're going to need a sharpshooter to handle the small octopuses with his gun. She thinks Hajin would be best for that. However, opposing this idea strongly, Yana claims that she's going to be the one to handle the baby octopuses instead. She wants the rest of her team to save their abilities after she's done, because Yana thinks they'll need to annihilate the monster in one hit since it has super fast regeneration abilities. Yana's sudden dismissal of Hajin's contribution strikes him as odd. He immediately figures out that she's just ignoring him and doesn't even believe he's worthy to be a part of this training. Yona asks if the rest of her team is ready. She marks the beginning of their operation, leaving our boy a little annoyed by her damn attitude. The black hump octopus unleashes its destruction by destroying the boat, while Hajin uses his battle axe to draw the creature's attention toward him. His loud, stammering sound is enough to catch the octopus and lure it close to the shore. Enraged, the monster blitzes toward Hajin and unleashes itself. Poor guy is scared by its sheer size and runs the heck away. Hizuki is prepared while our boy Hajin is also nervous, holding a tiny Glock. The only determined fighter among them is Yana, a whip user, who is ready to strike down the monster at once. Just like they discussed, the black hump octopus senses danger and immediately shoots out many baby octopuses from the top of its head. This causes H to panic because he realizes that he's the one being targeted. The murdering babies are headed straight to bite his ass down. Before they could make a Godo Kit Kat out of him, Janna steps up like a queen and uses her whip to cut the asterisk down. She stands majestically before the monster, impressing the likes of her teammates with a display of her power. To top it off, Janna's combat capabilities alone render her the 7th strongest cadet inside the queue on the newbies. She allows Hassan the chance to run away while she's holding the monster by herself. Janna manipulates her whip to strike the monster, causing the octopus to go berserk and strike her down with its tentacles. Yana quickly dodges its attack by evading. But right as she's in the air, a baby octopus is sneakily about to attack her from behind. Hatsuki alerts her to care for the octopus behind her. Before Yana can react to the creature, it is shot down by a long-range weapon, baffling her. Only one explanation makes sense. It's Hajin's gun who saved her just now. Seeing him save her annoys Yana, who finally acknowledges his name. Let's take a little detour and discuss what SP points are capable of. Like previously stated, they can be exchanged for stat points. They also increase when Hajin's importance among the main characters and the story rises, since he's supposed to be nudged in as an extra nobody. Standing out and gaining popularity is a tough thing. The main characters already fill up the story after all, so the only other option to gain importance is for Hajin to interact and help with the story of the main protagonist. That's what he did by saving Yana's life just now. His shot shocks each of his team members. A distracted Yana reminds him to know his place since she wasn't expecting him to take part in the operation. But while she's distracted, the giant octopus spits out more of its fun-sized models for them to deal with. Yana prepares to fight them, but some of them are even targeting Hajin. It's not a tough fight for the author, who can read their attack patterns with ease. Hajin closes his eyes, concentrating his full attention on performing his best in a given moment. He activates one of his skills, called Bullet Time, which was one of the gifts that the system created and edited for him. Using it slows down the perception of time for 3 seconds, easily allowing Hajin to become John Wick and shoot these ugly bastards with ease. After locking his aim down on each of his targets, the dude embraces his American rights and goes all guns blazing on these ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* even the ones that were targeting Yana. The duration runs out, unleashing his bullets to fly away and zap each of the octopuses to paste. Now, Yana senses the opportunity to strike the giant octopus's head. Unleashing her whip, she binds the humps and commands her team to strike. Hasing and Hizuki make their move, unleashing Magic Liberation Strike and slaying the monster in powerful joint attack. The black hump octopus is defeated at last. With its ugly brains hitting the shore, an exhausted Hajin crashes down in typical Anon character fashion. After that, their team's collective results are calculated, allowing them a clearance time just underneath 1 hour. It's far from the best, but it still earned them 16th place on the ranking board. With that, the first monster round has been cleared. The total time spent eliminating the monster lands them the 16th spot among the 100 teams. Yona is shocked to see this. Their fight was recorded via a drone device for monitoring purposes. They can use that data to analyze their mistakes and improve in the future. While 16th place is an accomplishment to Yana, it's a terrible score. She was looking for something higher. She's even more jealous that Non casually acquired a higher score than her in both individual and team performance, ranking her 4th out of the 100 teams. Yana had intended to increase the gap between their families, but now she can't believe she's so far behind her. Then there's Jomha, the arrogant punk who seems to have a liking for Non and keeps staring at her from afar. Now pissed, Yana gets annoyed and approaches Non with her unbridled rage. But in a funny turn of events, she acts all buddy-buddy with her like a fake friend. She tries to extract information regarding Non's performance in her team. The girl is still annoyed that they got 4th place and she was looking forward to beating Yon Hawk at the minimum. Jana confesses that she earns 16th place. Her expression is calm and stoic on the outside, but inside, she's chewing her brains out, angered beyond belief. But Non is rather amazed that she acquired 16th place with a loser like Hajin on her team. After all, she thinks he must be the reason they were stuck behind a low ranking. But Yana knows the truth. The reason she was treating him like asterisk is because they took 50 minutes to travel to their location due to our boy's terrible stamina. If only he was faster, they could have arrived in 10 minutes and completed the mission faster. But apart from that, his performance has been impressive to her. He significantly helped the monster battle they faced. Gianna keenly remembers how he shot down every single one of the baby asterisk with his gun before they could even reach them. Yana ponders if an achievement like that is even possible with the use of regular magic bullets. Since Hajin's accomplishments seem effortless and strong all of a sudden from having no interest in him, Yana is now curious about the man's true identity. As for our boy Hajin, he's just gotten done working out. I bet he must be steamrolling himself to get better stamina after what happened back there. The author explains that he forgot to check his alarms ever since he started training and wonders how much he gained points. Since luck is always helping him out at max potential, his accuracy for defeating the monster has shot dramatically. His gift has also experienced growth. Now, every single shot will be considered a bullseye target. Hajin senses his eyesight and hearing have also sharpened, and overall story points increased by just 27. Remembering what happened with his performance in the monster round, Hajin reflects that luck must be playing a key role then too, helping out with his SP points. His overall plan to involve himself with Yana is going well so far, helping him with the points he needs. His physical stats have also increased thanks to his training. Strength, endurance, and health have all experienced a boost, which is further amplified by his luck stat. Since Hajin has already worked on his stats to this degree, he believes that he should conclude his training session for the day and head home. Back at her dorm room, Yemet is busy reviewing the footage of their fight in the monster round. She's specifically drawn to Hyun's crazy shooting skills. He was able to shoot 60 bullets in the span of 3 seconds with a single handgun. For reference, Iona tries to play around with the idea of shooting 20 bullets a second. It just seems impossible to her to do that with a handgun, which makes her wonder if it was an automatic pistol of some kind. She comments on his physical stats too. Hajin's agility is great, but his temple health and physicality are lower than the rest of the cadets. To top it off, he switched weapons out of the blue at the weapon selection. Yana's sharp senses are telling her that something is wrong. She doesn't even remember this guy from the military academy either. While she's contemplating, Yona receives a message from John Hawk, who she seems to find as a love interest. She tells him that she's busy analyzing the footage. Jana wants to see if she struck gold among her team. After all, she obviously plans to take over the top guild in Korea in the future. But John Hawk is surprised and doesn't think anyone among her team is noteworthy or special. More importantly, he wants to know about the mysterious shooter, since his performance is the only one John Hawk is curious about. With a smile on her face, Yana is excited that her crush is displaying interest in her after all. Yana comments he's doing just okay for his rank, which by the way is in the 900s among the cadets. John Hawk is surprised and wonders if Hajin got lucky. Yana reflects on this comment and wonders if Hajin's performance was really a fluke and if he truly did get lucky. The scene ends there. So let's talk about a new subject, the guild building known as the Holy Grace of God. Here, the vice captain is obsessed over Suho's stellar performance. His footage among the rest has captivated Suna, the vice captain of the guild. She comments on Suho's perfect and precise movements as well as his excellent swordsmanship, unlike anything seen before. Suho has achieved such perfection that it seems like he's playing around in a gentle dance. There's also his wrathful cutting force, slicing away the very space in half. All 3 top guilds in Korea currently have their eyes set on this young talent. They're helping on recruiting him for his powers, Sunga remarked. Sunga is among those people as she wants to recruit him as soon as possible, especially since he's currently a free agent. Her next topic of interest is Hajin, as shocking as that sounds. She's surprised that the boy uses a handgun in all weapons. Her assistant confirms, stating he sparked an interest in the guild community. Many people review the footage, especially since Yana was a part of his team. They wanted to see her performance. The hot topic on the forums is how Hajin shot 60 rounds with a non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds. It doesn't make any realistic sense, Sungdam muses. Even if they accounted for his extreme agility, Hajin's gun wouldn't survive the brunt of so much recoil in so little time. Since his talent is surrounded by a wave of mystery and allure, some people have started calling him unorthodox. The vice captain also learns that Hajin switched his main weapon from a sword to a handgun right after coming to the prestigious institution. Suna recognizes him as someone who has achieved enlightenment. Sumga says thoughtfully, "It's the same phenomenon in which a person manifests their talent or special ability. It's of course impossible to know from the start what talent will be manifested. Because of that, some cadets prefer to switch weapons right after manifesting their gifts, since it doesn't match what they're currently using. However, this kind of situation is known to cause a rift in the cadet's career, setting them back by at least 3 years in terms of performance. That's why the military academy usually encourages the students to become involved with numerous weapons and master them instead of relying on a single one. Suna can't grasp the fact that the boy became an enlightened warrior at the age of 17. but she thinks his talent is limited if it is only related to guns. Still, she thinks he's worthy enough to be reviewed as a candidate. Sunga quickly changes her mind and decides that it would be best to allow Hajin's talent to manifest before they attempt to recruit him. She wants to see if he's really capable of achieving her expectations as an unorthodox. It's Wednesday, which means a training session is going on. So-ho is facing another student in an equal clash. This part of the training program is called the anti-personnel training. It's usually executed by two-person groups where only training weapons are used, allowing for easy results and little to no injuries. However, for Kim Hajin, he's being roared at for performing the worst. Poor guy has the shittiest luck in the world despite his passive skill. He's the only student who had to face his teacher instead of another student, and as a result, he lost 18 times straight. The real issue with this training is that the training guns aren't ready to be used, which means using a real gun is obviously going to cause injury if he faces another student. That's why the instructor himself has taken responsibility to face Hajin and handle him. Poor guy is suffering and calls for surrender, but his pathetic whining is ignored by his teacher, who prepares to chuck a fist in his face. Before his punch reaches Hajin, the warrior evades a critical strike that crushes the ground. His teacher is shocked that he dodged the attack. Hajin proceeds to dodge another 2 punches from him, leading the instructor to realize that while he seems like a trash student with ****** posture, he's actually got a godly pair of eyes for tracking his attacks. Clairvoyance, yet another skill Hajin obtained as part of his Deadeye gift. This sharpens his senses and allows him to detect a target's movement path, helping Hajin evade every attack. It's true that he can see the attacks, but the worst part is dodging with his own body. The rest of the students view his performance and chalk it down as clumsy and lazy. The gang may be making fun of him for being a loser. It still helps boost his story points by 40. So, in a way, he did manage to get what he wanted, but he hates the fact that people are making fun of him. After the exhausting training, Hajin relaxes by taking a refreshment. When he turns to his right, he sees Yana passing him by. She shares a look of disgust on her face, almost as if she views him as an inferior nobody. It's funny because he's the author who wrote about her personality in the first place. He's in an experimental mood today and decides to call out Yana's name before tossing her a drink. She catches it with her reflexes and confusingly asks if he's taunting her to a fight. Brozarzi is so bad that she's out here thinking he's literally trying to attack her. Hajin explains that he's just trying to extend his gratitude to Yana for helping them advance in the training session. In his head, this experiment may be simple, but it's an important one. He wants to see just how much story points he will achieve in a simple interaction from one of the main characters of the story. After all, he tends to gain 40 from the side characters. Yana tosses him his drink back and reminds the idiot not to address her so casually, a first warning he shouldn't take lightly. While she turns away, Hajin has a smile on his face because he's already gotten what he wanted. As Yona is carrying her bag outside, she is puzzled to find that her bag is heavier than before. Detecting the subtle change, she opens it up, only to find another can inside. Our smart-ass author was sneaky enough to plant a second one inside her bag, earning Yana's hatred. She wants to smash the can, but remembers that a simple, innocent can didn't do anything wrong by itself. When it comes to Yana, she loves ordinary food like burgers and Coke. However, she has never seen purchasing the product for herself because of her family's reputation. This experiment relied on Hajin exploiting this part of her personality, a part that no one else should know about. What's more is that he didn't really earn many points from a small conversation, once again motivating him to take action in the events of the main story, since he already knows what's going to happen next. Hajin believes the National Weapons Museum's demonic human ambush is soon to take place. Demonic humans are evil entities who have made a pact with a demon. They're granted a significant amount of power in exchange for their souls. This way, the demons use them as their tools to do their bidding. The incident to happen in the future will be caused by a demonic human who is currently hiding in a museum with the goal of eliminating a particular target. Eventually, the demonic human is defeated by Suho and the rest of the main characters, who also happen to be there at the event. Through this event, Suho gains the recognition and validation of the other main characters. The main protagonists will be Suho and Nan, who are going to fight against the demonic humans. The villain won't be too difficult to deal with since this happens right at the beginning of the novel and is effectively Suho's first enemy. Knowing what will happen ahead, Hyena is already thinking of ways to intervene in the event. While he's figuring out a way to join the museum, one of the instructors shouts at him for standing pointlessly outside the dorms. Hajin decides to take his laptop and leave. During the same time, he receives an important system message yet to be revealed. In this institution, there are clubs that are used for extracurricular activities within the academy. Cadets can register themselves in a gathering where they form their own independent activities. Among those clubs are academics, martial arts, and even simple hobbies like painting and other instruments. Hundreds of clubs exist inside the queue. Perhaps the greatest benefit is that they not only host a space for personal development, but also allow the cadets to connect, network, and get to know each other better. So the day finally came when Hajin decided he was going to join a club of his own. At the queue gate, Hajin makes himself part of the travel club, where he is greeted by Han Hyun, the club's president. Welcome. Han Hyun says, excited to greet many of the first-year club members. In fact, when receiving the applications for the first time, Han Hyun couldn't believe what he was reading. I've been blessed with amazing cadets, he thinks to himself. He welcomes them aboard once more and highlights the goal of their club. The goal is to rest, Han Hyun states, which sounds simple enough. They can access a portal up to twice a month to travel outside of the queue. For their first ever orientation, Han Hyun announces that they'll be visiting a nearby location. That location is none other than Seoul, the capital of Korea. The author processes his thoughts. They realize that a trip to Seoul could be easily managed if they simply formed groups of two. So far, nothing had changed from the original novel. Hajin brushed over his objective for the day to take part in the first main story arc called the Soul Weapon Museum. When there was some of the main characters, Hajin planned to subtly influence the storyline from his side. The club president instructed them to go ahead and draw lots. This caught Hajin's attention, as in the original novel the group wasn't formed this way. Still, it didn't bother him. When it came to partners, he preferred to move independently anyway. And as surprising as it was, he ended up being paired with none other than Yona. True to her nature, Yona firmly stated that they should just operate on their own. Hajin was fine with that and let her go about her business. Before leaving, Yona turned back with a sharp, warning look in her eyes, one that clearly said, "Don't speak to me too casually again." This was Hajin's second offense of he received his final warning. Next time, Yona wouldn't be so forgiving. He simply accepted his fate and moved forward. The scene shifts to the National Weapons Museum, which is supposed to be the center stage for the first arc of the story. It's the largest exhibition hall of weapon replicas in the entire country. While it's a remarkable place, Hajin breezes through the crowd with disinterest. He spots Non to his left, who seems to be obsessed with a particular weapon. Since Non is close by, Hajin realizes that the main protagonist of the story must also be near him. Sue is just up ahead, observing a weapon on his own. As the main protagonist of the novel, Hajin attempts to spark a conversation with him. "Are you checking out the seven-branched sword?" Hajin asks, introducing himself at the same time. This reminds Suho of who he is. He keenly remembers him as the sharpshooter who joined the travel club. Hajin reflects on Suho's personality. He was written to be strong, handsome, and with a good heart. Oftentimes, his very own readers left hate comments for making such an unrealistic and cheesy character. "Dan, I guess haters keep hating," Hajin mutters under his breath. All of a sudden, Suho claims that there's a gun exhibition close by, and he's interested in checking it out with Hajin. Hajin agrees to the idea. He thinks their meeting at the gun exhibition won't even happen because of what's to come. Out of nowhere, the museum goes red, and a transmission sounds the warning of monsters appearing right outside. The appearance of monsters strikes fear in the hearts of the civilians. Their excitement turns to horror as they begin to panic, frantically searching for an exit. People push each other around, ignoring even the children, acting recklessly. In this chaos, one person punches the glass with his fist, drawing everyone's attention. His sheer power stops them dead in their tracks. Even Suho is shocked when he realizes Non is the one responsible. She tells everyone, calm down. The museum's reserve hero will be here soon to deal with the threat. Taking advantage of the moment, she grabs the bow from the exhibition. If you rush outside, you'll just be living targets for the monsters, she warns. But her reckless action sets off the security systems, trapping them all inside. Grab a weapon, she says. We need to protect ourselves until the real heroes show up. Suddenly, Non senses the presence of a dangerous man in the distance and prepares herself. This man radiates a dark energy of red. His face and violent aura confirm that he's a demonic human responsible for this devious plan. Hajin reflects that this demonic human is called the Dog of Lucius, a villain pivotal for Suho's growth in the story. The demon unleashes its claws, preparing to cut Non down. Right as he's distracted, focusing on what's ahead, Suho uses this moment to jump in from behind with his seven-branched sword. His sword is about to slice the demon clean. And yet, the events of the main story still haven't changed. It's destined for Suho to defeat this demon with ease. But for some shocking reason, Suho is wiped away in a devastating attack. His body suffers a terrifying blow from the villain and flops to the ground right before Hajin's eyes. The author is expressionless and speechless. This wasn't supposed to happen after all. Soho's body is on the ground, just a few moments away from Hajin, who can't figure out what happened. Clearly, the story he wrote himself wasn't supposed to unfold like this. Suho was supposed to win. Even though he would have struggled in the beginning, he still had the power to completely annihilate the demonic human. That's what he thought was going to happen, but it didn't. Suho's easy takedown causes Non immense worry as she screamed his name. Coughing blood, he's barely capable of standing. Hajin knows that his condition is in grave danger, and he certainly doesn't have enough time to recover from this monumental setback. The demonic human approaches Suho with his menacing energy, preparing to finish him off. Non struggles to come up with a plan and speedily launches her arrows right in his face. But this guy is such a tank, he eats that's asterisk, asterisk, asterisk in the face like it's his lunch. A confused Non relentlessly tries to shoot him down, but nothing works. He seems to be invincible against her arrows, and she knows that none of her arrows are having any effect on him. Non's face succumbs to despair. Her confidence wavers, and she simply can't fathom what's happening. What's more is that the demonic human isn't even using a special talent or skill to block her arrows. No, he's just taking it with the brunt of his body. That's just how strong his physical stats are. Hajin senses danger for Non as she's being approached by the enemy. The demonic human releases his claws, aiming right for her face. It seems like the end for Non right until Suho jumps back into the fight with a kick to the face. Thankfully, he was able to get up with Non stalling for time. Before they can even catch up with each other, Suho was sent flying, barely able to block the dark energy wave with his sword. The demonic human then surprises Suho by entering a transformation state, engulfing himself in a shadowy aura. His strength becomes so overwhelming for Suho that he is taken down immediately. Non starts shooting the demonic human from behind in an effort to delay Suho's demise. Turning his attention back to her, the monster releases a giant claw, targeting Non's face and smashing her into the wall. Everything that Hajin is witnessing before his eyes is the definition of a disaster. He's horrified by the reality that either of them could die at this point. Now that he's seen 2 instances of his novel going against the script he wrote, Hajin can't figure out what's causing things to change so much in the main story. He kicks open his laptop in an effort to help salvage the situation. Hajin gathers his bullets with his wavering confidence, realizing that he won't be able to injure the demonic human with his mana bullets at all. Even if he uses them for a critical hit, it's just going to be difficult. Still, since this world was created by him, Hajin is confident that most of the important settings shouldn't change, and knowing that, he plucks away at his keyboard, modifying the attributes of his mana bullet to fit his purpose. He increases the attack power to 6 points and spends a total of 100 story points just to make the modification possible. Loading his magazine right back into his gun, Hajin prepares for the fight. He emphasizes the importance of having heroes with versatile skill sets to overcome the situation. Attributes and affinity alone allow them to climb to greater heights. As Sumo and the demonic human are locked in a stalemate, this gives Hajin the perfect opportunity to take his shot. Knowing that the demonic human boasts a dark attribute, Hajin uses the only attribute that will exterminate darkness. He calls for Suo's name and shouts at him to move out of his way. Commanding the use of the light attribute, Hajin creates the white light bullet. He releases a single shot, confirming the hit with the demonic human's body and releasing a blue beam of light. That one bullet completely destroys the demonic human's arm, rendering him a great deal of pain, while at the same time freeing Non from his grasp as the dark energy evaporates. Non falls to the ground, while Hajin thinks his contribution is enough now that the enemy is severely injured, allowing Suho enough time to finish the fight. His body shakes from the use of his ability, and he places the rest of his hopes on Suho, entrusting the story's protagonist to finish the fight with a final attack. Suho charges his weapon and covers his body in an aura of blue. He activates the Sword Saint's magic power, which is so strong that it can throw anything in existence. The ultimate slash definitively ends the fight, as Suho destroys the demonic human with one move. The monster is defeated as his body hits the floor. An exhausted Suho is barely clinging on the same as Non. He catches up with her and asks if she's okay. Distraught and angry, she whacks his arm away. Hajin recommends they leave her as she is, since her brother will soon arrive to comfort her in this situation. He knows this because it happens in the original story, but his carelessness got the better of him as he received a shocking stare from both of the main characters. After all, an extra character like him shouldn't know anything about their lives. Non's voice flickers as she tries to interrogate him, but her condition gets the better of her. She stops. Meanwhile, the monsters just outside the museum are shot down by the vice captain and her dual blades. Thankfully, the situation outside is resolved and the monsters have all been killed. She asks about the situation inside the museum and learns about the demonic human who was instantly killed thanks to the cadets of the queue. Wanting to know more about them, she asked for their names. The captain is shocked to learn that Non, Su-ho, and Hajin were all involved in the incident. She rushes straight to the museum because all she cares about right now is meeting Su-ho. Her excitement makes her wonder what she should discuss with him. Hajin is coming out of the museum when he suddenly runs into her. Curious as she is, she tries to inquire about Su-ho. Hajin is already one step ahead of her and tells the vice captain that he's inside the museum. She goes inside, but at once experiences a shock. This random Q cadet seems to know her intention of finding Su-ho in the first place. Yet another blunder caused by our believable author. The dude is catching a break at a park and reflects that he didn't expect Suna to run into him like that. He wonders if the situation is relevant to the story changing in some ways. To collect his thoughts, Hanjin tries to take it from the beginning. He considers himself nothing more than a foreign extra character and deems his current importance as insignificant. The story has been progressing smoothly without any problems so far, so it's impossible that he was directly involved in altering its route, but then the realization finally hits him. He forgot about one thing, and that one thing is the fact that this novel also has a co-author. I bet you weren't expecting that plot twist. Hajin explains the current version of the story is a remake of his novel. This version is based around the email he received from one of his fans at the beginning of the story. That's why stuff outside of his expectations happened in the main story arc. However, if that is the case, then the predictions he was operating under so far will now all be useless. This thought terrifies Hajin because he won't know what will happen next. He checks his laptop. There's a message regarding a critique. The message reads that there weren't any main threats in the story, allowing the protagonist to easily swat away any threats and achieve a smooth victory. This kind of development will just risk the readers getting fed up with the story and becoming bored. That's why, from now on, every single boss character in the story has become significantly stronger than before, regardless of the fact that it may create an unpredictable and chaotic story setting. Their instructor calls both Hajin and Suo after the incident for a report. He briefly explains the situation but doesn't want to go into detail regarding the specifics for now, placing priority over their well-being first. A curious and worried Suho asks about Nan's condition. He learns from the instructor that Nan applied for medical leave and left with her family for the time being. The instructor advises both of them to follow suit and return to their dorms as well. Saying that, he leaves them be, allowing Suho the chance to speak with Hajin as he calls out his name. The blue-haired protagonist wants to inquire further. He wants to know why Hajin said what he did to Nan about her brother. For a moment, Hajin seems puzzled, but then he remembers his words. He tries to talk about it, but recalls the mail he received from the co-author. And for some reason, Hajin chooses to stop and ask why it matters to Suho. The protagonist is obviously not a dumbass and feels rather annoyed that Hajin is playing the part of an idiot and taking him seriously. In his state of annoyance, he decides that they'll talk about it some other time. Let's deep dive into Chain On's character. The author explains that she graduated 4th from her year in a military academy. She's currently enrolled at the Q, recognized for her talents and her connections to the Che family. She's the daughter of Shinup and the younger sister of Jin Yun. Both are recognizable names to Hajin, who is conducting research on her right now. What he doesn't get is why she reacted in the way that she did when he brought up her brother's name. Suddenly, Hajin reads a news report involving Jin Yun's condition, which has resulted in critical health after a monster operation. As a consequence, Jin Yun was left in a coma. The operation that led to his demise is one that Hajin knows about, the fiend suppression operation. Firestorm was supposed to be an event that allowed Jin Yun to build his reputation by neutralizing the threat. This would help Jin Yun improve his relationship with the main story's protagonists even more. For the young Nan, the only thing that sparked joy in her eyes was seeing her older brother's success as a hero. However, the event has completely changed now, and it's different from the author's wildest imaginings. Jin Yun is the one caught up in his demise, leading to Nan's trauma. Just then, he receives another mail from the system, notifying him that any further modifications to the story will immediately be revealed to Hajin as soon as he points out the changes from the original story. The system also relays that Jin Yun's brother, the supporter of the protagonist Kim Suo, has undergone significant changes in this iteration of the story. We're given a sequence of what went down. The gravely injured hero was barely awake after suffering a brutal strike. The co-author recognized that the protagonist already had way too many supporters, which is why they made the changes necessary to ensure some of them were taken out. Poor Jin Yun had to be one of those people. 4 years in the past, just after being appointed hero for the first time, Jin Yun ended up becoming a demon seed. Yes, it's much more terrifying than Hajin's wildest imagination, as he could never have predicted such a horrifying plot twist. The scene cuts to Nan's place. The radio transmission reports a sudden monster attack at the National Museum. The casualty count is 7, with 50 people injured in the incident. A devastated Non can't bear to hear the news. She turns off the transmission and sulks in her bed, alone. Her worried father, Shin-huk, comes shouting her name. Non sees him and wonders why he's out of duty. Shin-huk doesn't care about his work. He asks her about her health. Since she's at the hospital, he wants her to have a full checkup, just to be sure. But Non pretends to be fine, insisting that she's all right. She's trying her best not to make her father worry. She even thinks he's doing too much by coming to visit her. But of course, he's still a concerned father who cares for his daughter despite her claims of being fine. Non addresses her father, requesting to see Jin Yoon at least once before she's discharged. Seeing her fragile state, her father reluctantly agrees to her request. Now let's go back to Jin Yoon's demise and explore what demon seeds are. Demons are supposed to be the most powerful entities in this world, more powerful than fiends or humans. They possess a unique and terrifying ability to target humans and turn them into demonic seeds. The humans who have been marked as demon seeds eventually go through a period of incubation, no different from a parasitical state where the parasite is feeding on its host. Before long, the demon seed completely takes over their body, turning that person into a fully transformed demon. This means Jin Yun's condition is much worse than anticipated, and he's going to one day become a demon. The incubation period usually lasts for half a decade before the transformation kicks in. It's been 4 years since the event happened, meaning Jin Yun's condition is nearing its end. He'll soon become a demon. His little sister is on her way to see him in his room. As she enters, Hajin reflects that there's only one solution in these situations. Before the demon inside someone's body fully manifests and takes over the human, the only way to prevent a gruesome fate is to kill them. That's what Non intends to do as she stands before her brother's unconscious state, preparing herself to speak to him. At the same time, the author thinks that it's just going to be impossible since no one seems like the candidate to pull it off. No one who can kill Jin Yun before he transforms into a monster. Not even a mercenary would agree to take on such a dangerous target as Shin-huk, who is supposed to pass down his position to the next heir, Jin Yoon. The germination process also advances without any physical changes, effectively stopping intervention from outside. The biggest problem is the demon lurking inside Jin Yoon. It will be far too strong and overwhelming for the story's main protagonist, Kim Soo, to handle. Hajin also believes that if actual heroes tried to stop a demonic Jin Yoon, many of their lives would be lost dealing with a powerful demon like that. In order to prevent that dark future from coming into existence, Hajin wants to do whatever it takes to stop Jin Yoon's germination, especially since the heroes are necessary for the future events to come. As Nan sits before her brother's unconscious body, Hajin gets a chilling sensation and a crushing sense of defeat. He realizes what he has to do in this situation. He has to be the one to commit the heinous act of taking a life, as it will prevent the darker future from coming. Nan speaks to her brother, talking about the near-death incident she had during the monster attack today. She had never fought a fiend so powerful before, and believed that any ordinary cadet wouldn't have been able to stop that monster. Annoying as it is to admit, Nan remembers Hajin being the sharpshooter who intervened and saved their lives. She ultimately decides against talking about him and comes to learn that she has overstayed her visiting hours. Nan decides to leave, hoping to return to her brother soon. But as she's leaving, Nan stops dead in her tracks, feeling a looming sense of dread coming from her brother. She had tried suppressing the memory, but there's no way she could forget Hajin's words. With such cold eyes, he said those words, which she interpreted as him bullying her in her state. Nan's eyes flare up in determination and anger, remembering what Hajin said. Let's go to the Tower of Heroes and see what Vice Captain Suna is doing, she thinks. She's out here viewing unauthorized documents on her own, risking her position and potentially getting in trouble. Suna is interested in checking the records regarding a museum's attack, which is exactly what's concerning her assistance since she's doing something illegal. Anyway, Suna learns from the investigation that many traces of light attribute magic were discovered from the body of the defeated demonic human, which also means that the people responsible for taking him down must have been capable of casting the attribute in the first place. The thoughts of a light attribute mana user sparking up from out of nowhere is exciting for the vice captain, since this type of hero would be an easy fight for the fiends. They're all dark attributes, and light mana is their biggest weakness. Suna wants to recruit this mysterious hero and can't wait to collect the new talent. Observing the footage files, Suna vividly remembers there being only 3 cube cadets at the museum. This means only one of them must be a light attribute user, Yuk user. There's the obvious regarding Suho and Nan, since they're already active on the hunt for both of their talents. But the vice captain is most curious about the third cadet, who they have yet to know about. To her shocking realization, the final cadet is none other than Kim Hajin, the same boy who bumped into her at the museum before leaving. Speaking of our boy, he's busy typing away at his laptop, kind of like me right now. the author expresses his new enlightenment. It turns out that no one in this world can visibly see the laptop he's working on, which is why he's easily capable of looking through the story's path. Without really worrying about the other characters observing him, Hajin went the extra mile when he learned about the invisible laptop. As soon as he discovered it, he added a new feature. Immediately, his laptop alerts him about any changes in the story. In the training center, Rachel is giving Demian a really tough time. This chick has handed him nearly 20 liters of back-to-back to the point where he's begging for someone to trade partners with him. The newest feature, Hajin, is related to detection and alteration. If something changes within 30 meters of the original story, Hajin will be sent an immediate alert. This helps him identify unusual situations in time. After all, he can't simply wait for the co-author's messages or rely on himself to catch every little detail. Using this method, he ensures he stays on top of any unexpected situations. But while our boy is happy about the feature, he certainly didn't expect a terrifying, bloodlusted Non popping up from behind. Distraught and angered, she demands a sparring match with him. Hajin stares at her and simply declines as it wouldn't benefit him to fight her. Non calls him a coward for backing out and immediately blames him for bringing up her family out of nowhere. The rest of the students wonder if a fight is about to break out. Hajin explains that he isn't participating because of his bullets. They could cause serious injuries in a training session, and he doesn't want to be a part of that. Non takes this comment as a mark of condescension, only becoming more infuriated with him. The training instructor arrives just in time to interrupt their argument. He roars at Non for trying to fight with Cadet Kim Hajin, especially since he's the only student without a training weapon. Considering the potential risks and injuries involved, Hajin is strictly prohibited from training with the other students. Non storms off in anger, leaving Hajin to realize that it may be far too late to issue an apology at this point. I mean, what he did was a stupid move as the author, but nothing can be done now. Hajin emphasizes that he has a different priority in mind. That's why he's been training like hell to get even stronger, as evident by the bruises on his hand. That priority is none other than killing Non's older brother, which is also why apologizing to her seems like a fruitless case. If he gets close to her now, it's going to ruin everything between them later, and cause Non an even worse betrayal. The scene cuts from there and transitions to another club orientation. Many students have gathered here. The club president is Yun Han, who leads the Verity Study Club. He outlines the main goal of their club, to conduct monster analysis and specialized in tactics research. Their aim is to meet together and engage in active discussions regarding monsters. While he gives his orientation speech, many students are simply charmed by his presence and allure. This charismatic figure has a unique ability to capture everyone's attention without fail. But it's all a facade, and the only one who knows this is the author. Hajin internalizes that Han is using the power of a demon. He circles back to the first half of the story, which involves the institution cube as its center stage. Various events like peanut disappearances and monster invasions are supposed to occur at this level. And this guy, Han, the club president, is actually a slick bastard who manipulates events from behind the scenes. His looks are just deceiving. Han is responsible for forming a pact with the demon Lilith, and in exchange he earns her powers of enchantment. He became a fiend because of Han's true dark objectives. Hajin explains that he joined the study club for a reason. Among the cadets, Yuna seems to also be unfazed by Han's charming appearance. The club president decides to showcase the students part of their usual routine and how they conduct analysis. A hologram of the upper intermediate monster called Asterisk Monster Tyrann Asterisk is brought up on stage. This monster first appeared right out of the explosive event that caused the invasion of towers and dungeons in their world. Until now, it has remained undefeated. Han highlights that any information regarding the higher tier monsters is critical and invaluable to the institution. This helps them make plans to subjugate monsters. More so, by just acquiring information about a monster's vital points, they can sell it for billions. A playful Han decides to pick his target from the audience and asks Yana for her opinion regarding the creature's vital points. Yana, what do you think? Where do you think its vital points are? He asks. Yana counters, its vital points haven't even been discovered. And she's right. But Hyven still thinks her opinion would be valued, as that is what they do as a fun activity at the club. As his closing note, the club president invites them to attend the after-party to share their opinions regarding creatures' vital points. With the speech settled, Hajin approaches Yana, asking if she's interested in going. In response, she's just casually ignored. Hajin tries again, but this time he shouts at her to get her attention. Jeva stops to confirm that she will attend the after-party, as it might help her gather some useful information. Figuring out her intentions, Hajin blurts out, "Are you going to use that information to lead your future assault team in your guild?" This remark catches Yana's attention. The Straits of Essence Guild is a powerhouse with a rich history. When the monsters first emerged from the gates 50 years ago, Yana's clan founded the guild, which is why it remains one of the most influential guilds in the entire country. Hajin further impresses and shocks Yana with his sharp knowledge of her guild's dealings. In recent times, the Vice Guild Master has been the highlight of the guild, to the point that he's threatening to take over the position of successor, replacing Yana herself. Hajin questions if that's her main goal, attending the after-party to acquire information. Knowing that he's still beating around the bush, Janet inquires about his intentions. Hajin surprisingly offers her the deal of her life. He's willing to throw in the mountain tyrant's weakness. His sudden offer swindles her and catches her off guard. Hajin thinks it's just necessary on his part since Yana has to prove to her guild that she's really serious about her business and capable of leading the guild. Hajin explains that there's a small blue mark hidden on the monster's heel, and prioritizing the attack there will help immobilize the creature momentarily. He further adds that he's not so generous as to hand this information for free, as he's looking to obtain something from Yana's guild, a prized weapon from their essential armory. His weapon of interest is the Desert Eagle. This man is pulling out all of the stops and going full American. At this point, Yana has to check if he's got any proof for the mountain tyrant's weakness, since he should have some notes or documentation backing his research. To this he smiles and bluntly confesses that he doesn't. It's a ridiculous thing to admit and say out of nowhere without any research. Jana's face goes blank because she realizes that he is probably current and wasting her time. She furiously storms off, but Hajin reminds her that she'll regret not using his advice if she thinks he's lying. There's the obvious issue that she might not end up taking his words seriously. But at the same time, if Yana really believes him, he'll have found himself a new ally. What's really funny is that Yana goes outside and contacts one of her guild's handlers. She issues a message for the assault team assigned to take down the mountain tyrant. Stuttering in shame, she tells her team to target the blue mark resting on the creature's heel as it might be its vital point. This confirms that Yana used Hajin's advice on a whim, even though he didn't have any proof. Hajin reflects that he may have made a wise investment because Yana is destined to become the King of Souls someday. Hey, Kim Hajin faces off against his worst villain to date, a loan payment invoice. That's right, playtime's over. This dude just got hit with 300 million. The terror in his eyes is enough to tell you everything. This guy can't even fathom how much he owes. He's at the upper limit for student loans right off the bat. This makes Hajin wonder what kind of miserable things Chunung does in his life to require all that money for himself. Well, his problems have just become even greater. Hajin inspects his bank account balance and realizes that he's left with 3 million to his name. That's a fraction of the amount he owes to the institution for borrowing so much money. At this rate, bro literally has no shot of going back to his real world. Instead, he's going to be stuck here doing jobs until the end of his life just to pay off this humongous debt. Hajin scratches his head and realizes that he needs a job, which is a relatable feeling for some of you watching this video, I hope. Now, in this world, there are two ways to actually make some money, fast and big. The author explains that the first method is through stocks. Bro is out here trying to become the next Warren Buffett. But here's the thing though, since the inception of towers and dungeons, they've been emerging all over the world right now. They are often sought and conquered by the guilds composed of heroes. Now shares of those guilds are often listed on the stock market, allowing those shares to be traded throughout. Hajin's got the knowledge of all the guilds that are going to be listed. Once again, he's the author, so he knows this kind of stuff for no reason. The real issue is that he's got to acquire some level of capital to invest in the stocks, which means it's not going to be an immediate goal for now. The second option is the field, which Hajin believes is his only option for now. Field hunting is a unique way of earning money. The field in question is known to be a danger zone filled with monsters. Different from the typical towers and dungeon events, the fields have a large variety of monsters, which you could hunt and earn a fortune from. It's kind of like quest hunting and then selling the corpses of the monsters you just hunted. However, the real obstacle in Hajin's case is really himself. His personal stats are barely better than the average male. So, in his current state, his confidence is wavering. He's unsure whether he could safely head into field hunting with his current skill set. The author reflects that it would normally be quite wasteful to extinguish his story points just to upgrade the training pistol he has. So he wants to find another way of upgrading his weapon or buffing his stats. Suddenly, the door rings and a voice calls out for his name, alerting him that he's received a package from Katie Yana. Remembering her name, Hajin wonders what this could mean, especially since Yana is an AT type meant to engage with him. He opens the door to check things out anyway, and what he finds is a small box. The Kaden opens the box only to be shocked by what he sees. And that's how the scene shifts to the Wonju Field zone of the Gangwon province. Kim Hae-jin made his way at his first field hunting event by traveling through the portals. Donning a rather clean outfit, he received best wishes from the receptionist and internalized how cadets were well respected no matter where they went. He headed outside the portal station and into the Gangwon province. This part of the province was usually considered a low-danger area. It had quickly risen to fame and attracted tourism from many adventurers traveling from other countries, earning the province its newest moniker, the International Metropolis. One man shouted his request, "I'm looking for a party member specializing in magic so I can enter Cheok Mountain." There were many people just like him, and Hajin calmly breezed through the crowd, observing what they were doing. He saw one of the employees confirming the defeat of 3 hobgoblins. Seeing this, Hajin realized it might be profitable for him to sell the monster loot through an agency, as it would make the process smoother. He began scouting the area for an agent when suddenly a man called to him from behind. This man seemed to have sensed Hajin's goal and asked, "Do you want to hunt monsters?" The cadet confirmed and learned that this man, who was introducing himself as Nurse Service Rec, was actually an agent. He shows his business card to prove his identity. Hajin wasn't expecting him to be so anxious, however. Suddenly, the author reads the name of the agency on the business card. It's led by Park Soo-hyuk. This guy is the big shot who will one day become Suo's personal agent. Which means, while he may be nervous now, he's certainly got the skills to recruit the best of the best. He will become the CEO of Korea's top leading agency eventually. And it's strange enough that Hajin is running into him so early in the story. Right now, he's inexperienced and new, which is why Soo-hyuk is acting the way he does. Hajin takes special intrigue in their agency and extends his hand. He's ready to have himself recruited by them. In his mind, Hajin knows this is just the start of the story. So many characters have yet to uncover their full potential and bloom into the people they're supposed to be. He's basically investing in people right now, forming early connections. A sudden thought comes to his mind. Since this guy is supposed to be Suo's agent in the future, Hajin wonders if stealing him is really the right thing to do in this situation. A little while later, as they're making their way to the monster zone, Hajin asks if the agent is doing well on his own. We then see that this dude is just exhausted, like he's never done this much cardio in his life. He's probably on the verge of having a heart attack, which makes sense since cadets are physically stronger than agents, who usually use vehicles to track them. As they approach the danger zone, the agent spots a bunch of hobgoblin tracks. Hobgoblins aren't the hardest to beat, and a pair of them can lump nearly 400,000 won, so it's a good offer according to the agent. However, that kind of money is still not enough. Hajin reflects that only one of his mana bullets cost a whopping 200,000 won, which is way more expensive than he would like. So, he's looking forward to earning something more than just striking down a bunch of goblins. Fixing his sights on a target, Hajin points to a boar monster just below the cliff and asks, would hunting it be fine? The agent immediately becomes worried, since this is a steel boar, a monster known to be immune to bullets. They're not strong or sharp enough to penetrate its skin. Hajin takes his words unseriously and happily goes ahead without a care in the world. In response, the agent is literally left speechless. Since from his point of view this is like signing your own death wish, Hajin emphasizes that he carries a pretty solid gun on him. Bro is literally saying his strap can put down anyone. More importantly, there's a reason he's so confident. Hajin just received a new gift from Yana in exchange for the precious information he traded. Lo and behold, this man pulls out the Desert Eagle in all of its glory. This beautifully lethal gun is further assisted with a brand new feature that he added by spending a few extra story points in the mix. The agent is against provoking the boar and warns our boy to be careful. But Hajin is pretty daring and doesn't give a damn. He locks in the target and releases a single explosive shot. That one shot literally cuts past the monster like a precise laser beam, putting it down in an instant. The sudden kill shot shocks the agent as he falls down in disbelief. The system informs him about the special feature that Hajin added. Every time he marks a kill with his weapon, its destructive power amplification is doubled. Do you know how insane that is? This man is going to become unstoppable with that ability. Hajin is quite satisfied with what he pulled off with his new weapon. Seeing Hajin's exceptional weapon as well as his shooting skills, the agent is left impressed. The boy has little time to accept the compliment and merely targets his next kill before releasing a powerful shot. The agent questions what he killed this time around. Hajin explains, I saw a black pelican from afar and decided to shoot it down. It's amazing to the agent that he can see this far with such accuracy to the point he could shoot things in the air. Kim Hajin confirms with confidence in his abilities, playfully remarking, I have evil eyes after all. He tells the agent, I'll go down the cliff to take care of the monsters. The agent runs after him in a hurry. With the black pelican down as well as a steel boar, they've acquired 2 heavy monsters back to back. Hajin asks, do you think I'm capable of safely transporting them back? So Helk explains it would be rather convenient to pay the dispatch fee and call the logistics crew. He even calculates a budget for the amount they'll receive after taxes. Hajin is simultaneously impressed by his keen attention to detail, which will soon become the agent's reason for national fame. He shakes Hajin's hand in confidence, and the two of them hope to work together. Extending their partnership in the future, Agent recalls Hajin mentioning that it was his first experience in field hunting. From that, he wants to know how the boy is going to spend his money once he receives it. Like a true businessman, Hajin expresses, I'm going to buy stocks, completely shattering the man's expectations with his answer. The fledgling guild, Packhorse Masters, was originally founded by a demonic human or fiend. In the original story, they'd play a big role. Sitting at his laptop in his room, Hajin reflects that the guild isn't the thing that should be worrying him. It's rather the upcoming dungeon assault. In the main story, the Packhorse Masters Guild raids the Devil's Lair dungeon. Right after this raid, the stock prices of the guild go crazy, climbing by nearly 1,000%. That's why he's happily investing his money and buying your stocks early, so he can reap the benefits of the boom later. It's the easiest and most efficient way to make money after all, thanks to his foresight about the future. Spending $3 million, he completes the purchase and wonders if there's some other place he can find information regarding stocks. Hajin couldn't figure out much on the internet forums, so he thinks a sketchy website like the Violet Haze might be of some use to him instead. Come to think of it, Hajin remembers something. He remembers the masked Syndicate, who became responsible for playing the part of the main villains in the second half of the story. Just like their name, they're a criminal organization with very little information about its members. However, since he's the author of the novel, he knows their exact identities as well as their hideout. Hajin figures that he might be the only one in the world who knows about them. While these guys are nasty criminals on their own, they still view humans as if they're even worse. Hajin wonders if he can strengthen his connection with the leader of the masked Syndicate, which would somehow help him take down Chai Jin-yun someday, when he is resurrected as a demonic human. Figuring out his options, Hajin believes that there should be a vacancy in the organization, meaning he has a chance to act. As he's conducting his search, the laptop screen suddenly shuts off, surprising Kim Hajin as he draws his face near in worry. This is a terrible thing that's happened to him. The laptop was his only way of returning to his previous world. Losing it would set him back immensely. Fortunately, it turns back on, relieving him to some degree. 1 whole month has passed since he got into this world. The laptop is receiving a sudden update. Bro was hit with a Microsoft update and nearly collapsed, thinking he'd lose his work. Anyway, let's cut to another scene. At a restaurant, a couple is sitting by themselves, attracting the attention of the people. It's the disinterested John Hawk and the delighted Yan Ha. John Hawk starts the talk, expressing his annoyance. I don't want to take part in polite and noble meetings like this, he mutters. Jana pokes fun at him. You're only gaining benefits from partaking in this meeting. After all, he's talking to someone who is destined to lead society one day. She asks about his grades and learns that he's doing just okay. How are your grades? She inquires. Just fine, he responds, a little distracted. Yanha mocks him for not pursuing first place. Second place again, she teases. But the thing is, John Hawk believes his grades are just okay, specifically because he's in second place. Bro is winning, but has really high standards for himself. Interrupting their meet and greet comes an unexpected guest. It's the dazzling Non, John Hawk's crush. This guy literally springs up from his chair and breaks his personality just to gain her attention. Seeing him jump up like that with so much interest, Jana can't help but laugh. You're really something, huh? She says. Turns Yana off since she really likes him. John Hawk checks on Non and asks, are you doing all right? Non expresses, I'm fine, but as their bickering continues, Yana grows irritated at being ignored. Suddenly, Non brings up Kim Hae-jin's name, catching Yana's attention. Yana turns to Non and inquires, what about him? The girl explains, during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, there were only 3 cadets. One of them just so happened to be Hajin. The demonic human got the better of them and crushed both Zhu Hubble and me. We couldn't beat him until one man stepped in out of the blue. Kim Hajin annihilated the fiend's hand with his shot, Non continues. I was there bearing witness to the impossible. I couldn't believe he pulled that off with a training pistol. It made me wonder about his real motives. Yana falls into deep thought when Non decides to ask more about him. She wants to know what Yana thinks of the guy, especially since they were teamed up together during their first training. The girl flinches before responding. It turns out Yana had done a background check on Kim Hajin because of her own suspicions. She learned that he's just an orphan who joined the Cube and owes a staggering debt of 300 million. But apart from that basic information, it's not like she knows anything out of the blue about him. What's more, she can't figure out how he came to know about the Mountain Tyrant's vital point, something that not even the top researchers or analysts knew at the time. Yan remembers trying to ask him how he knew. He was being a stubborn hard-ass about it and refused to elaborate. That's why she wanted to investigate him. Yona thinks he's going to become a useful asset to the guild one day. Yana expresses that she first thought of him as an unremarkable person. She collects her thoughts and reasons that his attacks in the training round weren't nearly strong enough to take down an entire fiend's arm just like that. So, based on that information, she deduces that he must be hiding a secret ace card, something he keeps hidden from others. Nan whispers an interesting suggestion that Kim Hajin might actually be a fish human himself. This suggestion, coming from her, baffles both Yang and Yana in place. Even the purple-haired brat has a hard time believing a fiend would kill another fiend just like that. Nan can't figure out what, but she knows there's something weird going on with Kim. Speaking of which, Hajin's laptop is acting weird and is close to reaching a 100% update. Suddenly, he senses a warm sensation emerging from his wrist. The pain becomes sharper, and blood splotches begin appearing on his sleeve. Hajin panics as his wrist burns with painful sensations. The newest update is creating a stigma representing the creator's authority. Every time he increases his influence and the story point level evolves, his mark will evolve as well. The magic contained within the mark could be deployed whenever necessary. After using it once, it will replenish in 24 hours. Hajin experiences headaches and pains throughout his body. It's as if information is flooding inside his brain, and he has no way of resisting it. Back at the restaurant, Yeonhak slams his palm on the table, irritated to find Nan upset by Hajin's recent actions. During this time, Hajin can barely even stand and collapses to the ground. Jumping back to Nan, she can't help but remember those cruel words uttered by Kim Hajin. Nan confirms that she really doesn't like him at all. Hajin rests unconscious. His body gives up on him, and we see the stigma mark that he received from the latest update. The laptop receives a sudden notification for him. A new ability has been added to his observation and reading gift, enhancing its effects. Let's go to the Association Tower in Seoul. You see, right after the incident at the National Museum, Soo, Nan, and Hajin were involved in the fight and received certificates of commendation for their amazing deed. Their efforts were recognized for their service to the city. Kim Hajin's wrist still throbs in pain from what happened yesterday. He's better now, but the pain is noteworthy. What's more, he's yet to figure out what its purpose is. Kim Hajin has the unfortunate encounter of sitting next to Nan, who is madly pissed at him. She tells him to shut the hell up, even when he didn't say a damn word. Nan is so annoyed by his mere existence that she can't handle him next to her. Hajin curiously asks if she's yet to have forgotten something he did. Then he reminds her that on that very day, he also saved her damn life with his powers. Nan is a little frustrated to hear this coming from him, but it's not like he isn't speaking the truth. She lashes out at him, which invites Suho to stop their banter. He even offers Nan to switch seats to help her out. But this stubborn ass doesn't want to do that either. After a long argument, she manages to switch seats with Suho, who sits next to Hajin and prepares himself for a talk. He thanks Kim Hajin for saving their lives, something our boy clearly wasn't expecting them to admit. Suho confirms that without his intervention, they would have lost that fight. So he became their saving grace and earned their gratitude. But our boy is a chill guy. He thinks they could have won anyway, even if he didn't intervene. See, if Hajin wasn't around to save their skin, it's likely that Suho would have pulled out his plot armor and evolved to a greater level of power just to take down the threat. That's the literal point of the protagonists in the story. After all, each time they're faced with danger, they always get back up and get stronger. The scene switches to the auditorium, where one of the most prominent heroes in the entire world is making his entrance. Donning long hair with a notable outfit filled with dragons, the man walks with a confident yet disinterested stride, commenting on how useless his current task is. This man is Yu Shiuk, a top-tier hero ranked 37th in the association. In his dominant presence, the entire crowd falls silent. Everyone can sense the strong aura emanating from him. This marks the beginning of the award ceremony, where Nan, Suho, and our boy Hajin await their moment. The awardees are called to step onto the stage. These three cadets are selected for their honorable acts in service to the city. The awards are granted by Shahak, one of the most notable heroes in the association, who is there to bless the cadets for their brilliant actions in exterminating a demonic threat and saving the lives of innocents in the city. First, Shahak addresses Suho and hands him the reward. He sees promise in Suho's powers and comments that he's a talent worth recruiting. Suho is granted the honorable certificate just when Shahak makes a crazy offer to him. "You should forget the association," Shahak says, "totally and completely. Start working for me as a hunter for the Forsaken Plains Guild." He adds, "The role of a hero is plain and boring, filled with responsibility, something I don't value at all." However, the confident boy declines the offer, content with his decision to become a hero despite Shahak's words. Shiok feels like he just had the fun reaped out of him and moves on to his next cadet. In the presence of Shahuk, Non seems to be flustered because he recognizes the girl. Turns out this dude is actually her master. Well, that's what Non would like to believe. In truth, Shiok doesn't really see her as a student at all. It's just that her father begged him to train her, and that's how they got to this point. His disappointing yet blunt truth kills her enthusiasm and makes our boy happy, because this asterisk deserves to be humbled a little. And then comes the final Knet. Shahuk seems to really like Hajin right off the bat, because he doesn't recognize this plain-looking kin at all. The first question he asks is who he is, because that's how insignificant and plain he seems. Hajin describes the situation by comparing it to indifference. It's as if his presence is being completely ignored because Shahuk doesn't pay him any attention, unlike the others. The award ceremony concluded just like that, as boring as that sounds. Kate Non is the first student to be asked about her thoughts after receiving her award. Well, after the ceremony, our boy is the happiest he has ever been. He just received 15 hopping millions of the prize money for the fiend extermination. It's great because he's going to eat everything he's got to cover that 300 million. He sits by himself and decides how he'll invest the rest of the money. His interest is in buying more stocks from the guild. In the meantime, he's dying to inspect the new features his laptop received right after the painful update. Upon opening his laptop, he sees a message notifying him about the updated functions. The first is the Stigma mark he received. The second is the internet activation. The last one is the Tome of Truth added to his observation and reading skills. The Stigma mark is related to what happened to his left arm, but there's almost little to no description provided on it. It just tells him he can use magic whenever needed. While it does say that, Hajin is having a difficult time figuring out how to activate his ability. Just as he's thinking about the activation, the mark forms a crest, signifying that it is about to activate. Scared that he might blow something up here, Hajin wants to take these risks back at the dorm where no one else can see him. It's going to be troublesome if someone spots him after all. The second update is regarding internet activation. Hajin hovers his cursor over the button and clicks on it. After a brief pause, the screen redirects him to a bunch of different websites, like Law-Abiding Spirit, Violent Haze, Jeremy's Sword, and some others. Not only is he getting free access to normal websites, but he's also getting the restricted websites for free. Of all the websites he sees, the most important one is Violet Haze, which has everything he needs. It's the most famous of all the membership websites, serving as a place to trade critical information, weapons, rewards, requests, and much more. There are only a few heroes who don't use this site. Because of that, the government has decided to turn a blind eye to the underground trading. There's a crazy access fee that must be paid just to access this website. In our boy's case, all he needs to do is spend 200 of his precious story points. He makes the purchase to create his account for the time being, and just as he's thinking about connecting to a particular page, someone calls for him. It's the beautiful Suna, and the vice captain has caught him. She knows that Hajin knows about her identity, and she also remembers how he is the only person who disappeared from the ceremony a while ago. She came here specifically to hand in the card of their guild, the Holy Grace of God. This wasn't just any deal, as even Hajin believed earning this card was a major accomplishment. Suna had a lot of important questions to ask him, so she sat down, wondering if he'd be willing to entertain her with them. Of course, Hajin already suspected that she might be interested in scouting him. So she sat down and asked, "Are you prepared to help me out with my questions?" Normally, Sei appeared to be the kindest when represented in the media, but in reality, she had a different side. Even the best talents were kicked around when it came to her. She only cared about the best of the best, dealing in absolutes, leaving behind anyone who was unnecessary or unimportant. That was the true personality of the Vice Guild Master Shunga. Forming a connection with her at this stage would be crucial to Hajin's success in the upcoming events. Before she even had a chance to speak further, Hajin cut her off coldly, stating, "I've got nothing good to tell you." After facing this rejection, Suna did her best to clarify. She wanted to tell him that she was the one expressing a key interest in him. She reminded him, "I'm the Vice Guild Master of Korea's top guild." Hajin seems to acknowledge her position in ranking, but he's dismissive of it because he knows she came here for personal reasons. He knows for a fact that Suna is only here because she reviewed the footage of him using the light attribute shot. It's not like she's genuinely interested in recruiting him right now. Instead, she wants to satiate her curiosity with a bunch of questions. That's why this dude is playing hard to get to make himself seem like he's got everything going for him. This way, he's going to swindle her emotions and eventually earn her actual interest, rather than the fickle curiosity she has right now. He pulls out a power move and states that he's going to take his leave immediately, shocking the heck out of Sun Shunga. Back to reviewing his Stigma ability, more information about its use becomes available. When his total story points exceed a certain threshold, his attention score will increase by 1 level, and another stroke will be added to this mark. It also makes it clear that Hajin can activate its power whenever he desires. After using it once, it will be replenished within 24 hours. To test his newest ability, Hajin concentrates its focus on forming a dagger via his magic. All of a sudden, the mark forms for him a mythical blade out of nowhere. The dagger is the real deal. Hajin moves it around, and it feels like it's ready to be used at once. The thing about magic is that it's a stat influenced by one's innate talent and knowledge. Since Hajin popped into this world without any explanations about his background, he naturally assumed he wouldn't be capable of handling magic at all. But he's happy that he's found a way to use magic in his own way through the Stigma's powers. The last thing he wants to try out is the Tome of Truth, which is supposed to enhance his pre-existing skills of observation and reading. Hajin thinks for a moment and decides to call out the ability's name. The ability triggers his Stigma once more, materializing a book containing the truth. The mystical energy of the book allows Hajin the ability to answer any question, as long as it is within the scope of its magic. Now, how crazy is that? Even the author stops for a second to digest what he just wrote. To check if it's really working, Hajin asked about his height. Turns out, our boy is a short king standing at 174 centimeters, or just over 5'8" in freedom units. Using the Tome of Book consumes 1 story point for every question as a cost. Suddenly, Hajin's smartwatch beeps crazily, calling for a sudden emergency alert from the school. There's a group message coming from someone asking for a student's location. Seeing this red emergency notice, our boy wonders what it's about. He thinks it may have triggered the second major event that is supposed to occur in the main storyline, the serial disappearances of the cadets at the cube. This episode will involve the disappearance of 6 cadets, vanishing out of nowhere. The culprit responsible for the act is meticulous, covering their tracks, leaving behind not a single trace. The investigations are all useless, causing the numbers to rise as if they are all trapped in an endless game. Hajin remarks that this episode is important because the perpetrator's final target is supposed to be none other than Yu Yeona herself. Now even Hajin knows that things would get troublesome for him if the co-author interfered in this part of the story, editing in changes that could threaten to remove one of the main characters, just like at the museum incident. Our boy takes matters into his own hands to catch the criminal, but thinks that even that would be proven fruitless, since his needless interference will disrupt the course of the story forever. All he can do for the meantime is simply wait and observe, letting the story unfold. The scene switches to the training center the next day. Suho is replenishing himself with water when one of his friends points to a scene just up ahead. While Hajin is attempting to work out and enhance his physical strength, a group of annoying bullies come over to tease him and disrupt his workout. They call him a loser for being unable to lift a simple weight, despite being enrolled at the prestigious institution. They even suspect that he must have bribed his way inside. Suho tries to help him out, driven by his strong sense of justice, but his friend grabs him and pulls him away. Suho can't believe that the class rep, Yonghan, isn't doing anything to stop those guys, but Yonghan explains that it's clear from those delinquents' behavior that Hajin has somehow gotten on the bad side of Jongha, which is why any involvement would label Suho as a target too. There's also a possibility that these guys are faking the situation to test his reaction. Suho can't believe what he's hearing, but Yonghan thinks that a guy who shattered the demonic human's arm couldn't possibly be afraid of dealing with a bunch of amateurs all by himself. He's of the opinion that Hajin deliberately hides his true strength, but this theory has proven ridiculous pretty quickly because our boy cannot, for the life of him, lift that barbell. He's just struggling out here before giving up. Even the losers think that he's just pathetic. Yonghan is starting to believe that luck may have been on his side. This fake ass switched sides so quickly. Anyway, Suho ignores him and rushes to save Hajin. The rest of the cadets quickly realize that a fight is about to break out, and Non is eavesdropping too. Once again, their instructor comes out, roaring like an angry dad. He's pissed that they're making a mockery out of their training session. The instructor tells the students to gather around so their scores for the quiz can be revealed. The sheet will be put on the wall so everyone can view the results in groups. The cadets come around, checking the board, and realize that a ton of them were annihilated in the quiz. In that very same quiz, only one student's name is at the top. It's none other than Kim Hajin, the same annoyance who couldn't even lift a simple barbell earlier. Rachel and Jonghak are respectively second and third. I mean, Hajin isn't surprised by this outcome, since he practically knows about everything in the story he authored himself. Upon seeing her result, a girl's rapier slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. This was Rachel, the British princess who ranked third in the admissions. There was one remarkable thing about her. She had never placed second in any written exam. That was why scoring second this time left her completely taken aback. She stared at Hajin as though she had just witnessed something unbelievable. Hajin, too, was stunned, unsure of what to say. Let's go back to when Rachel was first accepted into Q with her brilliant results. At the time, her attendants were concerned for her, fearing she might soon have to stand alongside some of the world's top hero candidates. Moreover, everyone in her class would be Korean, meaning she might have no one she could truly relate to. Rachel was fine with that. She felt no anxiety, only the desire to meet the expectations placed on her for the honor of the royal family. But today, she felt an unprecedented mix of disappointment and defeat. It was as if she had failed to meet the expectations of her people. In class, the teacher reviewed Hajin's paper, specifically praising his brilliance in presenting a fresh perspective on phenomenological analysis. He's even been given a special mention to be followed as an academic weapon. Now Rachel knows that the subject of phenomenology isn't just any easy subject to master. She doesn't even think it's possible for her to close the gap before midterms come around. This aloof and lost boy, Kim Hajin, is finessing her, even though he doesn't pay any attention to his lectures. Burning with inspiration and an aching desire to know how he studies, Rachel takes a wider interest in him. At the information office, our boy is digging up a bunch of his queries. He's finally acquired the Tome of Truth to answer all of his problems. It should help him out. Thanks to this new shiny ability, he can learn about anything in this world, or whatever gaps of knowledge he has at the cost of spending just a bunch of his story points, especially since he has nothing going for him right now and wouldn't really make a profit. Hajin is hoping for things to get better eventually. He goes to complete age of registration, and from here, he wants to use some of his precious story points to take care of the rest. Let's talk about the second major event that's going to happen in the story. Right after it happens, the institution's position as a place of security and authority is put under fire by the people. It is no longer considered a safe zone. The thing is, even with his current powers, Hajin believes he's too weak to solo a fiend all by himself. However, he has been getting a ton of story points after Jongha got annoyed with him and sent his little goons. That's turning into his benefit, working things out for the guy. Hajin wants to spend some of the points to ensure his survival for what's to come in the future. The first area of interest is increasing his weapon buffs. Since he has the Desert Eagle handgun with him, he wants to add a convertible function to the gun, allowing it to become a sniper rifle. Now, I don't know about you, but a handgun transforming into a sniper rifle just sounds cool as hell. Hajin wonders if he's doing a little overkill with this feature, but he still ultimately decides to spend 250 story points for the added function. Right in that moment, his gun warps and takes the form of a beautiful gold sniper rifle, reflecting its changes. Even Hajin is impressed by the skill, but he thinks it's too flashy for a gun and will draw a lot of attention. So he reverts it back to its handgun state for now. Next, his focus is to create a technique that's going to help him out. He has 3 slots to work things out. What differentiates the supernatural and magic-based powers called abilities from techniques is that they're considered honed physical skills that are acquired instead of given. Arguably, the most important skill for a ranged weapon user's survival is prioritizing any successful elimination by positioning themselves in the top advantage. So right now, the technique Hajin is hoping to acquire is related to getting him the ideal position to avoid any mishaps in the future. He types away at his laptop, auditing the technique's skills. At last, the technique's properties are there for him to use. It's a skill he decided to call parkour, and it helps him become an agile monster throughout the field. This will ensure that he keeps moving and doesn't stay stuck in one place, exposing his position. For this effect, 350 points have been consumed. But strangely, our boy doesn't seem to feel anything different in his body. He's at least confident that he scored some changes, even though he doesn't feel them. Suddenly, his smartwatch receives a notification. It's a group message, and this time, people are looking for Sun, the girl who has become the second victim of the perpetrator from within the institution. Hajin explains that the students who disappeared before Yana were actually murdered by the culprit in cold blood. This means the moment they disappear, they're as good as gone. Since he's the author, he knows about this dangerous, mysterious villain acting from behind the scenes. He also knows the people who will be involved in the disappearances. Faced with this morally gray situation, Hajin wonders if he should really be turning a blind eye to what's happening right now for the sake of the story and his personal benefit. That's an interesting question, though. Tell me what you guys would have done in the comments below. Would you be pragmatic or ethical? These kinds of thoughts are weighing heavily on the author, who is trapped in a tough situation with no right answers. The scene shifts to the outdoor training ground under the cube's premises. The instructor leads the announcement for each cadet and explains that they're going to be part of a special practical training session. The cave they see just up ahead is actually called an artificial dungeon and was created thanks to the magical wonders of magic tech. This place is inhabited by illusions of real monsters. So, in a way, it's the best form of training possible to prepare the cadets to fight against real monsters in the future. That's why the cadets will be participating in a mock dungeon assault mission today. However, The instructor intently reminds them that they shouldn't take the exercise lightly just because it's training, or it may come at a cost to them. The thing about the artificial dungeon is that it's immense in size, which is why the two groups, Varadas and Cultural, will work together in order to effectively dismantle it. One team from each unit will merge to form an assault team to tackle the dungeon. The instructor tells them to make their own teams from here on out. There's countless chatter of the students trying to link up and communicate with each other so they can form teams. Among them is also Team 8, consisting of our boy Hajin and the rest of his allies, Yana, Hazuki, and Hozun. From the cultural unit, they have Javen, Jingyu, Sujung, and Ginsha, making it a team of 8 cadets in total. In the artificial dungeon, there are many terrifying traps waiting for them. Some of these traps were deliberately planted by the fiends, which is at least what Hajin suspects. To tackle a possibility of dealing with demonic humans, he's already prepared a bunch of special bullets for them beforehand. But even at this level, Hajin is confident in himself and wonders if he's going to survive this practical training event. Suddenly, the system begins roaring out a warning, informing him about the discrepancy caused in the story. This is troublesome for the author, especially since he won't know what those changes are. The worst part is that 3 aspects of the story have been altered in one event. So, it's definitely cautioning Hajin, who doesn't know what's going on or who's causing such alterations to occur. As the teams are gathering up, Hajin's biggest worry is that he doesn't know about the changes. While he's completely lost in thought, Kim Soo-ho's teammate Yuna from the culture unit mocks him for being a dumbass and not paying attention to the instructor. The system informs him about Yuna's temper rising. At the same time, Yana gets to meet Jaden from the cultural team, but she doesn't share the dude's enthusiasm and has a dead look on her face. The system informs that Jaden's growth potential has also increased based on this interaction. Lastly, Nan interacts with a specific cadet that she's seen around at the hunting club. The cadet introduces himself as Sven, donning a beautiful pair of blue eyes and a charming smile. He's paired up with her, but for some reason, his mental breakdown is only worsening. This also means he is highly susceptible to becoming a demon puppet during the raid. Hajin is just baffled, listening to these story changes popping up from out of nowhere. He is deeply troubled since they're going to impact the story to a significant amount. The author fixates his attention on the 2 characters that he has to keep a sharp eye on. The first of them is Jaden from Team 8, since he's supposed to be a delinquent type character with a bully-like personality. While he possesses the qualities of a fine cadet, what's really bothering Hajin are the growth potential points he's receiving from out of nowhere. Jaden politely introduces the rest of his team, Jingyu, Sujun, and Ginsha. From Yoda's side, she does the same, but she tends to misremember our boy's name, causing him annoyance. It's funny because I think she called him Lee Hajin just to mess with him. Back to his thoughts, Hajin focuses on what he should do regarding his second topic of interest, Sven. This dude is actually on a government scholarship since he's considered an elite candidate hero from Germany. There's only one detail to note about this guy, and it's the fact that he's got the hots for Nan. Is it me, or does everybody just like Nan? Someone needs to check if she made a contract with the Demon of Enchantment. Anyway, like the rest of the international students at the institution, Sven came with the purpose of attaining glory and reaching the very heights of success. But that remains an unfulfilled dream for him, especially when talents like Nan, Soo-ho, and even Yana are in the picture as the main characters. Seeing their monstrous and brilliant abilities, Sven became lost and mentally torn. He had never felt true inferiority and humbling defeat before coming to the institution. His insecurities got the better of him, which is why in his mad pursuit for power, Sven sells his soul in exchange for ultimate strength. Well, those are the details the author wrote that he's confident about. The real problem is that his transformation is going to happen during the raid. It has moved forward in the timeline, and while he's hoping it doesn't have much of an impact, Hajin is still worried. His thoughts are crushed by Jaden's sudden greeting. Jaden squeezes his shoulder and reminds him not to get lost in his thoughts. Hajin snaps away his arm to push him off. Jaden is too quick to denote him as a scumbag and thinks the rumors about him must all be true. Hearing those words, Hajin internalizes that his reputation is at an all-time low right now. A particular rumor has taken effect in the Orbis unit, causing many people to set their sights on him. The rumors are that he's using his status as a cadet to intimidate others, but it's one of those rumors that are manufactured out of nowhere to talk trash about a person. It's pretty clear who made the rumors, though, since Hajin knows it's definitely related to Jongha and his lackey. Seeing his so-called friends, Hajin is a little upset that Hazuki and Hosing aren't even stepping in to help him out, despite being on the same team. Anyway, the order of the teams is decided, and they'll start entering from Team 1. In the meantime, Jaden tries to chat up Yeana in an attempt to rile her up. He goes on talking about how their teams are a mix-up of being overpowered right now. They even trash talk Hajin for being dead weight, which is just funny. It's like all the haters gathered in one team, and their victim is poor Hajin. At last, it's time for Team 8 to enter the dungeon. They pull up inside. Seeing the artificial cave in all its glory, they walk together, exploring the dungeon, with Javen being the most confident, leading ahead. Suddenly, they reach a place with many paths. A curious, Yana wonders which path will be the most effective to take. Javen explains, "We always have Jing Yu, a ranged weapons user, to rely on." Hajin breaks his silence and out of the blue suggests, "Let's explore route number 6. His sudden interruption annoys Jaden a lot, but strangely, Yana seems to trust her gut and actually accepts his suggestion. Her sudden approval surprises Hajin. While she calls him useless in front of the group, she can't help but admit, "You've got a good pair of eyes on you." Hajin is a little upset. "She drags my name through the mud just to give me a compliment," he thinks. He's okay with it, as long as they can meet Non down the same route. The thing about Sven is that he might really end up making a pact with the demon lurking inside the cave. That's why the burden will fall on Non, and she's going to have a tough time dealing with him alone. If she falls right now, the rest of the story will be in shambles, since her character is crucial to forwarding the plot. She's an invaluable piece that can't be lost. They enter past 6, but Jaden is still a jealous by calling Hajin an attention seeker. Our boy doesn't care about the insults. He simply chooses to focus on the monsters ahead. The rest of the cadets can't see a thing in the dark, but Hajin seems to be fine. He spots a salamander in the near distance. He also thinks it might be some kind of dungeon switch, which could reveal new properties about the dungeon. Worried, Jing Yu thinks he should try shooting a light arrow and check things out for everyone. With Yana's approval, he prepares a shot and releases it, carving a path of light just ahead. To everyone's shock, there is indeed a salamander monster up ahead. Jaden is stunned, while Yan alerts everyone to get into battle position. "We need to strike this down." Hajin, on the other hand, is anticipating something before making his move. Yana brings out her signature whip weapon and takes on the battle head-on. She unleashes her strong whip, aimed at the beast, interrupting its charged attack from its mouth. I'm not going to lie, this dude looks like a Pokemon. With its mouth restricted, Hazuki and the other melee fighters pounced in to crush the monster with their powerful attacks. Max, since it's only a hologram, they defeat it rather easily, suffering little to no consequences from the fight. Yona hears the rumbling sound and realizes that the dungeon is transforming after the monster's defeat. The electric charge coming from her whip is observed by Hajin, who is impressed that she has already awakened her Eve of Awakening power. Just as they're about to move, Hajin trips on a pebble and crashes on top of Yona from behind. At the same time, a sharp projectile swiftly misses them by a hair's breadth, which would have hit if he hadn't stumbled just now. Both of them hit the ground in a hard crash. Hajin's face is sweating bullets because he knows he's dead now. Yona tries to ignore his bullshit act and attempts to brush him off for a moment, but then she gets fired up and wants to beat him up. As she's preparing to attack, the rest of their teammates point to the arrow that nearly killed them just now. It's in this moment that Hajin realizes that when they stumble, they had actually avoided a lethal poison arrow. The scene cuts to Sven, who has been injured by one of these arrows, and begs Non to leave him behind. Carrying his heavy-ass weight, Non shouts at him to shut up if he can't run. She still can't believe what happened earlier. An arrow from out of nowhere came flying and hit Sven from behind. She couldn't believe that it was part of their training, so she made a run for it, especially since this was an artificial dungeon where situations like these weren't supposed to happen. Now let's explore the giant-ass demon she's trying to escape from. This Lava Golem is like a mini Godzilla chasing after Non. No wonder she's pissed at Sven for yapping while being injured. The artificial cave has its training underway for the cadets. They're busy fighting the fire salamanders, which shoot beams from their mouths. Hajin's team is defending against them pretty well, especially the cultural unit. They defend and counterattack with long-range weapons. The same goes for Hajin and Yona, who are swiftly cleaning up the mess with ease. Jaden is having fun slicing down monsters on his own. This back-to-back fight seems like an easy victory for our heroes. They haven't faced a really difficult monster so far since they're nothing more than fodder. A heart for the poisonous arrow, they don't think they've encountered any traps to watch out for. So they're fine with pushing in and exploring deeper. But something about the poisonous arrow doesn't sit right with the author. He even received a notification about it from the system. He can't believe that these idiots still think the arrow is just a part of training and not an actual threat. Hajin is riddled with so many thoughts when suddenly a strong creeping presence from behind terrifies him. A fully charged salamander is preparing its devastating fire beam, ready to launch at any moment. Hajin is utterly shocked that one of the salamanders survived and wasn't dead after they made sure it was down. The enormous fire blast is released in their path, with Yana and the others standing defenseless. This one attack could annihilate all of them. This is why Hajin intervenes in the battle with his Stigma magic, releasing his one-time usability to cast a water barrier at once. The Stigma magic releases the water barrier, protecting them from the beam's wrath. The beam is powerful, but eventually it fades against the defensive properties of the water barrier, engulfing their team. Finishing up its attack, the salamander crashes as it was its final resort. But what Hajin pulled off just now has shocked the eyeballs of his teammates. Hudzuki and Hosum just don't know what they saw just now. They also didn't believe that the attack from the salamander is so powerful and a part of training. It's the real flame breath at full strength, and while it didn't fully connect with the heroes, it was dangerous. Javen is the only one enraged from the incident and immediately grapples Hajin for hiding his water attribute powers, especially since they needed them a while ago. Hajin tries to play it calm and explains that he's just using an effect of a magic item, but Javen isn't going to buy his excuse. Yana pulls in to break them off. What's troubling them is the fact that they faced a real monster in an artificial dungeon. Yana reasons that the place is supposed to mimic a traditional or normal dungeon, which means it's likely that one of the salamanders evolved in some way or something else caused it to pop up. She doesn't want to focus on the details of that for now because she's confident they'll receive points for taking out a real monster later. Yana leads the group and acts like she doesn't really care about what happened. But in her thoughts, she is much too confident that Hajin is about the magic item excuse. The fact that he couldn't afford the Desert Eagle is proof enough that he couldn't get his hands on a magic item out of nowhere. What's more is that it's specifically a water attribute magic. And while John Hack and Suho seem like candidates to pull that kind of off, a guy like Hajin is just out of the question. Yana connects the weird coincidences involving him so far, such as the Mountain Tyrant's vital point and the fact that he's capable of using magic. She can't figure out why he's going through so much to hide his powers, which reminds her of Nan's initial assumption that he's probably a fish human. Because of her puzzled thoughts and her inability to trust Hajin, Yana has kept a close eye on him. Let's run it back to our girl Nan and see how she's facing her monster. The Manga Megalith is a real threat, an intermediate brain monster that seems unstoppable. They think it's a dungeon boss and even wonder if it's possible to deal with such a monstrosity, especially with a normal team. Their plan is to join forces with the other teams and lead a joint attack. There's the concern that Sven's condition is fragile too. Nan is stumped about the poisonous arrow darting from out of nowhere. She's starting to believe the dungeon is way too challenging for a king at levels training. Sven's condition is shown to be worse than what everyone believes. He feels like the burden of the group for letting everyone down. And with this, his mental condition worsens. He has troublesome thoughts and comes to question his abilities. It tortures him from the inside until one voice decides to take advantage of his crippled state. The voice asks, "Are you seeking strength, especially after everything you've suffered?" It promises to give him exactly what he desires, the strength of his dreams. In exchange, this demonic voice requests that he surrender everything else. Faced with this offer and in his pitiful state, Sven gleefully accepts without thinking about anything else. Just as he accepts, the demonic fiend captures his soul in its trap, causing him whirling pain. He shouts in agony as his body succumbs to the torture. Nan rushes to him, calling out to her party members for help, but all of his screaming has drawn the ugly old Goliath to their location. It stares at them for a casual moment before obliterating the place with its lava. The monster swings its giant fist, crushing everything in its path. The cadets are probably sprinting at athletic speeds, terrified that the damn fist will crush them if they're not fast enough. The monster slams down, sending some of the cadets flying. They're stuck with practically no way out. Even Nan has hit a hard wall just carrying Sven and can't see a way out. Before she can even recover her breath, the horrifying creature pops up with its scary eyes. Now, that's a nightmare right there. No one would want to be Nan right now. The girl can't believe what they're facing and is now convinced that this isn't a dummy. Faced against its wrath, Nan is terrified to admit that they might just die in a place like this, an artificial dungeon. The monster prepares to unleash its attack when one mana bullet comes flying from out of nowhere, striking the monster down and penetrating the top of its head. Nan turns her attention to the shooter who attacked the monster from afar. It's none other than our boy Hajin, who has saved her ass a second time. If she's still ungrateful after this, I swear he better leave her to die. Let's go back a few minutes and see what happened between Yana's team. They ended up hitting a massive wall, annoying Javen because this path was supposed to lead them to the dungeon's boss monster. Hajin confirms that they're still at the right place. In fact, they've never been closer, but he himself didn't anticipate paint the wall just ahead. Instead of fixating on the details of that, Hajin claimed that the monster was lurking right behind. He wanted the group to try and break the wall for him. Javen was pissed that he was the one taking charge of the operations and running the show. Anyway, he still attacked with the full force of his sword. The result? The poor guy experienced a sharp shock because the wall had been infused with strong defensive capabilities. Even an attack infused with magic was fruitless against it. Hazuki noticed something and pointed to the gap just above the wall. Hajin believed they could use the gap to cross over, but Chavin thought it was a ridiculous idea. He believed Hajin was crazy for thinking he could make it out of a 10-meter climb. Realizing that Jaden was a fool who probably couldn't do what he was about to pull off, Hajin decided to go first. He used his parkour technique, strengthening his grip and making himself so agile that he turned and tossed his way up, lunging like an expert until he reached the top. From there, he avoided the group and just dashed away. Right then, the entire group heard a sudden boom coming from the other side. The dungeon was once again experiencing a sudden, unexpected change. Javen doesn't know what's going on, but what they don't know is that the giant lava golem has been wreaking havoc. Inside, Hajin comes to rescue Non. He's pleasantly surprised that the stun properties of his shot just wore off and didn't last long against this creature of bulldozing sides. He calls for Non to run away while she still can instead of sitting idle. Things get worse for our boy since the towering monster just so happens to have found its newest target. Bro's face turns pale as he begs, Non, save me now. Don't run away. Instantly, the group forms up and strikes the lava golem from many angles. But despite their heavy blows, none of the hits work against this beast. It stands impenetrable as ever. Seeing them come to their rescue, Non is glad and decides to get down to business. She readies a powerful arrow shot. She wants them to keep the monster distracted while she prepares her shot. A few more moments pass. Eventually, Sven shows up from out of nowhere with his surprise entrance. He keeps the monster busy and distracted, allowing Non to wind up more of her strength. Remembering the outcome against the demonic human from last time, she swears this time things will turn out differently. And then Non releases her obliterating arrow, which utterly annihilates the monster's face upon impact. The golem's corpse hits the ground as lava melts out of its head. The cadets can't believe they were able to defeat such a ferocious monster with their combined strengths. Some of them are hoping they're getting rewarded with a good amount of points. Non and Sven also catch up with them. The rest of them are shocked by Non's sudden attack, and she calls it her finishing move. Hajin is disinterested in the rest and fixates his attention on Sven, who has yet to transform into a fiend at this level. It's an alteration from the original story, which is certain to cause future changes. The transformation will occur no matter what, especially since he has made a pact with the demon in this cave. Now it's going to be tough because there's no telling when he'll act up against the group and make the story chaotic. Non's attention drifts away to the boy in the distance, who is catching his breath. She takes a moment to forget about her anger toward him and decides to talk with him in private. Knowing that she owes him a bit, Non tries to utter the words, "Thank you," feeling embarrassed about saying them too. Ernie's acceptance is actually a radiant experience for our boy. Who can't wonder what just happened? He spaced out and questioned what she said, causing her annoyance as she confirmed that she wouldn't say it again for him. What Hajin couldn't believe was that she actually went ahead and thanked him like this. Her entire life had been riddled with nothing but tragedy. The very first tragedy trailing her life occurred when she turned 6. It was tough for the poor girl to lose her mother at the hands of a fiend, which strengthened her resolve to one day become a hero. Normally, kids were taught to have fun and laugh, but Non was different. She was filled with anger and used her body to its utmost limits from a young age. She shut herself off and couldn't build meaningful connections because that would risk her being vulnerable and open to others about her past. As a consequence, only a handful of people had earned her gratitude, and there were barely any who could confidently call her a friend. That's why this moment was so special to Hajin, because the character he wrote to only say sorry finally said something completely contradicting herself. He knew it better than anyone else as the author of the novel. Non went on a tangent and questioned why he was letting Hawk's goons annoy him when he was so strong and capable in real situations. After all, just one shot from his gun was able to stun the monster in place. There's just no way the goons are a match for a guy like him, so she doesn't get his intentions. Hajin expresses that he doesn't really have a way to beat them truly. It's strange to Non, who has seen him beat a monster with his weapon. The boy demonstrates his new gun, the Desert Eagle, and explains that it's just a custom-made craft which helps take care of things for him. All in all, he's trying to avoid looking like a strong guy. Non goes crazy hearing him admit to a crime so openly. Modified weapons are actually illegal in the institution and would cause an immediate suspension. Hajin confirms that it's the only reason he uses the weapon when he truly needs it. Thankfully, he's found a way to hide this gun inside the Stigma mark, allowing him to keep stronger weapons tucked inside his inventory, without getting suspended every time. However, Non is still not buying his excuse, seeing how strong he is. That's when she curiously questions if he possesses some kind of gift related to his firearm skills. Hajin doesn't give her a proper response, but she's pretty content and leaves. She isn't going to rat him out for using the gun, but recommends he stop using it. Before leaving, she stops to touch another topic, the same topic that spiraled her hatred toward him. Hajin grows silent for a moment and still refuses to apologize or clarify. He doesn't want to apologize and earn her connection since she would forgive him, which is really bad for what's going to happen in the future. Bro is literally plotting to assassinate her older brother. Of course, he's not going to her over mentally by befriending her right now. His target is locked in to kill Chin Yun in the future, no matter what. When Nan returns to her group, they all are dying to know if she's somehow friends with the guy. She declines quickly, but Sven seems to have caught on, his creepy look lingering. A sudden announcement is made to the cadets. The dungeon training exercise is suspended at once. They want all of them to exit the dungeon right away. I mean, they caught on pretty late. They'd probably be collecting corpses if not for Hajin. Now, a bunch of different problems have come up during the assault exercise. The first is the fact that all surveillance cameras were shut down right after the exercise began. Then, real monsters, rather than artificial ones, found their way in and spawned in place of the dummies. Finally, the staff didn't act until the last second when things went wrong. It was a serious incident, but it involved no casualties. That's why the Cube decided to launch an internal investigation instead of involving authorities. Hajin explains that the fish humans secretly lurking in the Cube's executive staff probably succeeded in suppressing the matter at hand. He knows that the investigation won't happen until episode 2 is fully concluded. Right now, what's truly troubling him is the objective of the co-author and his intentions with Sven. There's one side effect of making a pact with a demon. It causes emotional distress and obsession. The worst possibility that comes to Hajin's mind is Sven going ballistic and killing Nan. He wants to make sure that future doesn't come to pass. That's why he's secretly tracking both of their movements. Hajin clicks on his messenger app, apologizing for his immoral ways to get the results he wants. The system connects him to Nan's messenger account. There, he sees a bunch of chats with Suho, Sven, and Yam. His only topic of interest is Sven, who is texting her about the club's event this week. In the original story, the same event marks the breakout of Sven's erupted state. Just to make sure nothing happens, Hajin intends to trail them and do whatever it takes to neutralize the situation. He's also increased his stats now, so he thinks it's finally time to go hunting for the garrison dungeon. In class, Hajin receives a sudden message from his smartwatch. He doesn't know why Suho is calling him out of nowhere. Suho personally asked if our boy is free on Friday because he's been meaning to ask something. Let's talk about the garrison. It's a mountain in the Gangwon-do province known for its spiritual effects. It's often called a training haven by the martial artists who gather from all over the country just to train there. But it's not just them. The garrison is visited by many vagabonds who love touring the mountains for buried treasures instead of risking their lives to fight monsters. Well, one of these vagabonds is the ginseng digger Kim Yunjin, and he's going to be accompanying our boy for this event. Hajin isn't the least bit excited or touched by Yunjin's enthusiasm. Yunjin's confident that he will never be able to find ginseng with how he's doing, but Hajin corrects him, stating that his purpose isn't ginseng, but something else. There's lots of blabbering that really crosses odds with our boy, and he simply chooses to ignore him. Yunjin arrogantly assumes that this kid is inexperienced, and he's kind of right because Hajin trips and falls so many times just on his way. But right then, he finds the dazzling ginseng. He can't believe his eyes. Bro ends up munching on the 7-year-old ginseng route. Thanks to the modification function, it will allow him to double his stats by 2 points for a shortened duration. What's so damn crazy about this specific gins is that if he sold it, he could have made 700 million from it. It still kills me why he didn't use it to pay off his debt though. Hyuden stumbles and finds himself troubled to travel up so far. He thinks it's reasonable that the dungeon he's looking for hasn't been discovered yet. And the garrison beyond its glory lies the place he's looking for. The undead dungeon, the cave of terror that the author now stands before. The boss of the dungeon is called the Death Knight, and he's a really tough upper intermediate grade monster. The ginseng buffed his stats quite a bit, but this dude is still going to destroy Hajin beyond his expectations. As he steps inside, Hajin expresses, "I don't care about that," because he's got different goals in mind. Just then, a scary hand emerges from the underground. Myriads of undead monsters creep out to greet our boy at the entrance of the dungeon. Prepared to fight them all off, Hajin prepares his Stigma magic. He reflects that his true intention isn't to take down the boss monster today. His real goal is to access the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, all the skeletal monsters rush forth to attack the seemingly defenseless boy, but they'll regret what's about to happen to them. Bro pulls out his strap and literally annihilates one of the undead monsters at point-blank range. Talk about a stylish kill shot. The same happens to the rest of the undead monsters, who are easily taken down by every shot. Hajin activates his eagle-eye precision ability to track the trajectory of his shots. He then uses his quick, mobile agility to leap over the monsters, only to attack them from above and score more kills. After killing enough of them, Hajin stops shooting and realizes he's done defeating them all. However, the number of these undead monsters is bound to increase as he approaches the hidden stage. This is a clear sign that he's headed towards the Evangel's location. Now, this Evangel person is actually a witch who is supposed to act as the boss of the Garrison Dungeon's hidden stage. This witch plays a crucial role in the future. She will construct the Castle of Evangel, the most terrifying undead fortress in the history of mankind. She'll make an abandoned school its host and wreak havoc. She's known to be really troublesome to deal with when she matures and grows more powerful. That's why our boy is interested in taking her out while he still can. After defeating her, he's hoping to acquire 2 drop items as a reward. The first item is the upgradable equipment called the Ether, and the second is the Seed of Evangel. In the original novel, both items were responsible for helping the fiend Torb become so powerful that he became the executive force of evil. This means if Hajin is looking to become strong at an even faster rate, the Ether is his best advantage. He approaches the door of the hidden stage of the dungeon, where only darkness awaits the boy. Activating his precision evil eye, he's able to peer far into the cave without worrying about any monsters. There, he sees a shiny dead tree with crystal souls emerging from it. His target is the young witch, who has yet to mature and is very vulnerable in her current state. Since it's incredibly tricky to defeat a fully mature witch, his only chance to do so is now, when she's physically incapable and weaker than her future self. The little witch is fiddling with her spell, playing around. The sight is too innocent for our boy Hajin, who has literally come here with the purpose of preventing the doom she will one day unleash. His emotions are trying to get the better of him. As the author, he takes full responsibility and musters the resolve to kill her. After all, even the future executive of evil, Tor, did the same. As he approaches her, Hajin reasons that the little witch is nothing more than a bit of his own creation. When it all comes down to it, he is the reason she exists, and he is the reason she will die. A normal witch in her spirit form can't be taken out with bullets, even if they're infused with mana. So in this particular situation, Hajin activates the power of his Stigma magic and creates a magical spear imbued with light attribute magic. This should be enough to kill the witch in one strike. He's also really impressed by the aged Ginseng's effects. Since they boosted his stats by a lot, believe it or not, this man chucks the damn spear full force at the baby witch, annihilating her spiritual form with a clean headshot. I wasn't expecting him to be so brutal, but damn. Anyway, Hajin was expecting his previous attack to finish her off completely, but for some reason she's way stronger than she looks. Even while immature, she managed to survive the brutal attack. The Twitch recovers her lost spiritual body with what's left of her powers. The dungeon begins shaking in a massive earthquake as the baby witch finally becomes unable to sustain her form and explodes in a wave of dust before Hajin's eyes. At last, the 2 items he was looking for have both dropped. The Seed of Evangel contains the soul of the witch, allowing Evangel to resurrect once the germination process is complete. The Ether, on the other hand, allows the owner to reinforce their weapon and upgrade their powers. Having acquired the Ether item, it buffs all of Hajin's stats by 6. The system also informs him that this item cannot be further traded. Back at his dorm, Hajin is glad to experience the effects of his mission ended up a success. The effects of Ether will only amplify his skills even more once he levels up. With all of the skills he's acquired so far, he thinks he's somewhat capable of being a Q cadet at his current level. Not to mention, he's also gained nearly 50 story points, as well as experienced the effects of the ginseng. Arguably, the best part of his raid is the Seed of Evangel that he acquired, which can be used to resurrect the witch at any time through germination. The Witch of Despair title may make her seem like a villain, he thought, but in reality, if Hajin plays his cards right, he could help develop Evangel into a strong ally. Now the growing part of the seed isn't so difficult, according to the author. It only sounds complicated, but all it needs is a bunch of blood to develop over time. The personality of the witch is determined by the blood of the person who is providing it, which is why it's best for Hajin to select an ideal candidate. Bro is already thinking about asking Sue and Rachel, hoping the witch will turn out to be a little nicer to him. At the same time, he just can't fathom asking either Yana or Non, since they'll cause a scene and spoil the witch's personality a great deal. It's a red flag that he's going to avoid. The real question is, how's he going to acquire the blood? Hajin puts it off for later and thinks he should take some rest since tomorrow is the main event that's going to exhaust much of his strength. The hunting club, where Sven will likely cause a scene against Non, is right around the corner after all. The following day at the Bapwood Mineral Springs, a bunch of Q cadets are delighted to become a part of their first outing orientation. One girl is giving a speech addressing the cadets and decides to repeat the club activities one final time. Hajin is a part of this group paying close attention. The Pearl explains that the Leonidas Hunting Club will conduct its usual hunting, but she also reminds them not to treat this as a hobby. It's a serious responsibility as it works to help the public and the citizens of the province. While this is going on, Hajin is sweating bullets. He doesn't know what's going to take place or how things are going to change direction. All he knows is a simple description of what happened in the original novel. Sven's outlash against Non rendered her severely injured while he himself was killed in battle. Hajin wrote the story this way to allow Sue to become closer to Non and care for her. The really interesting part is that, while people are severely focused on Non as the fiend's target, Yana becomes the victim while defenseless. Hajin is extremely cautious and even terrified of the outcome, as it is much different from the original story arc he created for Sven's character. While he possesses some bits of demonic power at his current level, he's yet to manifest a full transformational state. Hajin hopes that it would be ideal for Sven to throw a tantrum here, giving him the best chances of taking him down with the help of others. While he's fixated on Sven, Non is bothered by Hajin's constant stares. She doesn't understand why he's looking at her like that, unaware that he's keeping an eye on Sven's every move. Non begins to feel uneasy, wondering if this guy might secretly have a crush on her, which she finds just funny. Sven, noticing this, is also wary of Hajin and tells her to be careful, but Non takes his warning as a joke, believing Hajin doesn't pose any real threat to her. Sven clarifies, "I'm talking about the disappearances that have been happening recently," implying that Hajin might be involved. However, Non has developed some trust in him and believes that Hajin is an innocent guy, not the type to act in such a way. The hunting begins as Sven and Non move ahead. With Hajin trailing and keeping an eye on them for any incident, some time passes. They're off in the forest, where an innocent deer is annihilated by a brutal demon. This brutal demon is none other than the bastard Sven, who is testing out his newly acquired demonic powers. Sven releases the animal when he hears Non's voice calling for him. She's hunted an animal down herself, he thinks, but what really amazes her is the fact that this dude hunted down way more than her in such swift motion. Bro is standing there like an innocent freak while she doesn't know what's going on. Sven claims victory for the hunting mission, and as part of their deal, he could ask anything from her. But when it comes time to make his wish, Bro fumbles in his feelings and tries to ask her out. While this is happening, our boy Hajin is keeping a sharp eye on them both. After all, he knows this could prove to be problematic. The demon Sven made a pact with is called the Carnal of Desire. As such, a person who becomes a fiend as its puppet is riddled with their own desires. That's why Sven is incapable of restraint right now. Anyway, Sven becomes the big boy and lets out his words. He wants Non to be his girlfriend. Hearing those words, the girl pauses momentarily, not knowing what to say. Her puzzled and startled reaction makes him wonder if she's trying to refuse. Non confirms that she doesn't know how to feel about dating someone she's barely known for a while. Her cold words really sting him. Hajin thinks it should be enough of a trigger to activate Sven's obsession, causing him to lash out and reveal his fish nature. Non further clarifies that she's into guys who are more powerful than her. Well, if her previous words didn't hit him, this sure will. In fact, they do. Bro looks completely dusted. They said the worst she could say is no. Anyway, Non emphasizes her point and tries to leave, but Sven isn't exactly getting the memo here. He asks if he just has to prove that he's stronger than her. At this point, she's getting peeved and creeped out by his words. All of a sudden, a demonic hand lashes out at her. Sven annihilates the very ground she's standing on. He's acting like he's being possessed by the nine-tailed fox with this tailed beast form of his. Anyway, the reason our girl survived the brutal attack is because Hajin stepped in and amplified his defense shield thanks to the E-equipment. Just as he's turning to ask if she's alright, Sven impales him with a strong strike. Non attempts to grab her weapon in what little time she has. While Hajin is fighting for his life as the Fiend strangles him, Non activates magic condensation immediately and cuts one of the tentacles, demanding that he free Hajin. This guy goes completely mad and starts yapping about how much he loves Non and obsesses over her. His obsession causes his demonic form to become stronger. Non is enraged and still uses her magic condensation while Hajin is powerless. A beam of green light illuminates as Non manages to achieve the heights of her potential. The author explains how there are some characters in the world who end up choosing incorrect weapons that don't match their gifts. Of those characters, Non is at the top of the list since her real specialty isn't with long-range weapons, but magic. She materializes a giant sword out of her full strength and demands Sven to free Hajin at once. Non goes ahead and releases a cataclysmic attack against the Fiend. The aftermath of this attack is nothing but destruction from where Non stands. It shredded the ground itself, impressing Non with her own powers. Hajin can't even believe what the feat just saw. He thinks the girl cast a damn lightsaber like she's the last Jedi or something. She's just as confused as him and doesn't know what happened. More importantly, Non is worried if he's okay. Hajin confirms that he's doing well, but her own condition is a real mess. Her last attack drained her power completely. Her vision turns hazy, and she collapses to the ground. Hajin rushes to her aid. After a while, the unconscious girl finally wakes up and flinches, realizing that he's carrying her on his back. She's so embarrassed that she wants to be put down at once. Hajin doesn't think that's a wise idea. He's trying to help her out, but this girl is far too embarrassed to accept his help. He lets her go, causing her legs to give out on her as she collapses to the ground once again. Nan is terrified. She doesn't even possess the strength to stand on her two legs. It's almost as if she's lost control of them. Hajin looks at her with a baffled expression and questions if this is the first time she's suffering from a mana burnout. From her winded and stunned expression, he confirms to Hajin that she's probably never even heard of it before. He explains how a mana burnout is when a person has exhausted every last ounce of their mana, causing them to become powerless. This means it's going to be tough for her to walk on her own for the next 2 days at a minimum. Hajin teases her and wonders if he should just leave her here. With no choice left, Nan is forced to accept his help and climbs onto his back. As they're making their way back, Hajin asks, "Are you still going to keep using your bow as your main weapon? I've seen incredible development in battle." Nan is confused, unsure where he's coming from. But Hajin continues, "Even you must have felt something inside of you. You've unlocked a new ability, something that was previously unknown to you. Thanks to your magical powers, you can now annihilate hundreds of monsters and fiends with a single slash. When it comes to an all-out war," he adds, "your powers are borderline unstoppable with the talent you've just manifested. That's why you're called the supreme ruler of the battlefield in the future." Nan listens, her emotions swirling. But for that to happen, Hajin says, "You'll have to give up your precious weapon, the one you've used since you were young." Nan's heart boils with rage. How does he know so much about what's best for her? Hajin thinks she's going to stick with the bow for a while. He helps her get closer to the portal and then recommends, "You should carry the rest of the way on your own." Nan is left helpless by his sudden departure, even begging him to stay. But this dude is just a chill guy and walks away because he's not a sissy. The following day, news of China's assault reaches the eyes and ears of many cadets at the Hue. They even come to know about the identity of the fiend, Sven. Hajin merely paces through the cadets without paying any attention. He approaches a door and opens it, only to find a bunch of notable characters gathered all in one place. There's Horek, Jonghak, Yana, and then the class rep, Yonghan. The key players have gathered in one location, and Hajin is a part of them. Now let's talk about the day before the incident involving China Yun. Suho asked our boy out to spare some time on Friday because he was looking for a favor from Hajin. When Hajin asked for more information, Suho told him that he was interested in investigating the missing students. The institution had put him in charge of leading the team from among the cadets. Since the institution hoped to prevent outside intervention, they decided to form an internal investigation at the hands of cadets from every grade in order to eventually catch the culprit involved. The representative of the first-year investigation team is none other than Suho, Jonghak, and Nan. Suho also added that the institution could have done an investigation using a personal team, but they figured the most effective way to catch the perpetrator hiding among the cadets was by using the cadets themselves. Hajin could understand all of that, but he couldn't understand why he was the one being asked. Surprisingly, he learned that Nan made a personal request to add him to the group, which is why Suho decided to take the step and invite him in. That's why Hajin ended up going. It would also help him acquire more story points on the side, which was good for him overall. Suho began explaining that they'd need opinions to decide the case. He also wanted to lay down the deductions everyone had made so far. None of them believed that Sven's correlated incident with Nan was tied to the investigation. But just as Suho was talking about this point, Yonghak became riddled with rage, questioning, "Are we talking about the same Nan from our class?" Suho didn't know why he was being dramatic. He believed that she beat the next target from their class. This was backed by the fact that fiends were given orders via demons. That meant the demon who formed a pact with Sven would likely continue hunting Nan using its other puppets. Zuo then asks if the rest of them find anyone suspicious to be mentioned in the list, as it would be a great help to know. Now, Hajin himself knows the identity of the person responsible for the disappearances. However, he's trying not to interfere with the events of the story, which is also why he doesn't want to reveal the guy's identity. That's what Hajin believed, as 6 students disappeared in 2 months from out of nowhere in the original story. But what's really interesting is that 3 students have already disappeared in 2 weeks in the current timeline, meaning the plot is advancing faster and more students may fall victim to this guy. Faced with this situation and remembering how he helped Nan, Hajin is confronted with a difficult decision. While he wants to let the story unravel at its own pace, it also means he would risk the people involved that he cares about. He no longer wants to be the person who ignores evil, which is why Hajin promptly raises his hand. claiming that he knows someone who might be a primary suspect. His name drops this person. It's the bastard Hun, the charming Fen, the president of the study club. His sudden accusation causes the entire room to fall dead silent. Suho argues that it can't be him since they've already investigated the guy and nothing came out of him. Jung Hawk particularly mocks this suggestion as it would mean that Hun is using psychic magic to lure his victims. Haj counters, saying that he doesn't know if Hun is using typical psychic magic, but he's still doubtful. All of a sudden, Yana joins the discussion, taking a sharp jab at our boy Hajin. She thinks it's rather odd for him to accuse others. In reality, instead of the club president, Yana believes that he may be the person most likely to be the fiend involved. Hajin is baffled by her words. Let's go back to the beginning of the novel, right when it was being created. Hajin felt the need to add an assistant character to the main protagonist. This character, he thought, would be necessary to help Suho using their strong personality and complex interests. Happily adding the character back then, the author Kim Hajin named this character Yu Yana. And now, let's return to the present. Yana emphasizes her point, counter-accusing Hajin of being the real fiend among them. Suho tries to defend our boy, explaining that Hajin has the excuse of using a portal at the time of the incidents. Yana explains that she's just dealing in baseless accusations, just like our boy. She thinks it's pointless to bring up the study club president's name like that when Hun's excuse is more solid compared to Hajin's. The author tries to control the situation, but he's already lost it. One of the other characters is enraged and suggests they all attack him and see if he transforms or not. The situation turns in the favor of Yonga, who has been hoping for this to happen. All the while, Hajin is struck colorless and doesn't understand why he has to bear the brunt of their suspicions. He lets out a small laugh and, instead of backing down, roars at the Knet, daring him to come and try attacking him if he's really interested in eating a headshot. I'm not going to lie, I really like this side of him. Suho attempts to break up their quarrel while Hajin argues that they should consult Nan to clear the suspicions about him. He's just about to bring up how they were together at the portal when John has suddenly whacks a basketball full force at him. It raves that he brought up her name. Yonha questions why he's bringing her up at all. Hajin argues that when she ended up getting attacked by the fiend, they both combined their strengths to beat the monster. He even belittles Yonha and his lackeys for screwing around and not knowing the obvious details about the incident. John Hawk loses his temper while the class rep helps calm him down. Hell is breaking loose between the main characters over here. Hajin clears his name and proceeds to take his exit. But just as he's reaching for the door, the Knet rushes to pummel him with a powerful fist. Hajin senses his overwhelming presence and instantly ducks the punch that obliterates the door into pieces. Even Yon Hawk is surprised by this sudden attack, while the assailant is shocked that Hajin managed to dodge his immensely fast strike. Hajin is now effectively pissed. He pulls out his gun, preparing to shoot the Knet down, but the Knet lunges at him just as Hajin aims for the shot. Both of them are stopped by a sword slash from the main character, Suho himself. Suho thinks Horek has overstepped his boundaries quite a bit. He even believes Yana is doing too much instead of consulting Nan about her suspicions first. Yana pauses before using her smartwatch. Hajin storms off, while Yana learns from Nan on a call that Hajin is physically impossible to be a friend as a suspect. Now that Nan herself has cleared his name, everyone in the room is not only embarrassed, but also fully wronged by how they mistreated him. These don't deserve his help, honestly. Hajin storms off and clears his head in the field. He's faced with a real rut and doesn't understand why he's facing so much trouble putting up with his current life. At first, he fell victim to the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he's out here fighting the characters he passionately created. Unable to carry on any longer, Hajin shrinks in defeat. He confesses that he's tired of the world he's living in. He misses his real family back home and expresses a desire to return to his own world. Little thoughts like his expiring lease are beginning to bother him. He wonders if he's already been listed as a missing person in the real world by now. Then there's his parents. He wonders if they're okay and if they're looking for him. There's so much to unpack that he's been trying to suppress. In this moment, he feels helpless, vulnerable, fragile, and boxed in. There's no way of going back. Yet he can't help but let out a yearning desire to return. While the dude is whining when the system pops up, it reveals that his resilience stat has increased in response to what happened today. Hajin thinks it's kind of pointless, but he's still glad his resilience has increased a little bit. He believes the person that entered this world may have taken his life by now, if he didn't have the resilience to keep going. Deciding to move past his whining, he cleans himself up like a champion. From the same shrinking posture now stands a confident hero, ready to face life head-on again. Let's revisit Suho and the rest of the idiots who spectacularly flipped up. Yonghan asks where Hajin went, and Suho thinks he's out to get some space for himself. There's Yanha. Who knows the dumbass Horek even went ahead and used his ability just now. What's more, she kind of thinks it's really sketchy how Hajin managed to dodge an attack from a martial artist while being a ranged weapon user himself. It just causes her even more suspicion over him. While she receives a sudden message from Hajin who requests to see her in the study room the upcoming day. This is exactly happening like Hajin said, but as much as she likes to be suspicious, this dumb accepts the offer of a person who is literally getting done murdering someone right now. Hajin is starting to understand why people say it's better to be busy when you're depressed. Ever since he joined the novel story, he's just been so busy working on improving himself and hunting that he forgot to think about anything in detail about what he's missing from the real world. He's sitting all quiet to himself while the rest of his characters like Suhalu and Yanhan are visibly worried for him, especially after the phenomenal caused the other day. Hajin is a little frustrated when he realizes he's stuck in a story of the characters he wrote. He thinks it's a good time to start investing in ways of getting back home. Na rejoins the class, having recovered her health despite John Hawk's concerns for her. Suho offers to assist her since she's still not in top shape. John Hawk is a little possessive of her and not afraid to show it. Hajin is focused on Yanhan, who is sitting without a care in the world for what happened yesterday. Class begins with the instructor reminding them about the incoming midterms. After the written exam has been conducted, they'll move on to the practical exam, where they will be judged on 2 tasks of evaluation. The first task is a duel among the cadets, while the second task will be judged on the basis of a monster battle using mage-summoned beasts. The instructor highlights that the difficulty for both will be more rigorous than the normal exercises they usually do. Hearing this, Hajin reflects that he's not at all worried about the written exam. The only thing bothering him is the duel. Every cadet will be given 3 nomination cards, which will determine the cadets they'll face as their opponents. At first, it seems like the top students would easily crush the bottom rankers by picking them as their targets. However, the CUBE institution knows this, which is why they implemented a reward grading system. This means that if a top ranker defeats a bottom ranker, they're not going to get much points from them. They might even receive negative points based on the cadets' ranks. However, not everyone seems to be affected by this rule. Like Horak, who is generally a brawler and thinks with his fist he's just trying to beat up Hajin as his only target, for example. Apart from that, Hajin is bothered by another thing. Rachel has been acting a little weird around him and has been keeping close. Hajin explains she's always been secretly observing what I'm doing when normally she's studying all by herself. He doesn't get what she's trying to do, and if her intention is to copy his assignments, Rachel darts an eye at his notes while he's happily writing down the names of his parents. This just causes the girl to get even more confused. The scene cuts to Yana's side, where Han is eagerly awaiting her arrival. She doesn't know what this is about. She walked into the study room, where the charming young man was happily waiting for her. She didn't pay much attention and noticed that none of the other club members had arrived yet. Han invited her to take a seat, saying the others would be there soon. Jia noticed a strangely scented candle placed openly on the table. Han explained that he was using it to help himself focus while studying. He brought up the fact that she was part of the investigation team tasked with finding whoever was behind the disappearance of several students. Han himself was also on a team but hadn't made any progress, so he wondered if Yona had any particular suspects in mind. She replied that no one came to mind. Even so, she couldn't help but recall someone making some unfounded accusations. Curious, Han pressed for more details. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he seemed to take control of Yona's body, a sensation like being hypnotized, making her feel completely at ease. She admitted that one of her classmates believed Han was the culprit and that he had been using mental powers on the victims. Han eagerly asked if there was any evidence to support this claim. That was the moment he made his critical mistake. You see, Yina immediately catches on to the word evidence as mentioned by Han. He tries to play it off cool and claims that he misspoke, but he's already far too deep into her suspicions now. Yana readies her weapon and says innocent people never talk about evidence when suspected of wrongdoing. After all, they're innocent to begin with. Yana brings out her whip, lashing out at Han and demanding his true identity. The curtains have been lifted at last. This sinister fiend unravels his true nature and tells Yana that her turn will come soon, so there's no reason to rush. The scene ends there and switches to the second-year student dorms. Here, Yana wakes up, finally regaining consciousness, only to discover that she's tied up. Her eyes glance away at the objects placed inside the empty room. She quickly recognizes these as second-year dorm rooms, which means Han has captured her. This also means he's the hidden fiend responsible for the disappearances of all the students. Here's the kicker. This idea finally realized that Hajin wasn't her. Instead of blaming herself, she prioritizes finding a way to get out of this rut. She tries to break free from the ropes binding her hands, begging for someone to come free her, but it's of no use as Han is already here. He prefers she stays quiet and does as he's asked. The scene cuts to our boy, Hajin, who has just received a sudden message from someone in the dead of the night. It's from Yana too, so he can't place a finger on it. Jana sent just a simple number 9, which is way too cryptic for this dude to understand. Anyway, the bastard Hun breaks her smartwatch and mocks Yana for sending cryptic messages in the dead of the night in her struggling state. He also takes note of the recipient, Kim Haj. He was supposed to be the person Yana rebelled against. Hun thinks it's inevitable for Hajin to die as well. Now Jana roars at him, claiming that he won't get away with his actions, especially since the investigation team will be hot on his trail. The murderous Hun breaks her smartwatch again and reminds the girl that he has no interest in staying at the institution. He's just going to kill her and leave the queue. Hearing his words, Yona is filled with unfathomable rage, much to the entertainment of this charming. He decides to call forth the demon Lilith, who made a pact with him. Hun wants to transform her expression into one of horror instead. Let's go back to Hajin, who is still wondering what Yana tried to imply with this message. A bunch of questions are popping into his head when, all of a sudden, he connects the dots and realizes that it's supposed to be 911. Instantly equipping himself with the Tome of Truth, Hajin asks for Yana's immediate location. When the book reveals the answer, Hajin is surprised to learn that she's in the second-year dorms. The scene shifts to Yanha's demise, where she is currently facing the voice of the demon Lilith. Lilith comforts the girl, who has faced so much loneliness throughout her life. Yanha's psychic powers aren't enough to take Lilith down. However, when Yanha glares at her with a look of anger, it proves that her will is strong, and that she isn't ready to throw away her dignity. She resists Lilith's mind control. Lilith takes it a step further. She brushes Yanha's hair, claiming that even the demon herself wants the girl to succumb to her spell. The girl flails as best she can to break free from the psychic hold. Meanwhile, the monster Hajin gleefully remarks that there's no way to escape Lilith's powerful magic, no matter how much she tries to resist it. Then, out of nowhere, Bro gets headshotted from the window. His brains hit the floor as he wails in agony. One voice calls out to Yana, taunting her for the situation she's put herself in by refusing to believe in his words. The wounded fiend calls out for the impudent assailant. Hajin happily adds that the bullet he used just now was tailored to his liking. This bullet won't be removed unless proper surgery is conducted, he says. There's no way of simply healing from it. Hajin goes batshit crazy and unleashes his demonic powers, urging Hajin to reveal his location. In his outrage, he destroys the entire room, even striking down Yana with his attack. Hajin thinks he's just wasting his energy. Pointless, he mutters. He ridicules Hun Woo, still not knowing where he is. Our boy is ready to pull the trigger a second time and claims that he's sitting somewhere far. Then he launches 3 more shots, bursting through the fiend's body and putting him on the ground. His body crashes as he finally sees Hajin's hidden location from afar. He was sharpshooting using his calibrated sniper rifle. Easy kills are why he loves long-range shots. Hajin reminds Yana that he's going to waste all the bullets she gave him. He puts more holes in Hun and hopes Yana will cover his expenses. This guy has literally terrified the fiend. Who thinks Hajin is crazier than a literal demon? Hajin puts another hole in his back with another powerful shot. At this point, Hun's a walking zombie full of holes. Content with his work, Hajin thinks should be enough. He asked if Jana's hurt, but thankfully she isn't. He recommends she lay unconscious as the rescue team will be here soon. Her consciousness fades as she releases words of gratitude to the person who just saved her life. Yona wakes up at the hospital, where Suho is sitting by her side, peeling an apple for her. Suho mentions that there's nothing wrong with Yona's physical condition, so she should be fine. She's the one bothered enough to ask why he's here. Suho explains that each of them took turns nursing her back to health, and now it's his turn. Yana doesn't get why they're doing this for her. Suho expresses that they feel responsible for the situation caused. They were members of the investigation team, and yet one of their own was harmed while they focused their efforts elsewhere. Suho apologizes on behalf of the entire group. Yana is speechless and has a feeling Suho is stubborn. She's also formed a positive opinion of him through this interaction. However, the misunderstanding caused between her and Hajin hasn't escaped her mind. She wants to know if a specific individual came to check on her. Suho doesn't get what she's talking about. Too embarrassed to clarify, Yana decides not to bother and stares at the beautiful sky outside. Later that day, Hajin receives a personal message from Yana, who wants to help repay him for his actions. The situation turned out positive for Hajin personally, since he increased his story points by nearly 500. His Deadeye skill also bumped up a grade and reached grade 7. Hajin notes that it's the most amount of story points he's ever received from one action. He thinks the effort required to resolve one of the main arcs justifies the points he received. While he hasn't really used much of his sniping skills, they were good enough to put Yana's life out of danger. Just then, a voice calls out for Hajin. It's the agent Soyok, who is delighted to find out the young cadet is contacting him out of the blue. The man immediately drops to his knees, begging Hajin not to resign from the contract they made. It's not that serious for Hajin, though, because he never planned on doing something like that. Instead, he presents a briefcase to the man, claiming that he's interested in investing his cash in SE Entertainment. His words shock the agent. Let's unpack Hajin's thought process here. The ginseng he acquired and posted on the website returned him with a brilliant 300 million. First, he used 250 million from that amount to invest in Packhorse Master stocks, and the remaining 150 million he wants to invest in SE Entertainment. Considering the growth potential of the company, Hajin is confident it will reap him profits just like Packhorse Masters. The agent is too stunned to speak. He can't even find himself worthy of receiving such a massive amount. Hajin tells him to just take the amount for the best of both their benefits. He then makes an additional request to buy a magic pouch and a high-utility vehicle with the amount. After confirming the agent's age, Hajin tells him to be at ease with the formality and just address him casually. The agent can accept that coming from his newest investor, which makes Hajin wonder he should cancel the investment instead. Now that is something that puts the agent back on his toes as he decides to address Hajin casually. They decide to take a walk by the convenience store for something. The agent asks, "Why are we worried about lottery tickets?" Hajin is so damn smart. He knows he can't receive the prize money from the lottery without an active guardian. He wants to prioritize the best of his luck ability. Hajin wins 2 billion from the lottery alone. To give you guys a rough comparison, that's equal to $1.5 million. Hajin is prepared to invest this amount as well and wants the agent to edit the contract accordingly. The agent tries to receive his blessing and guards it with his life, scared that someone might end up stealing the sum from him. Anyway, at an unknown warehouse, a spiritual creature materializes and tells its master that a certain group has begun making their move. The Packhorse Masters have been listed. The leader intends to steal a particular item and disregards the rest. The spiritual creature also remarks on witnessing something strange. He has come to notice how someone is aggressively buying up the Packhorse Masters guild stocks. At first, this person invested 3 million, then 10 million, and now a hopping 250 million. It seems suspicious for someone to have so much money without a proper name. The leader doesn't care, though, and prioritizes working on their goal. The spiritual creature also reports that he saw a bunch of new pages opening up on the website. There's stuff about the Relic Search Party and the Truth Agency. Something about the Truth Agency strikes him as odd. He wonders if they should file a request to locate the target. The leader aggressively addresses Dunn by his name, warning him to cut out his comedy. Drew remembers that the midterm exams are supposed to begin tomorrow. Everyone is talking about Kim Ho and Shin Jong-hak. Drew wonders if his boss will infiltrate the scene. Turns out she plans to make a move, and she's hoping to find someone useful from among the group, which in this case is implied to be Kim Hajin. Some time passes, and the inauguration for the practical test of the midterms finally begins. Hazuki jumps and embraces her mother in kind, as it has been a while since they last saw each other. During practical week, it's explained that the cube opens up to many employment agencies like guilds and the association, as well as the families of the cadets involved. This results in a giant crowd forming like that of a festival. An announcement is made confirming the cube's position as the world's leading hero academy to nurture the talents of the future. One of the top heroes, Lai Jun-ha, is personally making the announcement, but Hajin doesn't seem to be thrilled about anything so far. He wonders if he should wait a bit longer. He acquired drones from Soyuk and set them all over the institution for his personal investigation, aiming to find any intruders. While he's there, he accidentally bumps into a lady and apologizes for his intrusion. This woman is the same one we saw at the secret warehouse, the one who came here looking for a talent. Seeing her face to face, Hajin's expressions are rocked. He totally forgot to introduce this character, who was supposed to make an entrance during the practical exams. His surprise and fidgeting expression leave him a little too exposed. Hajin averts his eyes, realizing that he's made the situation awkward. He tries to remedy it by saying something. He wants to apologize, but the words that come out of his mouth end up praising her beauty instead. The woman looks at him with a cold, deadpan stare, confirming that this idiot just made everything 100 times worse. She really turns away without responding, as if to say he isn't even worth the effort. The woman disappears into the crowd, requesting Dunn to watch out for the person she just crossed paths with. This individual somehow managed to notice her despite her perception-blocking item. Since he's suspicious, she wants Drew to investigate him further. The author reflects that it's not only the heroes who come to welcome the cadets. Among them is the Chameleon Troop, another group inside the queue. They have the singular objective of either scouting Suho or John Hawk as one of the top rankers. Suho really doesn't fancy their belief systems, and he eventually gets disqualified as a prospective student from their IST. Then they pay attention to John Hawk specifically, and that's how the original story of the novel goes. The infiltration isn't the problem that's bothering Hajin. It's the story changes that could emerge from the alterations, causing the security heroes to also get involved. The fight won't just end in a couple of people dying, but much more. Speaking of the chameleon troupe, the heroes get a little annoyed at being unable to find a suspicious person. One of the heroes thinks that they would get a really bad reputation if an intruder passed them right in the middle of the practical week. By the way, these two heroes are Judy Hilk and Yongji, both respectively ranked pretty high in the association for their skills. They're trying to eliminate a threat before it manifests in the practical weakness exam. Anyway, let's talk about the suspicious leader group. They were surprised that a boy was able to see through the siren necklace, which has a perception-blocking feature to conceal its target. The man in the group actually grew interested, as until now, he had only seen weaklings around him. As for Dunn, he couldn't figure this man out since he seemed solely focused on finding and fighting strong opponents, and that was exactly what he wanted to do with Hajin. He was reminded to stay focused and stick to the mission, as they were still unsure about the boy's true abilities or whether he posed a threat. Drew also informed them that the duels were about to begin. In the second arena, a large crowd had gathered, eager to witness the first match of the day. The opening duel was announced to involve the use of a nomination ticket. Kim Hajin was on his way when Yona suddenly stopped him and asked if he was heading to the arena. He confirmed, as he was set to take part in the first match. Satisfied, Yona ordered her servant to give him 100 top-grade bullets, just as she had promised. Of course, he wasn't allowed to use them during the test, but they were his to keep and use whenever he deemed necessary. She also expressed her willingness to provide more in the future, if needed. As Hajin accepts the briefcase, Yena clarifies that she's not trying to make things even between them just because he saved her life. Rather, she wants him to see it as more of a gift from her side. She also tells him that many people have been asking her about the person who defeated the demonic human Hun during the previous incident. However, since she knows his identity is precious to him, she decided to keep quiet. Hajin is glad and hopes she behaves that way in the future. There's obviously going to be a bunch of trouble for him if people figure out he's the one responsible for taking out the fish. None. Yana is strangely talkative today and even claims to accept that Hajin hides his powers for a reason. At the same time, she thinks he's got no shot of passing the exam without using his powers. In response to her claim, Hajin is a little baffled. She asked if he knows who he's facing off against. The surprised look on his face is enough to say that he didn't know until now. Inside the training waiting room, one furious Methet is lifting weights, hoping to utterly demolish Kim Hajin in the upcoming match. The scene shifts back to Dunn, who is investigating everything there is to know about Kim Hajin's background. There's nothing special to note about him. He was an orphan who ended up in the military academy. He's also a low-ranked student without any special talents. The only thing about him is that he's got a giant debt of 300 million to pay off. Reflecting on what happened between the two of them, the woman questions how he broke past the perception-blocking feature of her artifact. She doesn't know how it happened, and Dunn doesn't have any clue either. Jungyeon, the musclehead from before, decides to meet up with the leader of the chameleon troupe. She's annoyed that he bolted off someplace else before coming here. Jungyeon tries to play it cool, but she doesn't care about him and simply asks what he was able to investigate. He claims that he didn't see anyone special from the group apart from weaklings in his way. Drew thinks it's obvious, but he wants to know if there's a particular candidate who stood out a bunch from the rest. Jungyeon claims that he doesn't find anyone noteworthy. Dunn explains that the first years are supposed to be exceptional this year, so he prefers Jungyeon to investigate them instead. There's also the fact that Hajin's duel is just about to start, the same boy who managed to see past the perception-blocking ability of their captain. Back at the arena, the high-grade heroes are munching on food careless as ever instead of attending to their surveillance duties. They talk about old times and family when suddenly a man catches their attention. It's Yunyang, oddly sitting there, smiling for some strange reason. They wonder if he's some kind of fan of the heroes since he's staring at them from afar. Anyway, the fight is supposed to begin. Horak of the martial arts is the first contestant to appear on stage. The one he's supposed to face is ranked as one of the worst students in the institution, Kim Hajin. Both fighters stand facing each other. Since Hajin knows he's previously gotten on Horak's nerves, he plays around dealing some heavy psychological damage. Horak's special move involves using the mana within his body to bring forth an invisible layer. This is called the Enhanced Protection Energy. This means the guy is basically bulletproof to training ammo. And not only that, he's a walking threat to any opponent who makes the sorry mistake of standing before him. It's the first matchup of the year and both fighters are ready to rumble as the referee commences the start. Horak is the obvious aggressive fighter, making his first move. While Hajin waits in anticipation, he immediately activates bullet time to feel Horak out. He's also increased the duration of bullet time from 3 seconds to a whole minute, which is insane. This gives him the necessary time to catch up to Horak's insanely fast movements. Still, it doesn't save him from Horak, who punches the ground hard enough to shake the arena, sending Hajin tumbling. Even Hajin thinks Horak is some kind of monster. Horak is relentless, staying heavy on the offense and chasing after Hajin, all the while obliterating chunks of the arena. The Kaget, however, finds an opportune moment and whips out his pistol. At last, Hajin is able to take his shot. He invites the arrogant Horak to believe that his opponent is clueless for disregarding the defensive capabilities of his protection energy. Horak thinks the bullet coming his way will be easily deflected without any issues, but that's exactly what Hajin wanted him to believe. The bullet connects and Horak is struck with an overwhelming amount of pain, his shoulder taking the brunt of the damage. A shocked Horak is as puzzled as the rest of the people watching this fight. A bullet piercing through enhanced protection energy has never been heard of before. Only now does Horak start to realize who he's up against. There's just no conceivable way for a bullet to pierce his impenetrable shield after all. The confusion causes him worry and he shrinks his body to block the incoming bullets. However, every single one of them causes him sharp, throbbing pain. Hajin feels sorry for his opponent, who assumed that he was more than capable of deflecting his bullets so easily. The truth is, these bullets have been especially infused with the mana of Stigma magic. At the same time, they boast anti-demon properties, making them a force to be reckoned with. Hajin releases more of his shots, putting Horak on the defensive and the back foot. The crowd cheers for the boy, but Horak has had enough. In a fit of rage, he pummels the arena to stop Hajin's ruthless attack. The debris chipping away from the arena forces Hajin to switch positions and evade. He then gives his opponent a warning before tossing a knife right in his face. Afraid, Horak chooses to avoid instead of deflecting, fearing that his opponent may have equipped a device on the knife. However, it was just another tactic deployed by Hajin to trick his opponent, as the knife was a fake. Now that he has Horak in the open, he shoots him down many times again, making him unable to stand back up on his feet. Hajin slowly approaches the martial artist with his gun. Horak's body trembles as the crowd is struck, horrified by what the Kadate is about to do next. Hajin's finger is dead set on the trigger. He's ready to finish this fight. Hajin is prepared to take the shot while Horak is defenseless. To everyone's shocking surprise, Kim Hajin runs out of bullets at the last second. Horak may be exhausted, but somehow he manages to stand right back up, still as interested as before. He uses this situation to his prime advantage. This guy literally throws in the towel and surrenders the fight, rendering his opponent the ultimate bitter taste of both victory and defeat. His sudden resignation even leaves the heroes stunned. The duel comes to a sudden close, with the winner being named Horak. This kind of disgraceful victory is at odds with the meathead, who roars at Hajin to come back. But our boy is too chill to care about him and leaves the stage. After the fight ends, the doctors are shocked that Horak recovered so quickly from his injuries despite being shot by actual bullets. As for the high-grade heroes, Jungkook asks Youngji's impression of the fight that went down. She remarks that the Kaden Hajin was rather competent, while his opponent made a ton of mistakes. If only he took the fight slowly to his advantage instead of rushing, he could have won. Despite her thoughts, Youngji is solely obsessed with Hajin's performance. There's the fact that he cast inhuman firing speed and even displayed shocking visual prowess to keep track of the martial artist and put him in check. Then there's the fact that when Horak started getting weakened, his opponent matched his pace. Youngji wonders if Hajin possesses a gift that makes him a rival to any opponent he faces. She's also concerned about the bullets he used that were infused with mana. But this is a ridiculous argument to Jungkook, who knows for a fact that even mana-infused bullets aren't strong enough to crack the durability of the enhanced protection shield. Youngji claims that they have yet to fully grasp the gifts Hajin possesses to know for sure. Then there's the possibility that he might have enhanced himself. From what Youngji has seen here today in the duel, she's almost confident enough to admit that Hajin boasts the potential to become the greatest hero of all time. She memorizes his name because of his noteworthy, brilliant performance. As for Jungyoung, he doesn't find himself fancying Hajin for some reason. He thinks the boy is too weak and just so boring with a small pistol. It crushes him that the captain told him to investigate his fight. Drew explains that Hajin possesses the power of demonic destruction, which is reason enough. Jungyoung still isn't interested though, and thinks it's a useless comparison to strength. Dunn criticized him for acting like a just because Hajin ended up being a ranged fighter. The warrior within Jungyoung believes that a true fight is when fatal intentions to murder another opponent are involved. Drew ridicules and challenges this blowhard to go and find some suitable cadets with that level of desperation. He also asked if this idiot even checked on Suho and Jong Hawk, their main interests. Jungyoung claims that they're all right. He's seen Jong ace spear in combat and finds his physical prowess to be quite commendable. There's also his aggression, which puts everyone else on the defense because of intimidation. Dunn thinks Young Hawk must possess one ugly character for this guy of all people to like him. Then he talks about Suho, who he considers a weird person. Suho's fight was rather interesting when it came to his swordplay, since he can dance around with perfect strokes in combat. He has very sharp and refined movements, but something about those movements didn't seem right to him. Zuho ultimately won the fight, but Jungyong kind of believes that Zuho is likely suppressing his true personality as if he's someone other than what he appears to be. Drun thinks that this confirms Suho's combat ability lives up to his reputation. Well, Jungyong isn't really pumped about either fighter so far. Lastly, he asks about Hajin, whose name alone is enough to get this guy's blood boiling. Dunn explains that the captain is interested in someone boasting anti-magic skills after all. Jungyong still hates the guy, but while he's shouting out in the open, one guard seems to catch him, reminding the citizen that outsiders aren't allowed in the forest, so he must leave at once. Irritated to have been caught, Jungyong approaches the annoying bug and proceeds to squash him like an insect. Just a simple flick from his hand crushes the man's head as his body hits the ground. Hearing what he just heard, Dunn asks, did this idiot knock someone's skull out? Jungyong is happy to confirm that he did, which is bound to infuriate the captain since it causes needless trouble for them. The scene switches back to the leader of the Chameleon troop, who is reminiscing about some tragic flashbacks of her past. It seems that she lost someone dear to her and hopes to exact her revenge someday. She tasks Dunn with keeping a close eye on all three of her favorite candidates. However, the one who takes the most priority out of all of them is Kim Hajin, who could help them smash the mana impairment with his special magic. Dunn wonders if this is really the right move since they know next to nothing about the guy. The leader doesn't care, however, and simply wants him to get the job done. After all, she intends to beat Kim Hajin in person tomorrow. On the second day of the midterms, the arena is as lively as it was yesterday. There's a scout from the Knife's Edge Guild and even the Holy Grace of God. So many high-level people are making appearances just to scout promising cadets emerging from the duels. According to the Cube Institution's ranking system, Suho is supposed to face off against Yi, the number 8 in the academy. Then there's Rachel fighting against Non, and their ranks are nearly identical to each other. It's the best of the best dueling it out against each other. The first matchup is between the girls. Hajin is playing a part as a spectator, merely observing the scene since he already knows what happens. Hajin explains that Rachel will utterly demolish Non in this fight today. This is all thanks to Non's oblivious stance since she has yet to switch weapons. The 8th duel among the first years begins. Non thinks this is the perfect opportunity for her to switch rankings with Rachel, since they're bordering next to each other. She releases a powerful arrow into the air, which further splits into a cluster attack descending down on her opponent. Rachel awaits the attack and dodges each one. However, one of the arrows is aimed at her head. So, instead of evasion, she chooses to deflect. Non is stumped by her defensive capabilities, especially since the melee fighter is slowly gaining ground and approaching her opponent. The crowd goes wild in this epic fight. At the same time, the leader of the Chameleon troop decides to join Kim Hajin and shares seats with him. She stares at him blankly while sitting right next to him. Bro is literally too stunned to speak. Let's finally deep dive into who she is. This chick is supposed to be one of the most wanted criminals ever and the person who is the captain of the mast. While simultaneously boasting a powerful reputation as an underworld figurehead with multiple aliases, her real identity is only known to herself. And just as the poor woman is about to say hello to our boy, Sumbi spills a cold drink all over her face. It ruins her hair and destroys the mood. Even Hajin is flabbergasted. The man apologizes and they end up unable to see the outcome of the match. Rachel takes the victory, just like Hajin wrote in the novel. Anyway, he hands the woman a handkerchief to clean herself up. She finally gets to the topic of interest after seeing his duel against Horik. Impressed by his performance, she hands him a business card to reach her. She also wants to know if the power he used was an ability of some kind. The card she's handing him is just one of her many aliases. It reads Li Xiao Fang, but it's not her real name, because Hajin would be able to recognize it as the author. He feigns ignorance and asks, "Are you here to scout me as a guild master?" Hajin tries to take the card, despite the fact that it's illegal to scout cadets so early. But as he's trying to pull away, she grips it strongly, refusing to let go. The woman remarks, "I'm incapable of proving it immediately," but she has enough to offer to him. She's expecting him to give her a call sometime. After that, she gets up and takes her leave. Hajin is left with a puzzled impression since he doesn't think there's any logical reason for her to come up and find him like this. This begs the question of why she came here at all. Anyway, the rank between Suho and Yobi concludes, and the winner is as obvious as day. It's the protagonist, Suho. That's it for today's duels. Everyone is talking about Suho's brilliant performance. At the same time, many are discussing Nan's downfall against Rachel. Until now, no one had ever seen a Korean top talent get defeated by an international student like that. Hajin retrieves his drone in the hopes of capturing useful footage that will help with his investigation. He wants to go to his room and pick apart the footage, but right then, he sees a miserable girl crying all to herself. It's Nan, and she's a mess after suffering a painful loss. Bro remembers writing this scene in the novel. Nan's state is in decline, but Suho stops by and helps her by comforting her after her defeat. This helps Nan eventually warm up to Suho's character, allowing her to open up to someone for the first time. As much as Hajin wants to encourage her, he thinks useless consolation won't prove to be useful in her situation right now. He strongly believes that there are times in life where people should learn how to let things go. But that's just not the kind of person Kim Suho is. He's stubborn and unwilling to let things go. Hajin wonders if Suho is going to be capable of helping Nan out in this situation. This sparks a brilliant idea in his head. He decides to text her out of nowhere, praising her for her fight. Nan reads the message with confusion, her face flushed. Hajin texts her, reminding her that she would have done much better with a sword. He thinks it's best for her to switch weapons like he did. His words oddly hit her in a confusing light. Speaking of Suho, he comes by to execute his part from the novel, but as he's about to comfort her, he sees Nan's face filled with the anger of 10,000 lions. Instead of pitying herself, she is now fixated on hating the dumbass who is belittling her after her loss. And that's how the first semester midterm exams came to an end. Hajin was casually viewing his drone footage when he spotted something horrifying. It's Jungyang popping someone's head clean off with a flick. The sight is just a brutal mess, leading him to wonder if this dude is also related to the criminal group. From his actions, Hajin can tell he's a serious nutcase who doesn't bear a single hesitation before killing someone. What's worse is that he did it for his personal enjoyment. There are many people like him in this novel. The cities, now filled with advancements, make daily life comforting, but underneath them lurk the monsters who didn't have any sense of right or wrong. While these people were human from the outside, they still opposed the heroes of the world. They wield a power beyond the ordinary criminals. These psychopathic maniacs are the villains of the story. Hajin reflects that it's simply not enough to be wary of the antagonist in the novel. He's also dealing with an edited version of the novel because of the co-author, which means just about anyone could become his enemy in this world. The midterm's first test is concluded, and so that leads us to the monster testing site for the second practical exam. The cadets are all welcomed by Jin Jua, a mage who will supervise the competition among the cadets. Jua wants to summarize the exam contents before beginning. This giant stage is the place where monster battles among the students will take place. Jua will cast the monsters, and the cadets will have to fight them. The examination is supposed to be the most dangerous training they will have faced up to this point. The summoned monsters will be as powerful as real monsters, and they won't disappear even if Jua tries to cast them away. The cadets are intimidated, realizing they're staking their lives for this one training exam. Jua prefers they accept defeat as quickly as possible, if needed. Now, for the criteria regarding their evaluation. Their performance will be judged based on how well they did against the monsters. Jua tells everyone to take a position and do their best in the exam. 4 people will be called at one time to initiate Group 1's exam. These 4 are Junno, Hizuki, Junjin, and Spencer. All of them are put on standby until the monsters are summoned. The mage tells the rest of the cadets to pay close attention to the fights. The cadets who aren't fighting will have a chance to analyze the performance of their classmates. They'll be the ones to score them based on how well they performed. They could even add their own notes on what strategies could have been deployed instead. Jill wants to initiate the exam, but first she requests everyone to turn off their smartwatches. She also reminds them to offer a sincere report, as it'll affect the grade of their written exam. So, in cases like these, not even the lazy Nan can half-ass the report. Anyway, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning magic to bring forth one of the beasts. From her spell materializes the first monster before Hizuki, the evolved ghoul. This strong and agile creature is quick on the draw and gives her a tough time from the get-go. The rest of the cadets mark their reports as the battles are taking place. Group 1's fights are concluded, allowing Group 2 to enter in their place. One of the cadets annihilates the snake monster. It's the class representative, Yan Han, who has impressively defeated the creature without any trouble. Suddenly, a beam of light from above comes roaring down on another monster. It's Nan, who used her cluster arrows to beat the unicorn monster, also clearing the test. Then there's Ya, who seems to be toying around with the creature she's dealing with. A few more groups pass by until it's time for Group 10 to arrive. Kim Hae-jin is faced with a unique monster, the Chrome Wolf. As expected, he shoots down the beast with his evasive tactics. Having found a comfortable position, Hajin believes that the fight is too easy for him and that he'll be done in no time with it. But suddenly something bad happens, causing confusion amongst the cadets. Hajin looks up to ask what happened, while the hero, Jun-hyuk, receives a report to act on duty. He also gets scolded for ignoring his responsibility. Yongji reminds him that one of the guards was literally murdered yesterday, so this is no time to be lazing around. An emergency alert has been fired off, but Jun-hyuk asks if she's uncovered the origin of it. Yongji suspects it came from the seafloor near him. As Jun-hyuk is speaking to her, a man comes out from behind. It's Jun-young, the villain, and he's happy to take care of the guy who has become their newest obstacle. Jun-hyuk warns him that he should not be trespassing into off-bound locations. Jun-young simply doesn't care and prepares to fight. He warns Jun-hyuk that it will be a fight he's going to regret. But as they're taking position, the vibration grows stronger, stealing their attention. From the sea, a tall twister manifests, forcing the examination to come to a suspended state. Cadets are instructed at once to evacuate the site and prioritize their safety. The final group engaging in the monster battle is told to immediately evacuate instead of completing their battles. Hajin is agitated, leaving things halfway and questioning what's causing so much trouble. The building rumbles as the monsters roam free. Hajin hides behind cover, afraid for his life since the monsters haven't been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one seems to be around. He analyzes the situation, realizing that a mere coincidence couldn't have caused this level of madness. He wonders if it's the work of a fiend among the mages, secretly the perpetrator. Hajin lays down his suspicions. He marks Jin Jo off his suspect list, considering the fact that the system would have informed him about it. It's clear that no one in the examination center has noticed any new changes that would have caught his eye. Then, Hajin faces a critical realization as his eyes dart around, finally understanding what's truly causing this havoc. On the other side, Rachel is confronted by a mysterious warrior. Their rear presence causes her unease. As Hajin collects his thoughts, he considers the possibility that the story is causing an original event to occur, just like the existence of Kim Chun, a character the author didn't write. Sir Lancaster is revealed to have a connection to Rachel, and is likely the culprit manipulating the scenes. The story has just experienced another major twist that Hajin doesn't know a thing about. Rachel confronts Alex Lancaster, a mage who mysteriously disappeared in the London incident many years ago. Rachel questions him, but in response, the man lets out a sinister smile across his face. Rachel instantly catches what happened. This man sold his soul to the demons in the name of power. She can't accept the fact that the Royal Guard's former captain could stoop so low. Lancaster is mostly unaffected by her words and arrogantly corrects her. He reminds Rachel how he was betrayed while he served the king and his country. So all he did was adopt a new master to serve. Rachel grits her blade, recognizing this man as her enemy, and professes that she will bring him to justice. With her incredible speed, the exceptional student attempts to slash her. However, she is shocked when her blade simply phases through his body as if it's intangible. Lancaster apologizes to her. After all, the person in front of her is nothing more than an illusion incapable of receiving any damage. The really troublesome aspect for Rachel is that everyone is focused on the external attack, leaving Rachel exposed as no one would come to check on her. The rest of the monsters will keep them busy. Lancaster points out how different the institution is, as her country would have thrown hundreds of people just to protect the royal family. Remembering the horrors of what Lancaster faced after losing someone precious, which likely caused his switch, he is even more convinced. The mage tells her that he doesn't have the time to discuss much else right now, so he'll leave her be. Rachel tries to seize him, but let's be honest, it's not like she can stop him anyway. Lancaster's body dissolves into black. But from there, a dangerous faceless assassin emerges. With twin blades in hand, the assassin disappears into thin air before striking Rachel with an incredibly powerful blow. She's physically shaken and sent on the back foot. The assassin continues hammering with powerful attacks, so much so that Rachel's body is receiving mild slashes throughout. This is an opponent she can't overpower in a direct fight, so she plans to wait for an opening to strike. Unfortunately, that will happen as Rachel's weapon is swindled away, leaving her completely defenseless. The dark figure stares at her prey. Now that she's left with nothing but her human body, Rachel has a few more tricks up her sleeves. She's able to use telekinetic magic to draw her sword. The weapon comes flying back just as the assassin prepares to deal the finishing blow. An unexpected explosion from the outside causes a distraction, stopping them both. One man steps inside on top of the rubble. Seeing him, the assassin switches targets and decides to attack him at once. Hajin converts his weapon's configuration once more. This time, he pulls out the American breathing style, second variation, shotgun mode. Hajin eliminates the target without much trouble. Apparently, he didn't even need more than a single shot. He's okay with spending 250 story points for the cause, since it was all worth it in the end. Now, for Rachel, she realizes that it's actually one of her classmates who has come to her rescue. The boy offers her a hand and asks, "Are you okay?" completely forgetting that this girl is bleeding all over the place. Hajin uses his bandages to wipe away her blood, but it seems embarrassing for the princess. She fidgets as he goes about his business. Thankfully, it's not as bad as it could have been while wiping her blood. Hajin inspects the bandage and unexpectedly realizes that he's just acquired the sample of the top-ranked cadet. It's just the kind of thing he was looking for. Rachel thanks him for all the help. The mages of the institution also rush to the scene, questioning if either of them is hurt. They come down to help them out while Jin, the mage instructor, is informed that 2 more cadets are seriously injured. Jin is infuriated and questions the person responsible for causing so much destruction. Let's revisit the hero at the shore. Junyuk is met by his friend who asked about the monster attack. Unfortunately, the monster was chased off, Junyuk says, not by me, but by the works of an intruder. Junyuk wonders what made the creature so tense and angry. Yet, the intruder still defeated it with little to no problems. Without a doubt, from the looks of his strength, the man seemed immensely powerful. She has trouble taking his words seriously, and Junyuk agrees because he thinks the same. He's also certain that this same terrifying man was linked to the killing of the guard. With the appearance of both the high-level creature and this mysterious intruder, the institution's midterms have been thrown into chaos. A day passed, and yesterday's monster incident ended up flooding the news. The entire world raised questions, causing the postponement of the midterm exams, with most teachers occupied, helping with the reconstruction of the damages. The students' classes were eventually called off. That's how Hejin's class celebrated with joy. They had 10 full days to themselves with no work to worry about. Their instructor couldn't believe his eyes. They were celebrating when their classmates had nearly been killed, but I kind of understand their excitement. All of a sudden, Name's laptop is hit with another notification. He learns that it's yet another divergence from the story about to take place. It's annoying enough for him to deal with. The mage known as Alex Lancaster is the topic of interest. We come to find out that he lost an important family member in an incident, and his infuriated state increases the chances of him targeting Rachel. There's also his ever-rising potential to become an even greater villain, depending on how the story pans out. Thankfully, Hajin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he wrote. This guy is supposed to be a serious villain, but his appearance here is premature and unexpected. At this point, Hajin is regretting not adding more heroes on the protagonist's side because the villains in this story are getting out of hand. Deep in thought, he's at least glad to have acquired Rachel's blood without any suspicions. Suddenly, a girl hits his head. Only Non is bold enough to do that. She's pissed at him, but it's warranted because Hajin keeps telling her to forget about archery and pick up something new. That's because he knows it's an incompatible weapon with her potential. Zhu, Hubble, and the class rep are watching the scene from afar, realizing the 2 problem children are at it again. Sue, for some reason, thinks they're behaving better than before. Non goes back to her dorm room, satisfied that she was able to annoy the heck out of Hajin for teasing her. Yet, Non receives a message on her smartwatch. It's the feedback report on her recent test performance. An excited Non is interested in checking others' reviews as well, like Sue, for example. Very surprisingly, Sue wrote high remarks for the girl. He mentioned how scared and uncertain Non was until she became confident and eventually proved herself as a skilled cadet. He describes her persistence and talent as some of her strong suits, and actually favored Non's decision to keep using the bow. Suho even mentions how some doubt her abilities, but the only aspect she's lacking in is her self-confidence. Lastly, he thinks that Non has the potential to become one of the strongest heroes as long as she keeps proving herself. Reading such words, Non is shaken and flustered to tears. She is further convinced in her prowess as an archer and disregards Hajin's bullying. Non reads the second report, which is written from an anonymous account. This person wrote an entire essay for some reason. Excited more than ever, especially after Suho's review, she jumps ahead to read. After a small pause, Non's entire body trembles with anger. Her blood is boiling at the words she's reading, to the point Hyuzuki catches her screaming from inside her room. Filled with anger, Non vows to prove this anonymous bully wrong. Having placed the sample from Rachel on top of the seed, Hajin waits in anticipation. The seed of Evangel that he discovered in Garrison holds a special power. Upon being fed sufficient amounts of human blood, the seed will eventually rebirth the witch Evangel. Hajin is a little glad that it's got the qualities of Rachel, so the seed won't turn out to be a menace to deal with. Otherwise, he'd be dealing with a damn villain. He impatiently pokes at the little seed, begging it to just grow already. Suddenly, the author experiences a sharp pang across his body. His face grows pale because he literally can't deal with what is about to happen. The second stigma mark has just appeared on his wrist, promising him a hell of a pain like last time. His screams roar as the night comes to an end. The following day, our boy is Space Thief out. Even his agent sees his restless face and wonders if he's alright. Jean changes the subject and asks about the agency's business. Thankfully, they've acquired a proper transport for hunting now, and they've also grown in customers. It's given the man some clarity compared to the stressful setting he had to face on the field. He thanks Hajin for his endless support, and Hajin decides that it's best to change topics again. Seeing a crowd gathered nearby, he asks what's going on. At first, he wonders if they're from some guild. Then it is revealed that certain heroes from the Straits of Essence Guild are making their way, causing such an uproar. From among these people, Hajin glances at Yana and wonders if she's also here for an investigation with her team. Surprisingly, she also manages to catch him peeking at her. Yana approaches and asks, "Do you have anything to do with the field?" He politely explains, "I'm just here for a quick cash grab," and even introduces his agent. The dude is stunned to learn that Hajin shares a connection with a prominent member of the Straits of Essence Guild. Hajin thinks about it for a second and realizes that Soya being paired with Yana has got to be one of the worst combinations, given their opposite natures. As established before, Soya is supposed to become the main hero's agent in the original story. When Yana discovers his agency, she becomes the catalyst for investing in Soyak's company, sparking enormous growth for the business. But now, a real problem has risen. It's undecided whether or not the current Yana will see Soyak's business as a worthy investment. If she doesn't, it'd set a negative trajectory for Sukyuk. Anyway, Yana pulls a surprising move and decides to join them for the hunt. It's a shocking twist to Hajin, who has 1,000 questions swirling in his head. The tense car ride continues, both of them distant from each other. Hajin waits patiently, wondering about Yona's intentions. The girl finally speaks and straight up asks if he's got anything planned for the future. Stunned, Hajin requests her to clarify the question. Yana expresses that she wants to know what he plans to do after he's done graduating from the institution. The author reacts normally and states that he didn't invest any thought since it's so far away. Yona explains that it's reasonable to spend time thinking about the future, since in the third year, they won't be seeing the institution as often. The third year is when cadets are classified as trainee heroes, complicating their lives. Here comes the main point. Yona directly offers Hajin an invitation to her guild, reasoning that they're standing just in second place in top rankings, the Holy Grace of God being the best guild all over. However, as soon as Yona takes over the guild, she aspires to make it the best guild in all of Korea. She also promises him plenty of support all around, ranging from agents to weapons. Poor Soyuk flinches when he realizes his job might be cooking. Yona confidently shares that she's presented a lucrative offer to someone who has yet to realize their potential as a hero. The boy reminds her that she can't just do whatever she wants, since scouting cadets at this stage is considered illegal for any guild. It actually causes an enormous fine of nearly $350,000. But this girl is so rich, she thinks it's worth the risk. The vehicle comes to an unexpected hard stop, launching Yana's face into the seat and giving her a nose bruise. She shouts at the damn driver for stopping all of a sudden. A nervous Soyuk explains, "We've already arrived at our destination, which is the monster point for today's mission." Yana is in disbelief and mocks him, pretending to find a monster point while being a normal agent. Soyuk explains how monsters seasonally love going wild in April, causing many heroes to go and hunt them down. This is the reason many monster points are overcrowded at this time of the year. The place he selected was mainly to highlight Hajin's strengths as a sharpshooter, giving him an environmental edge on the field. To back up his words, Soyuk confirms, "I've already verified the information, so there's no need to worry." Hajin tells them, "I'll return after I'm done with my hunting mission." Saying so, he leaves the two of them. But it seems Yana is also disinterested in sharing a chat with the agent and leaves quickly, saying, "My guild members are soon to arrive." She knocks at the window, surprising Soyuk with her sudden return. Turns out, the agent has impressed her with his skills, so she's interested in doing business with him in the near future. 10 days pass since the midterms came to an abrupt end. Classes naturally resumed their pace, allowing the cadets to return to the institution. The curious cadets explore the results board, eager to know where they placed. We can see from here that Kim Hajin placed at the top of the list. This is a natural expectation as he believes in himself. Right after beating Horik during the practical exam, the idiot that Young Hawk sent after him decided not to bother him. So these days have been nothing but filled with tranquility and peace, the kind of peace he didn't initially receive when he first entered the institution. As he's going about his business, a punch crosses his face and smashes into the nearby wall. It comes as no surprise, but the chick is Non, and she's furious because of the report Hajin wrote under her profile. However, from his reaction, it seems like the author is unaware of this report. Non isn't in the mood to play with his bullshit and explains that only he could write such a terrible report poured on her. Turns out Hajin did in fact write the report, and he did it because he wanted to help her. An infuriated Non hounds him for constantly reminding her that archery isn't suitable for her. The cadets all around them observe the scene as Non presents him with a bet. Surprisingly, Hajin accepts the bet. His conditions are simple. If she loses, she's never allowed to pick up the bow again. The stakes get on her nerves, and her blood boils just thinking about proving him wrong. Hajin emphasizes that he'll use a bow just to prove his point, but in exchange, he needs some training to equalize the bet. Non thinks any amount of training he goes through won't be enough to save him from defeat. She walks away, believing she'll win this stupid bet. Meanwhile, Hajin reflects that he's reached a proficiency level 7 in his sharpshooter skill. That means if he raises his level a little higher, he's basically going to curb stomp her in this challenge. To top it off, his luck stat will help him too. The author believes that Non's current struggle lies in avoiding harsh reality. She thinks her skill with a bow and a sword are equal, when in fact they're not. At the same time, Hajin knows that praising someone won't improve their skills, and the only way to get better is to get stronger at whatever you want to achieve. The scene cuts to room 303 of Grace Hall, where the travel club's president Han Hyun is giving an announcement following the conclusion of the midterms. Hajin is spacing out in his thoughts, recalling how both the study and hunting clubs were suspended after being linked to fish incidents. The current events of the story are advancing at a slower, less significant pace than they were in the original. This is reassuring since Hajin now knows which storyline to focus on. Han Hyun's announcement continues as he shares the club's next destination. We're going to France. This same event will involve the gruesome murder of a Paris millionaire, adding another twist to the story. Hajin explains how it all began with a death threat he received from a dangerous group of assassins. They provided him with the exact time and date of his planned assassination. The letter was addressed to a man named Vidal, known for his kind heart. Vidal doesn't spend recklessly and lives in normal life. But that's exactly where the twist happens. He wasn't what he appeared to be. Deep down, Vidal's true identity was Vervet, and he's invested in a criminal secret life. Known to be the worst of the worst, this man actually rose to riches by manipulating and defrauding people with his schemes. Typical crypto bro behavior. Anyway, he ended up escaping the consequences for his actions, but he could only escape for so long until even his trails were exposed. He couldn't go to the police for help and didn't have enough time to hire a protection group for his security. After all, they would need to be strong enough to defeat assassins. The fear of death began creeping up on him just when everything seemed like a grim ending for him. He found a way. Vito ends up getting his hands on this unique method, which became possible thanks to the cute students journeying to Paris. In the original story, Hanok struggled with finding a suitable space for the cadets to stay. While they were discussing this, Fidel sniped at the opportunity like a snake and kindly presented himself forward. He invited the cadets to stay at his manor, large enough to fit every cadet. That's how the story followed. Well, it was more of a plan to shield himself from the assassins, since they would have to go up against the cadets just to kill him. Hajin's computer receives a message. Upon receiving news of a new job, he was excited to open a message from his very first client. The details of the job were straightforward. The client wanted him to find a con artist who had caused the ruin of their family. They had also attached relevant information for Hajin to track this person down. Reviewing the information, Hajin was taken aback. The scene then shifted to a warehouse, where several members of a group were rewatching Horrocks' fight against Hajin. One member was thrilled by the potential of anti-demonic magic, while others were impressed by this year's freshman class, particularly Hajin. A female member half-jokingly asked their captain why they were suddenly reviewing a rookie's fight. While she remained doubtful, another member vouched for Hajin's abilities. They had also looked into his background and confirmed that he had no concerning connections. They speculated that Hajin's motivations might be materialistic and related to money, and decided they could use their considerable resources to persuade him to join their group. Finally, one of them reiterated their primary mission, to track down and deal with the traitor in their ranks. He believed Kim Hajin would be a strong candidate for the task. Assuming the idea that they're going to enlist him, they face trouble assigning him a color spot. The only color left is black, which represents the strongest of the bunch. It's also the same color as the one who betrayed them. One man decides to step up and claim the color for himself. It's the brute maniac who killed the guard. However, the rest of them rain down insults on him for being too much of a bonehead to claim such a color. This leaves them to cast a vote, with the captain's opinion taking precedence. The captain decides as much and requests the group to raise their hands if they want Hajin to become part of their organization. We see a total of 8 people in favor of the decision and 2 against, making the outcome one-sided in recruiting him. The captain tosses her subordinate Jane a VIP party invite to Paris. This is supposed to be the location of their next mission. As the yellow member of the masked Syndicate, Jane is ready to execute a thieving mission to steal a ring. The time for the France tour is here. Han Hyun, as the president, confirms the attendance of the cadets and explains that they'll be drawing lots for teams before entering the portal. Yanha is the first one to approach the box. Hajin is thinking about how he's never really explored Europe in the real world, but here in this world, it's all possible. If things go according to the storyline he intended, then this chick will end up in Suho's group. Yena's hand reaches for the box as the scene cuts off. We now see the beautiful Eiffel Tower, signaling that the cadets have stepped foot in Paris. As for the teams, everyone probably expected at least one twist. That twist? Naon ended up with our boy, much to her anger. She's busy harassing him while the citizens of France glance at the students from the reputable academy. Turns out, Han Yun's got a lover in France, and they collectively make the rest of these losers jealous. It's so hilarious how the entire trip to France was probably planned because the dude wanted to see his girlfriend. Han introduces his girlfriend, as well as the team doctor for the trip. Natasha pleasantly introduces herself and greets the group. With that settled, it's time for the cadets to break off into their selected groups. They can spend the day on their own, but have to return for the party at night. With Nan and Hajin paired with each other, she asks what place he's interested in exploring, since he's got no clue. He suggests exploring some restaurants and finds it pretty surprising she's choosing to stick with him. Nan believes it's just the obvious since they're paired up, while Hajin remembers how his previous partner, Yana, just ditched him without caring about the pairing. Anyway, our boy, being as preppy as always, has made a list for them to navigate the place without getting lost. All he asks from Nan is to follow up with her. She reminds him that she's got a pea palate and won't be merciful. They end up coming to a really fancy restaurant, much to the shock of Nan. Turns out Hajin's already got his reservations ready. As they take their table, the girl is out here wondering how he landed a reservation in the first place. The author chooses not to reveal how, but it's actually because he used the Book of Truth. For the menu, Hajin tells her that it's fine if she orders anything, catching her off guard. The boy already knows she's a pea eater, paired with the fact she's from a rich family. Suddenly, Hajin spots a familiar presence and becomes startled enough to get up from his seat. This dude was doing everything well, but then he just raced off, leaving the girl to herself, sensing the danger of the situation. Hajin questions if this is yet another alteration from the storyline. He rushes to approach a couple and calls for their attention. The glasses girl is Yun Seonga, another main character who isn't supposed to pop up in Paris. Suna doesn't know what to say, while Hajin had to step on the gas just to catch up with her. Suna pretends not to know this guy, even though Hajin wants her to drop the act. At this point, the system offers another story alert as Suna's boyfriend steps up for her. Hajin decides to back off and explores his laptop. The system has given him a story modification alert regarding Jane and Sunonga forming their connection to Paris. While he's busy outside, Nan doesn't get what this dude is doing on his own. Hajin recalls that their first encounter was in the headquarters of the Holy Grace of God Guild. Both of them signed up as new recruits at the time, shared missions with each other, and even bore through difficult times together. They were basically inseparable best friends who always supported each other. But then that image of friendship shattered as Jane decided to betray Suna. In their duel, Suna was defeated and begged for answers. Jane, a person who she took for her friend, ended up being a sadistic person who just wanted to toy around with her. Her real identity was Valorin, the yellow member of the masked syndicate. She's a villain and the queen of disguise and thievery. Right now, Suna seems to be undercover on the hunt. Joran remarks how she looks annoyed. She shares her relief because this moment is an opportunity for her to move on from her past. Joran doesn't want to trust the informant who told them about Valorin's eventual appearance at the party. And while Saunga is suspicious of the information, she also knows Jane well and knows that she's likely to come to steal something valuable. After all, how could she resist the priceless ring of Homer? Valorin has the information about its keeping, so she'll do whatever it takes to steal the object. That's when Sononga is hoping to strike. Nan ate to her heart's content, and with that settled, Hajin asks if she's ready to part ways with him now since she's got places of her own interest to go and visit. The truth is he's looking for a way to get himself alone to prepare a strategy for the party. Since she's got no reason to stick with him, she tries leaving. But this conversation wouldn't be a conversation without Hajin leaving a cheeky comment. Nan snaps at him as usual. The scene transitions to the hour of the ball where we see Su, Ho, and Yan getting all the attention. The people around them wonder, are these two supposed to be celebrities of some kind? Yanhai is glad they took measures with their disguise, while the main protagonist finds it a little convenient to wear a tight suit. Yana offers her hand to dance with him, since it would be unusual for them not to. As this is happening, we zoom out to see Hajin, who has arrived at 5:30 and has also confirmed the arrival of Seonga. So far, nothing unusual has caught his interest. The event is being held at an old palace on the outskirts of the city. Hajin is here to make sure no drastic changes occur from the story. Using his Dead-Eye ability, a surprised Hajin discovers a magic portal opening out of nowhere, which wasn't meant to happen. Now, when it comes to portals like these, only demonic humans are capable of opening them. What's even worse is that only powerful fiends can open these portals, meaning the threat they're dealing with isn't just child's play. One of the people inside the hall is secretly acting as the fiend and maintaining the portal's activation. Right then, Hajin receives a system notification. This time, it's a critique from the co-author to explain his reasoning behind the changes. The mysterious co-author believes that an ultra-rare item like the Ring of Homer should have a greater interest from the characters hunting for it. For this reason, a fish group called the Fellowship of Evil Deeds has taken interest and intervened in the event. Learning this fact, Hajin remembers just how powerful the fish organization truly is. Their leader, Kim Hakio, is a dangerous man. They love waging war, stealing valuable artifacts, and they're involved in many of the conflicts in the world. In other words, our boy now has to deal with an entire evil organization, all because the co-author decided for him. Activating his Ether spell, Hajin seems to have covered his face with a mask and intends to stop this plan from happening. Scouting from above, he checks for Valor and Jane. Speaking of that woman, she's currently choking the life out of a waiter in secret. Maintaining her disguise, she passes the authorization to the safe where the ring is being held. The mission seems to be an easy success for her, as the artifact is just inches away from her. Valorant attempts to snatch the ring when an apprehensive yet familiar voice calls out from behind. Turns out that Valorant is using Joran's identity to do her dirty deeds. She's surprised to encounter Suna at a place like this. The confident Suna claims that she's out here checking up on her assistant, playing the part of a fool. She steps forward and decides to hug him from behind. Valorant is losing her mind, not knowing what's happening out here. Suddenly, Suna tightens her grip and reminds Valorant that she's not interested in being fooled again. Saying so, this chick literally pulls a suplex and pummels her body into the ground. The explosive battle catches the attention of the outward hall. People thought a bomb went off just because of their fight. Valorant lunges past the smoke and transforms back to her original body. She's actually impressed by Suna's ability to see through her flawless disguise. Suna is in no mood to talk and speeds up to attack her. She knows that Joran went missing the moment they stepped into Paris, and she could tell by the difference in their speech pattern that Valorant had already made her move. Impressed by her sharp eye, Valorant thinks it's only natural she's cautious because of the first time she was betrayed. Before Suna can attack her, a whip catches her arm. It's Yana, and she wants them to stop wreaking havoc in the hall. Suna asks about their identity since she doesn't know their Q candidates. Yana breaks her disguise. Lower your weapon, she instructs. Let's avoid chaos. But Samba isn't planning on backing off. Her electrical energy destroys Yana's whip, causing a literal shock. The weapon is no more. Samba turns her attention to her opponent, who quickly dashes in with a piercing strike. Thankfully, she dodges in and begins counterattacking with her sword. The sheer power emerging from their strikes is blinding. Samba is having a hard time keeping up with Valorant, but she eventually finds an opening of her own and deflects her. With her sword chipped and smashed, Valorant lays defenseless on the ground. A bloodlusted Suna raises her sword, aiming to finish her off for good. But right as she's about to kill Valorant, Suho intervenes, blocking her blade with his own. Valorant is sweating bullets, realizing she literally could have been killed just now. Shamna offers Suho a polite warning. Get out of my way, she says, unless you also want to meet the same fate. A hero refuses to back off. Acknowledging that he's unaware of their reason to fight, Suho's strong sense of justice compels him to stop the two from fighting. His words are useless against a provoked Suna, who literally kicks him away. But when she turns to Valorant, she is no longer there. It was enough time for her to make her escape. Suna rushes to catch her while she happily runs off. Suddenly, a wave of black darkness comes in between the two. Both of them are left astonished at the scene. One fiend has managed to acquire the ring for herself. The Ring of Homer is now in the hands of a demonic human who seems to have the combined powers of a mermaid with tentacles. Observing the scene from outside is the author, Hajin. Let's break off from here and see what Non is doing. Poor girl ended up getting lost just like our boy thought she would. She's been struggling to navigate a damn map and always ends up coming back to the same location. Nan's pissed at her useless smartwatch and suddenly realizes that her father is the CEO of the company who manufactures them. The girl instantly retracts her statement and decides to call Yana for help. Unfortunately, she's unable to get in touch with her, making Nan even more frustrated. Revisiting the hall, Sonomga immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powers. Since she's also a powerful hero, Sonomga demands let go of the ring at once. The arrogant fiend persists in her act and states, "We, the demons, are more deserving of the prized artifact." Hajin is still watching the scene, waiting for things to escalate. He collects his thoughts, stating the group of fiends has acquired the ring, and what's worse is that none of the heroes in the hall stand a chance at retrieving it. Assessing the need for a plan B, Hajin makes his move by releasing a slime whip. He launches it at full speed. causing it to break the window and crash inside. The fiend is alarmed, unexpectedly caught off guard. Hajin is safely able to recover the ring from her grasp while the demon looks around clueless as to what happened. With her distracted, Seo rushes in to make her move at full speed. The fighting begins, giving Hajin the opportunity to escape unnoticed. While he's observing the ring, Hajin is suddenly attacked out of nowhere. He barely escapes a giant explosion, leaving a crater in the ground. One man steps forward, an energy blade in his hand. He's here to stop the intruder from escaping with the ring. Hajin wasn't expecting another fiend to pop out of nowhere. The man politely greets him and introduces himself as Sidious. He also shares his association with the Fellowship of Evil Deeds. The talkative bastard is rather impressed by Hajin's impressive ability to steal the ring without trouble. He doesn't care if Hajin is quick-witted and fast on his feet. After all, Sidious demands that he return the ring at once. Our boy declines, making things annoying and complicated for the fiend. So, his second option is to steal the ring by force. Sidious prepares his lightsaber and lunges forth to attack. He releases a dark red wave of magic, which cuts through the landscape. Hajin barely made it alive without being turned to ashes. This man is not tough with. He's overpowered as hell. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, a really pricey object that cost him millions. So long as the person wielding it can supply it with enough magic power, the capabilities of this weapon are limitless. He offers Hajin to simply return the ring without getting himself needlessly hurt. Now, here's the thing about demonic humans. When they form a pact with demons, their mana supply goes up by several magnitudes, which means the weapon he's holding is the perfect one for a fiend, making them really hard to deal with. Hajin's focus is on the magic sword, and he's thinking of ways to somehow subdue the weapon first. Sidious confidently prepares another swing, unleashing a wave of energy again. Hajin evades with his defensive maneuvers, and he finds himself forced into a corner. Starting to feel the need to strike up a conversation, Hajin tries his best to negotiate. Sidious almost doesn't want to take him up on that offer since he's already turned down negotiation attempts before. He also taunts the masked warrior for thinking that he could best him by buying time. Sidious has sharply assessed his abilities and claims that Hajin is much weaker than those heroes inside the hall. He's got nothing more than a gun and a skill to evade. It's bewildering to the fiend that nobody like Hajin has the confidence to oppose a powerful fiend. With his monologue over, Sidious prepares to unleash a final sword strike, hoping to end his opponent for good. Funnily enough, the magic fades into nothingness, surprising both the fiend and our boy. Sidious doesn't get what happened with his weapon. While Hajin stood there speechless, he offered an explanation. The magic sword was now rendered useless for the rest of the day, a fact that not even the fiend had known about. What's crazy about this is that Hajin's passive luck factor intervened. Because of that, the magic sword malfunctioned. Of course, Sidious thought Hajin was just talking nonsense like an idiot because he didn't know about Hajin's powers. He was also confident he'd slaughter the human without a weapon. But Hajin wasn't so sure about that claim. It seemed like an overestimation. With the remaining Stigma, the author channeled light magic and altered the mode of his gun. Sidious charged full speed, aiming to blow Hajin away with a single kick. But just before his attack could connect, Hajin released his shot, ending the fight. The scene then transitioned back to Non, who was playing video games instead of searching for the ball. She saw a bunch of police cars patrolling by and wondered what was going on at this hour. There was also the fact that no one was talking to her, making her feel alienated. Non was in a bitter mood and couldn't understand why she was acting the way she was. All of a sudden, a boy decided to take a seat next to her. It's Hajin, who popped up right out of nowhere, startling her. He's in an injured state and barely capable of forming a sentence because of his previous battle. The dude literally collapses before her eyes, giving her a shock. Non worriedly asks, is he okay? But the fatigued, battle-worn Hajin is unconscious and incapable of responding. In his dream, Kim Hajin experiences one of the events of his actual life. He had just finished his cassette exam. His parents called for him, and they were there for him. He questioned why they risked their health to come for him. Suddenly, their image begins wavering, becoming hazy. At the time, the boy broke into tears, apologizing for failing the exam so badly. His parents tried to comfort him, understanding of his condition. They embraced their son in a loving manner, showing him support even in hardship. Remembering that touching memory, Hajin wakes up, crying his eyes out. He's on a bed, but the question is, where? The worried Suho and Non come over to check on his condition. Non is annoyed she had to drag his ass all the way here because of his unconscious state. She also notices his dried-up eyes and taunts him for crying. Suho orders her to go outside while an assistant shows him support by bringing him apples. She explains how his condition reflected exhaustion and that she wants him to rest as much as he can. Hajin doesn't get why he's receiving all of this support or where he even is right now. Turns out, he somehow ended up in the manor, which means they come into contact with Videl. It's already late, but Hajin isn't hungry and refuses to join the others for dinner. His mind is flooded with thoughts of the assassination incident, which is about to initiate its plan very soon. Hajin is glad that he's awake to see things happen in real time. The maid requests Non to leave along with her for the night, which causes her to become upset. Suho bids them farewell and proceeds to peel an apple for Hajin. He's unsure if it's the right thing for their boy to get up so soon. The author checks his smartwatch and learns what was reported in the news. Thankfully, the report states that no one was killed, and most people suffered only minor injuries at best. However, there's also no mention of Valorant in the report, which means she escaped without trouble. Hajin decides to have a conversation with Suho, requesting information about the fiend. Su explains that he, too, isn't an expert on knowing what happened. The monster escaped before the heroes could defeat her. Hajin takes the apple slice and eats it. As Suho is slicing the apple for him, Hajin observes his injuries and advises the hero to take care of himself. The author even sarcastically asserts that he's the protagonist of the story, so it would be a real problem for him to get injured. Hajin reflects on how Suho confronted Suna without any hesitation. In response, she was prepared to kill him because he got in her way. It's the timely intervention of the fiend that saves Suho's life. Otherwise, he would have suffered brutal injuries. While Hajin understands the hero's intentions and the path he is supposed to follow, there's a problem. A major weakness exists because those who follow the good have to make difficult choices. At the same time, the author reminisces about his own thoughts. He visits his parents and wants to return to his home world. Suho thinks the word protagonist means little to nothing in their world, and if that were the case, then he believes Hajin would be just as much of a protagonist as he is. In Suho's optimistic and bright worldview, everyone is a protagonist. Speaking of which, Suho talks about the report that Hajin wrote from his anonymous account. He noticed that he was being unnecessarily harsh on Non for seemingly no reason at all. Hajin begs to differ, emphasizing that archery doesn't suit her talent. That's also the reason he made the bet with her. If she loses, she will never use a bow again. Suho offers his thoughts, criticizing Hajin's approach for forcing his way with her into quitting. Hajin bounces back with a sharp response of his own, questioning is it the correct approach to praise people up to no good. After all, praising them all the time doesn't make people any better or stronger. There's also the chance that they'll ignore the advice, making the process frustrating. Hajin questions, would someone like Suho be okay with accepting responsibility in that case? Suho asked an obvious question, inquiring, what is the basis for Hajin's thoughts on Non's archery skills? Are you willing to take responsibility if she ends up on the wrong path? Hajin explains, I've done research on her. I've studied her more than anyone else. In simple terms, since I wrote the character myself, I know what her weaknesses are. It's the reason I can see things beyond Suho's understanding. Suho doesn't really get what he means by that. He hears a commotion coming from outside. Using his special eye, he realizes that Non had actually been listening in on their conversation with a concealment skill. Her precision was so sharp that they only detected her just now. Moments later, Non rushes into Yana's room, clearly flustered and embarrassed. She doesn't understand what he was murmuring about. Yana wakes up and asks, what's got you so troubled? Non tries to keep it casual and replies, it's nothing. Yana goes back to bed, leaving Non to her own thoughts. She tries her best to stay calm, convinced that neither Suho nor Hajin noticed her earlier. Even so, his carefully chosen words keep running through her mind. While she's lost in thought, Non is startled by a sudden loud scream. Yana wakes up again, visibly irritated, and says, Non, please keep it down. Non quickly explains, I didn't make any noise this time. Both of them quickly realize that it was a real scream coming from outside. The scene shifts to Vidal's maid, who is horrified to discover that a man has been gravely attacked. It appears the assailants have completed their mission. Just as they promised, every cadet bursts out of their rooms to see what's going on. Suho is the fastest among them and descends by himself. Hajin comes outside too, gun in hand, and he's equally shocked that this man jumped from the 3rd floor. Suho dashes as fast as he can and slams open the door. His eyes widen when he sees the sight of Vidal's bloodied body. Vidal's maid is struck with horror and explains what happened. The rest of the cadets are also terrified to discover the horrifying truth. Due to an enormous amount of blood loss, Vidal's state is unbearable, and he's beyond saving. The butler is the first to point fingers at the cadets, believing that they're responsible for murdering their beloved master. Of course, his frustrations are understandable, so the cadets just listen without responding. The maid plans to call the police and an ambulance to sort things out, requesting the cadets return to their rooms for the night. But right then, Hajin pops open the light switch because he already knows what happened. The rest of them are confused as to why he would turn the lights on so suddenly. Without responding, he walks up to Vidal's body while the assistant shouts at him for interrupting the scene of the crime. She commands that he leave at once, but Hajin isn't in the mood to mess around. He pulls out his Glock and presses it against her neck. So hollow, the others are stunned. Even Non thinks this guy has finally lost it. Hajin finally speaks, his voice cold. Natasha is a liar. He continues explaining Vidal isn't even dead to begin with. In fact, even in the original story, the villain Vervet didn't die here. His plan was always to fake his death and eventually form a pact with fiends, aligning himself with a far more sinister route than ever before. Hajin pauses, then adds, since his fate is in the hands of the co-author editing the story, I don't know what he'll end up doing in the future. That's why I want to make sure he goes down here and now for good. The room goes silent. Hajin knows that the act of persuasion, especially in a setting like this, is difficult to pull off. He understands that his intervention may also create problems for him later. But the reason he acted this way, it's all because of Suho's influence. Hajin wants to believe deep down that he's just as important a protagonist as the other main characters. And in his heart, he doesn't feel guilty for twisting the story. After all, it has already been edited so many times. Anyway, Hajin is bent on his ruling that Vidal is still alive and claims that it's just a gimmick these guys are pulling off by putting him in a state of suspended animation. To counter his ridiculous claims, Natasha uses her authority as a doctor to shut him down. However, our boy is already a step ahead of her and explains his reasoning. His first area of interest is the wound, which shouldn't have been possible to inflict onto someone from above. There's also the fact that this man is practically leaking rivers of blood, which also shouldn't be possible since the human body only has so much. But perhaps the most conclusive evidence of it all, Hajin taps on his smartwatch, reveals that Vitel's identity is listed on the international wanted list under the name Swindler Vervet. He accuses Vidal of being the same person, which is why they're doing so much. Natasha asks the butler and wants to know if the ambulance is on its way. After learning that it is, she still tries to downplay Hajin's claims and prefers leaving this matter in the hands of the experts. She concludes the discussion when all of a sudden, Hajin decides to take things one step even further ahead. This man takes out his gun and points it at the supposed corpse. Shocking Natasha. She worriedly turns to him, questioning why he's pointing a gun at the dead man. Even the rest of the cadets think he's taking things too far at this point and should stop. However, this guy is ruthless in his stance. He emphasizes that he'll pull the trigger on the count of 3, which would be enough to prove whether or not the man is dead. Hajin's countdown begins with Natasha losing her mind. She begs the rest of the cadets to stop this psychopath from aiming at a corpse. However, Hajin's countdown doesn't stop. He presses the gun against the man's head, preparing to pull the trigger. Natasha inquires why he's so desperate to prove things when the authorities are on their way. At last, the boy reaches his 3rd count. By this point, Natasha has a mental breakdown. She can see in his eyes that Hajin isn't going to mess around. He will actually shoot Vidal. In a desperate act, she attempts to sacrifice her own life, leaping ahead and covering Vidal, begging him to stop. Finally, Natasha confesses that this man is actually her father, and she doesn't want anyone killing him. Well, that gives away her secret, because now everyone knows what's up. The butler is suddenly startled by a gunshot. Hajin declares that they need the help of heroes instead of the police right now. After all, they just confirmed and caught a wanted criminal in the manor. The authorities eventually arrive and arrest Natasha while retrieving her father's body. The supposed murder was, in reality, a scheme played by the father and daughter duo. Knowing that everyone was searching for him across Europe, due to his snide reputation, they wanted to help Vidal escape investigations by faking his death. They also wanted to use the testimony of the gullible Q cadets to make sure their case was solid and convincing. The plan was to use the revival technique right after putting him in suspended animation. Fun fact, the drug for putting someone in that state of animation is not that costly. So, Natasha, who had a background working for the institution, was able to acquire it with little to no trouble on her hands. Beyond that, it was a piece of cake. She made an illusion of a chest wound using the illusory magic of an outlaw mage. She also used a bunch of transfusion blood packs to make the blood more convincing. Now the first responders coming to the scene wouldn't really know what was going on. They just assumed the man was assassinated. Somehow, the same went for the police authorities, who were secretly paid to be on their side. During the retrieval of the body, they would replace it with a fake one and escape the investigation. After that, the Q cadets laid out their own testimony based on what they saw, strengthening Vitel's case. After all, it's very hard to oppose the reputation of a Q cadet. Beyond that, Vidal would be classified as officially dead, allowing him to continue his life of crime under another secret identity. Well, that was the idea of the original storyline, at least, which won't happen anymore. Using the Book of Truth, the boy learns that Vidal is being apprehended by the Hero Association in France. It's safe to say that he's cooked and never coming back. Hajin hums a tune, satisfied with his inquiry, and actually giving the institution a positive name in the media. Yana comes around, impressed by his deductive capabilities, and calls him Sherlock for being able to figure out so many things. She even recommends that he start his own detective agency as a joke. The real question bothering her is the fact that Hajin seems to know about criminals a little too well. To make up an excuse, he chalks it down in his family's history. Speaking of history, the author doesn't even know about Kim Chandon's actual backstory, since it's a character he didn't even write in the novel. Let's take it to the headquarters of the Fish Group. Sillison reports her failure to successfully retrieve the Ring of Homer due to the intervention of a masked warrior. She's even more shocked that this warrior was capable of defeating Sidious. The leader of the group wants to know if this person was also a fiend by chance, but Sillison is dead certain that he wasn't a fiend nor a hero. With those possibilities narrowed down, he wants her to investigate the mercenary and hunter groups to connect the dots. Since he's dangerous, he reminds her not to track him on her own and prioritize informing him instead. The leader of the Fellowship of Evil Deeds is extremely annoyed that Sillison openly advertises herself as a fiend. As if she's proud of the fact, she tries to feign ignorance, but he knows her well. He roars at her for not keeping her identity as a fiend a secret from the rest. She apologizes for her act and shifts her appearance into a human form, allowing her to blend in with the others. The leader wants her to investigate the masked warrior and asks about the magic sword that Sidious lost. Sillison isn't exactly thrilled to reveal that they've lost the magic sword. Speaking of that lightsaber, it's resting in the author's hands, but he's yet to understand what he's going to do with it. He doesn't really have proficiency in magic and can only reliably use the Stigma magic. It's basically a useless weapon all in all. While selling it seems profitable, it would be a waste of a weapon. Inspecting the extremely rare Ring of Homer, Hajin reflects that unlocking the real capabilities of the ring requires someone to penetrate it with a large amount of magic. However, for his case, he can swindle past that barrier with ease. Just by spending a bunch of his story points, he could alter the properties and awaken it manually. With the purchase confirmed, the artifact gleams and shatters to become a silver ring. Its abilities include increasing the IQ of the user as a passive skill every day. It also amplifies magic to some effect. Hajin is proud that he can use it safely and even trade it later if he doesn't want it. In his mind, he's thinking about giving it to Suo or Non, who would be far more capable of realizing its effects. There's the fact that Non is exceptionally advanced in magic without her knowledge, so she may be more suitable of the two. Curious about his personal stats, he checks the system and learns that he hasn't experienced much change beyond agility and sensitivity. It's starting to feel like Hajin's abilities are stagnating, since there's only so much growth he can go through. However, he's confident in his tenacity to work hard and overcome the wall. While pondering the question, he wonders if he can face the bratty Non in his current state, which reminds him to investigate Chundong's personal history. After all, he's certain the co-author left some clues for him, accounting for the fact that Chundong ended up in the institution. Despite being an extra character, he's still classified as an exceptional kid who's promised to become a hero someday. With that consideration, there's just no way he had Momo parents. For the investigation, he decides to hire Yujin Huck, an expert people finder and background investigator. This guy is at the top of his league in his field, and his extremely high feat reflects his skills. But since Hajin doesn't really have any other options, he thinks he should hire the guy. Suddenly, a bolt of realization hits our boy. He has his bank account by investing all of his portions of money in stocks, leaving him broke. Suddenly, his eyes glance toward the seed he's been nurturing. He tends to its daily feeding, and the scene ends there. Next, we see Yan Hasview, who seems to be phoning Jin Huck, likely to investigate Hajin's background. Norway's chilly winter is here, and you might be wondering why we're here of all places. The author doesn't want to get into the nitty-gritty details, and instead gets his face bashed with a snowball. It's the pesky brat, Non, again with her precise aim. Hajin delves into his summary, reflecting on how club activities resumed after the short break caused by the fish incident. The hunting club decided it was best to go on a reunion event by renting a cabin in Norway. The senior cadet decides to explain the contents of the event. Number flags have been placed throughout the forest, and acquiring them rewards the finder with a gift ranging from all sorts of valuable goods. The cadets are inspired to look for the flags because of the promised rewards. Like always, it's time to draw lots for team arrangements. Like always, rotten luck finds Non, and she annoyingly ends up with Kim Hae-jin. At this point, she's convinced he's rigging the outcome to mess with her mood. Pissed off, she demands that he doesn't slow her pace. Hae-jin politely warns her about the board trap she's about to step into. Poor girl gets caught in the trap, much to his amusement. Non is a little surprised Hae-jin isn't wearing heavier coats to cover himself. The kid explains that his jacket is functional enough to survive the cold. What she doesn't know is that he's using a special relic called the Royal Coat Jacket, allowing the user to manipulate the temperature at will. This coat was actually Rachel's happy gift to him for the midterms. She's just a sweet angel in his eyes. Funnily, he thinks he should have written kinder characters in the story, just like her. A curious Non points to the flag just up ahead. Hajin confirms the number with his eyes, declaring it to be number 1. Still, he doesn't get why it's placed up so high. Non doesn't really give a damn about climbing and starts leaping up like a monkey. The author gathers something from his pocket and finds a blade attached to a bunch of wires. Non finds them ordinary and doesn't get his initiative. However, the author reflects that these wires have been particularly strengthened by magic, making them powerfully unique. He throws the blade, aiming near the flag, believing that its initial trajectory doesn't really matter. After all, he can manipulate it with his magic. The knife ends up hitting its target at the base, releasing the flag from the top. Non is pleasantly surprised that his gamble worked. The flag pops down in front of the boy, who reaches out for it to inspect the prize. While the excited Non comes running, Hajin reads the note and learns that they stumble upon first place. Turns out it's Sonoma's actual phone number. While it seems like an amazing prize to Non, Bro is looking depressed and tells her to just take it. She yaps about her status as the vice guild master of an elite guild, but that doesn't matter. Hajin isn't looking for her contact since he already has it. This unintentional display of kindness makes her flustered. She tries to return it, claiming that she did nothing to earn the prize. Hajin is okay with that and recommends they return to the cabin. The scene shifts to Yana, who remembers her inquiry to Hajin and his response. She's got a puzzled look on her face, trying to create an association on how Vital could have ended up in H-Mean's head. After all, he's a European criminal, so there's no way for them to know each other. Her second assessment is that he may have memorized the faces of wanted criminals, but that doesn't make much sense either. Her main hypothesis, stemming from all of this, is that Yana believes Hajin has had a tragic past in his life. Because of that, he's probably searching for the person responsible for making him suffer. That's why he memorized the criminal's wanted list. There's the fact that he's an orphan too, which makes her wonder if his parents may have been assassinated in secret. It makes sense to her that he would memorize the faces of criminals and keep his true powers hidden from everyone. Gianna believes his true objective is to keep a low profile, hunt the criminal, and eventually deal him the killing blow. But despite her contemplation, her thoughts are nothing more than a theory. His past is still etched in mystery. However, if it's truly the case, then Yan thinks she can turn that into an opportunity for herself to one day recruit him to her guild. All that strategy dumping makes her feel depressed because she secretly hates calling Jin Hyuk. The scene shifts to Jin Hyuk's office where he picks up a ringing phone call for his agency. But when he hears Yona's voice, he's surprised and wonders why she's calling her uncle all of a sudden. She makes things simple and states, "I've got a job opportunity for you. I need you to track Kim Hajin, a 17-year-old Q cadet. I want everything there is to know about his past." Trusting his brilliant detective capabilities, Yan thinks he's the only person who can confidently execute this job. The students are shocked that Hajin was capable of finding the number 1 flag, as well as the 4th. Coincidentally, the 4th flag's prize is somewhat more useful. It's a VR headset, rather than a chick's number. Anyway, the group enjoys their stay at the cabin. The food is top-notch and Hajin is helping prepare it for everyone. This way, he's actually gaining a positive image of himself, much different from the rumors others spread about him in the beginning. Hajin remembers his aunt having her personal barbecue place, which is why he's adept with handling a grill. The students discuss the end of the semester, talking about how one shouldn't trust anyone during the finals because of the difficulty of the exam. What's worse than the difficulty is that it causes a lot of conflicts between friendships. Finals week is critical to a student's grade, after all. A bunch of them bring up the remedial unit, drawing Hajin's attention. This unit is just like its name implies, a class full of cadets who became failures and couldn't advance. There's actually a scale of 200 students in that class. 20 of these people have decided to make deals with demons and have become fiends, all in the name of passing their grades. That's also the reason this year's finals could prove to be troublesome. There's the lingering issue of the co-author manipulating the events of the story, causing the remedial unit to become larger. It would also be a reflection of the institution's current state, which is in crisis. One student shares her compliments to Hajin, who seems to be cooking pork belly to perfection. She even offers him to join them while they eat, but Hajin is okay with eating on his own. He also thinks it's rather strange of her to chat him up over grilled meat. It makes him wonder if it's really that good. With the cadets finishing their meals, it's time to rest and relax in the lodging. Nansbrew bullies her, thanks to Hajin messing around. After the meal, he enjoys the moment, remembering how it's been a long time since he laughed like that. Receiving a sudden system notification, the author learns that his client is searching for the scammer, Jerome Miller. Hajin thinks it might have something to do with Vervet. Just to make sure, he activates the Book of Truth and requests a bunch of inquiries. The author learns everything there is to know about Jerome Miller, and it's so much information that it hurts his head. A temple experience while using the Book of Truth. Punching keys on his laptop, he files the report and receives 5 million points for the information he shared. Easy money for him as he closes the laptop, enjoying the beautiful view of the aurora. Habitually, Kim Hajin picked up a smoking habit in his real life during times like these. He remembers his smoking addiction for nearly half a decade, and yet, ever since he jumped into this world, he's forgotten about it completely. Non silently observes him and is shocked to pick up on that detail. Hajin is startled to find her spying on him, but it turns out Non had just arrived. She's a little underwhelmed. He had a smoking habit and even thinks he must have had a terrible background in high school. Bro is getting hammered with accusations and tries to deflect them. Non towers over him and decides to ask an important question. She wants to know if Hajin can truly best her. The author wants to know if she's prepared to leave her bow for good as part of the bet. With a sad look on her face, Non thinks there's nothing to worry about because she's going to win anyway. But it's clear from her body language, she's uncomfortable and might actually cry if she loses, just like in the game earlier. She changes topics and shares the recent news from France. This guy is getting called the Korean Sherlock Holmes for solving the case of the wanted criminal Vervet. Instead of being impressed, she thinks it's an insult to compare a lousy smoker to Sherlock. Hajin thinks she's just bullying him at this point. Non bolts off in her typical style, being childish and petty as always. But before leaving, she stops to ask him what cigarettes taste like. Hajin's response isn't shown as the scene ends there. Let's explore the detective side of things. Jin Huk is playing his part investigating Kim Hajin's background. He's using concealment to mask his presence and growing impatient. Suddenly, he sees a covered figure placing a baby near an orphanage. This person's identity is also a mystery, and before Jin Huk is able to piece together more information, the illusion melts into nothingness. He's getting increasingly puzzled about Kim Hajin's identity. Approaching his assistant's room, Jin Huk makes his return. He's still got no clue about the case. He's also got his priorities straight and wants to attend nature's call before splitting the details. So Kim Hajin grew up in an orphanage. Thanks to the detective's powers, he was able to revisit the past on the day Hajin was admitted in order to look at the person's identity. However, it seemed to be a child who brought the baby out. Out of nowhere, nothing more. Jin Huk couldn't really connect more dots because he sensed strong interference. The only way he'll be able to explore further is by maintaining full strength for a long time. Also, dude is literally while he's thinking about these details. He wants to tell Yan Ha, but almost feels ripped off doing something for free. His cheeky assistant peeks in with an interesting revelation. One other person wanted to report on Hajin, and they could use the same information as a cash grab. This person is actually a Violet Haze website user ranked just the same as Jin Hai himself. He reads the request, which is straight to the point without any fluff. They're willing to give up 100 million points as an advance fee and 500 million more upon job completion. That's a lot of money for one guy. With so much money involved, Jin Huk has a rough idea of who commissioned them. It's definitely the criminal group, the masked syndicate. Jin Huk is starting to believe that this kid really might be special to be investigated so thoroughly. It's Friday's class, and the instructor announces the approaching final exams in 1 month. One part of the exam will be a practical portion, even tougher than the midterms. The exam will encompass the use of the various hero skills the cadets have been learning over the course of the semester. The midterms spark joy among the cadets, but Hajin explains that the finals won't have any spectators viewing the matches. The test location is also designed to be on a remote island, teeming with dangerous monsters requiring a week of survival. Without a doubt, Hajin just knows the co-author will make his life a living hell in this case with his numerous edits. Still, even without the edits, there's a bunch of problems that are going to surface. Hajin wants to stay sharp to avoid getting caught in them. The instructor refuses to delve into the details of the test, but emphasizes that this time the testing grounds won't receive any outside interruptions. Many high-level heroes have made sure to avoid such a thing, so all the cadets have to focus on are the exams. With that, the cadets are told to be dismissed for the day. Our boy is preparing his stuff when Naon comes, reminding him about their bet. Hajin loves annoying her, so he reminds her she'll be losing her bow soon. In response, she wants to wipe the floor with him in the fight. It's finally time for their one-on-one. They head over to the archery center, where both cadets prepare to compete. Hajin is rather surprised she brought a crew along just to observe the outcome. John Hawk, Su Ho, and the class rep are stoked to see them brawl. Yang Han acts like there's no bad blood between him and Hajin, especially with the hiccups they had in the past. John Hawk straight up yanks him by the hair, clearly offended that Hajin told Non to give up her bow. So, in return, he wants Hajin to leave the institution. Non isn't very crowd-loving and kicks them all away to start their match. The game is called target shooting. There's a trap ahead. Launching a bunch of targets for both of them to shoot down, Non recommends they start at 100 meters. The range will increase by 50 meters each time a target is hit. With that settled, she thinks he must be pretty scared and intimidated by now. However, Hajin is as cool as a cucumber because he was expecting the challenge to be a little more difficult. Non is ready to break his confidence. Both archers get into position. Non activates the trap thrower, releasing discs of targets up in the air. Non releases her bow, smashing through the target with her perfect aim. She's pretty convinced he can't do any better. 100 meters is nothing to this girl. She's also surprised he didn't shoot anything. Turns out this lousy idiot wasn't expecting the disc to come out so fast, so he didn't even release his arrow. Hearing this, Non and the rest of the crowd are stumped. They all collectively break into loud laughter, taking him for a joke. Interestingly, instead of picking on him, she's annoyed by their annoying chatter. She also thinks Hajin's stance is all over the place. Since she's convinced none of his attempts will matter, she lets him have a second try. Hajin gets into position and pulls the string. It's true that Non has the better form of the two, but that's not the important thing in this competition. Hajin isn't the type to play by the rules in every situation, as there are plenty of things beyond the fundamentals of sport. The deciding factor between the weak and the strong is one's abilities, and Hajin's powers aren't a joke. At last, the trap thrower releases discs, prompting Hajin to release the arrow with the aid of his marksman ability. A perfect hit smashing through the disc. Hajin's raw skill has utterly baffled Non and the rest of the naysayers. Now that he's ready to rumble, he requests round 2. Let's explore the girl's background a little. See, Non was often looked up to by others when she was a stern disciple. At the time, she made an awful request to transition into archery instead of using her sword. It was clearly related to her mother, but she tried to feel like it wasn't, pretending that she would be okay no matter what weapon she utilized. She returned the magic sword and apologized to her master, provoking the renowned hero. He thought of it as her decision to ultimately make and decided to confirm one last time if this was the right thing she wanted to do. After all, it might cause her a great deal of regret. Back to the match. Various discs are getting smashed one after another, with Hajin and Non competing equally. It's actually strange to others seeing him match her skill. They already progressed to 400 meters too. One of the cadets explains that this guy is not only just hanging in there, he's actually trying to pressurize Non on the psychological battleground. The pressure is slowly building up inside her head, adding to Hajin's impressive tactics. At this point, they're shocked to accept the reality. Hajin might actually come out as the victor. John Hack's face is enough to tell you that he's mad and pissed. He wants her to win. Unfortunately, Non's recent shot is imperfect and doesn't hit the bullseye. Hajin times this is the perfect moment to remind her that she's not suited for archery. Non is annoyed and tells him, just take your shot. Observing her personality, the author internalizes how she isn't the calm and collected type. She's easy to provoke, and this kind of personality is one of the deciding factors why ranged weapons shouldn't be her thing. And yet she became an archer. Hajin doubles down on her fears, calling her afraid and getting inside her head. This time, she's actually pissed for real, blazingly reminding him that he should shut his damn mouth. But it's not like he's backing down. In fact, it's the only right answer to him, as there's no reason to defend her choice. Everything she has said so far has been nothing more than hubris she made for herself. Non's composure is fading. She quivers, holding her bow once again, reminding him that he should shut up. Hajin breaks her by reminding Non that good isn't great, and that she'll never be able to defeat a fiend on her own or avenge her family. Now, this was the kicker. Non misses her shot at the flying disc. The arrow completely misses the mark, much to the shock of everyone, including Yanhawk. She herself is stunned at how she missed that. In the end, Non was defeated in a competition that was supposed to favor her. After the match, Yona finds Non sitting by herself, sulking. Considering her friend, she wants to know what happened. Non only remembers one thing from their fight. It's the fact that he insolently brought up her family. He disregarded how it would make her feel and hurt her deeply. She feels betrayed for trusting him, even though she knew he wasn't the nicest person around. She thinks he's an asshole who refuses to give up on her. Yona wonders just what Hajin is scheming with his behavior. Knowing that she wants to scout both Hajin and Non in the future, Yona feels a sudden urgency to help them maintain their behavior. So with a heavy heart, instead of supporting Non, she talks about Hajin's life as an orphan. She also thinks he shares a similar life and background to Non, who lost her mother. This shifts everything for her. Yona thinks that while she's putting out an assumption, it's possible he sees her as someone important, someone he wants to teach important lessons to, hoping she lives a better life. Coming to this realization, Non's eyes gleam while Yona decides it's best to leave her be for now. With Non left to herself, the girl remembers the decision she made in her childhood claiming that swords were boring to her. At the time, her brother was there to support her decision, believing that she was capable of achieving great things. However, he wanted her to make one last promise. He wanted her to reconsider her choice when the time was right, which means that he also believed his sister was more suited for a sword. Remembering that promise, Non feels some level of conviction now. As for the author, he has significantly increased his story points thanks to his influence in her life. In the end, we see Non walking confidently toward a new beginning. Returning to the detective, we learn that Hajin's life has some links to past incidents. He tells this to his niece and asks whether it might be better to end the investigation here. Yana urges him to keep going, stating that she's determined to recruit Hajin into her guild. This makes him happy, and Jinya becomes ready to put in twice the effort to achieve that goal. After the match with Non, things became complicated due to the large number of spectators. This time, Hajin feels uneasy about what will happen once he steps into his classroom. He even considers skipping, but unexpectedly finds someone already there. Non, practicing with her sword, her hair now cut short. She is surprised to see him and, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly puts the weapon away, though it makes little difference. Hajin asks if she's been practicing and glances at her new hairstyle. Non tells him to speak his mind. Hajin teases her, saying she went a bit overboard cutting her hair over something so minor. Feeling slightly provoked, she explains that she did it for the summer. At that, Hajin gives a genuine smile and compliments her new look. "Are you feeling good?" And Hajin asked. Non agreed, so Hajin left her to her business and decided to go about his own training. Non recalled that Kim Hajin was supposed to be a sword user when he entered the academy. He had thrown away an entire lifetime of experience, risking it on a different weapon, just like she was doing now. She wondered why he had chosen to do that. Non's magic sword blazed with her powers, and she marveled at her reach. Hajin's words now seemed like heartfelt advice. She was convinced he had known what was best for her from the very beginning. Speaking of Hajin, he was busy making a bunch of purchases. Right before the final start, an inspection would be carried out on all the cadets to check their gear and weapons. He was taking care of the camping supplies for the island. The seed disturbed Hajin with its request for food. He inspected its size and realized it had grown. Hatching was likely right around the corner. It was supposed to look like a typical 4-year-old right after birth. He thought it should be fine to keep it hidden inside the dorm as long as it transformed its appearance. As he inspected the seed, it enjoyed Hajin's embrace. He hoped it would hatch soon. Now let's head to the masked Syndicate's meeting. Valorant is shocked that their leader is taking extra steps to transform her appearance into a cadet, just so she could observe what's going on in the finals. She requires Jane's help, though Jane still doesn't think it's necessary to go overboard. The objective, the captain explains, is to verify someone's skills, as well as retrieve something from the testing grounds. Valorant has no choice but to obey, so she casts her magic and transforms her appearance. She's already prepared the documents of the cadet she'll be impersonating. It's important for her to follow the cadet's personality to blend in. Valorant feels worried for her, which is out of character for someone usually so careless. The boss reassures her. Nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, Ijin is being teased by her classmates. She's got an expressionless face. Definitely not the usual look for an average student. She tries to play around with Ijin's friends, just like Valorant advised. All of a sudden, Kim Hajin bursts into the scene right when she's delivering an Oscar-worthy acting performance. The funniest part, this dude is literally dying inside because he can see right through her disguise using his observation skill. Even the boss knows that he has figured it out. Bro tries to hurry the thief away and takes his seat. He's demolished and can't figure out what is going on. There's no plausible reason for the captain of the masked Syndicate to be here. Anyway, the written exams wrapped up quickly, which means it is time for the practical exam. The cadets are on board a ship as their transport. Hajin is eyeing down Ijin with keen precision, knowing that it's the captain in secret. He originally thought she wouldn't make an appearance again, but she broke the pattern from the original story and came anyway just to make sure things proceed smoothly. He's got his eye on her. He once tried talking to her, but received nothing apart from a beverage. He wonders if this is related to her investigation on Suo and Zhongha. The instructor demands the cadets' attention and explains the rules for their exam. They'll have to survive up to 5 days on the island and try to score as many points as they can. Their goal is to beat monsters or steal points from other cadets. And it's also possible to purchase and sell points. The ones who are hoping to get an excellent score are encouraged to try and steal a supervisor's name tag, earning them 200 points. Sounds like easy money, but Hajin reflects that it's impossible to try and challenge the hero supervisors. The exam is about to begin with the ship nearly arriving on the island. Having arrived at the shore, the cadets come through. Hajin finds Rachel immediately and requests that they complete the final exam together. "You're asking me to team up?" she says, surprised by his sudden invitation. But when it comes to the characters he created, Hajin is trying to take measures in the best way possible to counter any edits from the co-author. There's the looming threat of a powerful villain mage who is trying to hunt her down. So Hajin believes she's the one who is at most risk in the exam, which is why he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even this polite girl knows when to reject someone. The author isn't surprised that this happened, since top rankers prefer going about their business by themselves. So, for that reason, he wants to exchange his location information just to be safe. He's definitely not in any mood to follow the storyline set by the co-author. Rachel receives his location and doesn't think much about it. That night on the island, one student is carefully treading by herself. It's Non, who comes to a stop as a monster leaps to attack her from behind. There's not just one, but a bunch of these ugly bastards. Releasing her magnificent magic sword, she slices them clean effortlessly. The fight has ended. Non giggles in annoyance because she's fed up with constantly fighting monsters without end. There's just no end in sight, no place to rest, eat, or recover. Judging by her exhausted condition, she's afraid she'll be the first one to lose. A beam of light in the distance catches her attention. Filled with hope, she excitedly runs in that direction. She knows someone is cooking some delicious food and thinks she's saved. That is, until the girl runs into Hajin, who had brought his essential camping equipment and prepared for everything beforehand. Non's excitement dies down as she sees him. Hajin is a little surprised she came to visit and reminds her that they're not supposed to fight so soon. She's shocked that he was able to get all this gear, but to the author, it was just the obvious thing to do. Non pretends not to care, but her rumbling tummy exposes her instantly. Hajin guesses that she must have acquired at least 25 points. He's happy to share the food, so long as she exchanges the amount. Non is startled by his high demands. But it's not like she has a choice in the matter for being hungry. The author prepares some bacon for her, and that's how, instead of meeting with Rachel, this guy ended up with Non, who is happily chewing on her food. He's fidgeting with his laptop and just finished hacking the drone servers. This helps him see all the footage of every cadet across the island. It helps him keep an eye on Rachel too, since she's doing okay. Hajin wonders if there aren't going to be any changes this time. Seems like Rachel found a cadet group and requested to purchase food from them. One of them suspiciously told her that they don't want to charge her, but it's clear by his arrogant smile that he's hiding something. It's early and Hajin is already up to get started for the day. He spots the sky and wonders if it's supposed to be a polar night since the sun hasn't caught yet. Non also slept right next to him and she's still out cold. As for the little seed, Hajin realizes that it's her feeding time and tends to her. He finds her extremely cute for being a tiny little thing. Hajin reaches for his pocket and places the seed inside. He asks Non if she wants to get up or not, but she hasn't responded yet, despite his statement about packing up the tent. Hajin thinks it's best for him to leave, after packing up his stuff. This is the part where cadets begin fighting each other, which also means it would be best for him to eliminate the best cadets to make it easier for him. Murdering isn't an option, but the cadets he suspected to be fiends haven't really shown their true colors to become demonic humans so far. There's one difference between fiends who have sold off their souls to other fiends, and those who have sold their souls to demons. Fiends relying on other fiends can be sacrificed, and they can also help recharge each other's mana to prevent immediate transformation. Their contracts are comparably lighter with each other. As for the fiends who have directly sold their souls to demons, they have strict limitations as well as problematic side effects. Only one candidate comes to mind, and that's Jubyun. Hajin prepares his luggage and believes he should search for high ground to get a strategic advantage. His first destination will be the World Tree, right at the dead center of the island. Sensing the urge to act quickly, he bolts off, leaving Non unattended. We see her still sleeping soundly even after he left. As Hajin makes his way through the island, one cadet working with Yana has located their target. She asks permission to strike this person down. But Yana strongly opposes her decision and explains that they won't be hurting Hajin at any cost during the competition. It doesn't make any sense to her teammates since Hajin's ranking is at the dead end of the bottom rankers at Q. However, Yona knows what he's capable of and thinks that they would be unable to defeat this guy even if they challenged him. The author approaches the World Tree and descends to prepare for something. Rose doesn't understand what he's doing by assuming such a position and wonders if this maniac is going to start leaping the World Tree at this point. Preparing himself, Hajin defies expectations and does exactly that. With his incredible agility, he maneuvers past the World Tree, bouncing with extreme precision. It leaves Rose completely winded. Yimei uses this as an example of why they shouldn't be attacking this guy. She reminds Rose that his rank is just a false assessment of his true powers. In fact, he's so sharp that he'll detect her arrows without even having to look at where they're coming from. She requests Rose to keep this information a secret because she wants to value Hajin's privacy with her future goals in mind. Rose understands and decides to keep the secret. While Yuna receives a notification on her smartwatch alerting her about Ijun, she decides it's best for them to head back. Now Hajin is still navigating his way through the world tree. He activates his special eye ability to get a good view of the cadets lurking nearby. One particular cadet stands out as a noticeable issue. Hajin locks in and discovers one of the fiends. He thinks it's the easiest job in the world because now he just needs a stick to attach directions and print a certain message on top. With his preparations finished, Hajin swings the stick at full speed and manipulates its trajectory using Stigma magic. The stick is aimed right at his target and approaching him full speed. The fiend seems to be unaware until the stick hits the ground nearby. Surprised, the cadet picks up the stick to inspect what's going on. Then he scouts the direction it came from, trying to figure out where the person could be hiding. His immediate suspicion is the world tree, where Hajin is sharply staring him down. The final aspect of his plan is to patiently wait as things unfold on their own. Let's go back to the sleeping Non. This girl is treating this competition way too lightly, until she wakes up with a jolt. She wakes up to the thought of Hajin's words, making her feel embarrassed like a donut in love. It turns out that Hajin said those words right before leaving her. Non knows that people have always found her looks noteworthy, but the fact that he said those words while she was sleeping bothers her. The funny part is, Hajin was actually talking about the damn seed, and Non is out here thinking this guy was either talking about her, a pet, or even himself. Still, the possibility of him actually saying those words to her makes her feel embarrassed as hell. She doesn't know what to do in that situation. Let's go back to our boy, who doesn't know what he just did, though he's getting the feeling that someone is mouthing off about him in the distance. The onset of the morning has awoken the rest of the cadets, who are making their way. Among Rachel's group, she's worried because of what happened the previous night. She joined Jo-hoon's group, and they didn't even ask for any form of payment from her. They were being overly helpful, which is exactly the kind of thing that troubles her. Her intuition about them senses that there's something wrong. The rest of the cadets are prioritizing splitting up and hunting for points. However, Young's group, in particular, isn't focused on doing that. They really don't care about the points. What really troubles Rachel is that she can sense their deep interest in her. Realizing that there's definitely a problem with this group, she prefers backing away, wondering if it's best to rejoin Hajin. But right then, Yoon addresses her and explains that he found a monster worth 10 points. He wants her help in taking it down. Rachel doesn't think much of it and decides that she'll leave them after the hunt. She follows him along, but for some reason, the rest aren't following, making her feel uncertain about her escape. Arriving at the monster's location, Yehoon points out the big bear he was talking about. Well, instead of a bear, it's a masked assassin who looks like he's literally out for blood. Yehoon acts like he doesn't know this guy at all, but Rachel senses trouble. She quickly shoves him out of the way, dodging the lethal attack aimed for the both of them. Thankfully, they survive the crushing blow, but Rachel can't figure out what a fiend is doing all the way inside the island. Her first priority is to help Yoon escape, so she tends to him. This guy is making a fuss over a shortcut he received, even though it looks pretty damn tame in comparison to what Rachel has faced. Yoon literally vanishes at the speed of light after realizing there's a fiend in sight. Rachel knows that he was bullshitting with worse, acting that a YouTuber's apology. Still, her only option is to confront the fiend, so she points her weapon at him. Her suspicions proved her right, even though she never expected Yoon to sell her out to a fiend. The demonic human happily takes her on and sends a wave of sharp strikes. Rachel evades them just in time, but leaves herself open to be attacked. She blocks the fiend's strike just in time and realizes that she's facing someone incredibly powerful. However, this girl refuses to back down and believes she can take on the threat despite the odds. Rachel's one-on-one melee duel drags on until she finds an opening to strike him down. Her sword cuts the fiend, but she can't avoid it, so Suho decides to make his entrance and slashes the attack down. The protagonist gives Non the signal to strike. Equipped with long-range weapons, Non picks up the bow again and unleashes a powerful magic arrow, finishing the fiend. Her friends come rushing to her aid, claiming how these guys were anything but supervisors. Thankfully, Rachel didn't receive any noticeable injuries. Suho observes that the fiend just now escaped the arrow by jumping off the cliff. Since they're under the threat of being attacked again, Suho requests they team up with Rachel for the time being. They decide to travel together as a group when Rachel is suddenly drawn to something close by. She sees a buried bullet and wonders where it came from. This makes her remember who took down the first fiend, especially with a barrage of light-focused attacks. Turns out it was our boy Hajin just doing his work. He's currently sniping the bastard Yun, who ran off. Sharing a fireplace, Suho learns that Non has transitioned into becoming a sword user. Of course, she finds herself too embarrassed to admit the truth and claims it's just a secondary weapon. Meanwhile, the princess is still fixated on her suspect, Hajin. No one other than him is capable of channeling a gun, let alone a sniper rifle. But it doesn't make sense how he was able to detect she was in danger or why he bothered to help. Then again, she doesn't know why he would prefer hiding in that situation. Her contemplation is interrupted by Non, who had just offered to team up behind the scenes, and she and Suho are doing just that. She thinks about it for a moment and decides that it's best for her to leave the group despite Suho's worry. The princess explains that it's necessary for her to see someone at once, likely referring to the person who helped her. The author has gained 22 points in total from both Non and the monsters he killed. Still, he requires at least 50 more points to make it out safely. Just like Non, he's a little peeved with the number of monsters he'll have to hunt. In complete surprise, one person comes to visit Hajin out of nowhere. It's the captain of the masked Syndicate, hiding herself in Ijun's disguise. The author is terrified, wondering if she's really come here to battle him. He knows she's too overpowered and can't be stopped at his current level. Hajin tries to regain his posture and believes that she might be here for a motive of her own. He tries to chat her up casually, but the second she draws her sword, Hajin starts losing his damn mind again. He faces her with a smile, but internally, he knows he's about to get in this fight. Hijun requests that he draw his weapon for the battle. Hesitantly, Hajin reflects in his thoughts that there's just no way he can take her down. So he attempts a different approach by buying himself time. Hajin thinks that there's only one deciding factor when it comes to duels. He releases the other slime without her noticing. Hajin realizes that if he isn't going to use a weapon, she'll take him down. The thread reaches her and finally manages to catch her. Hajin has her right where he wanted. The captain doesn't get what he's doing and realizes that he's choosing to surrender by taking off his smartwatch. The funniest part is that it's not even his own watch. Using the other thread, he swiftly manages to catch her watch without notice. She's utterly shocked by this strategy. Hajin claims that cated duels are always decided based on the person taking their opponent's smartwatch. This means the second he presses the fingerprint recognition button, she's as good as defeated. The captain is stumped that he managed to catch her off guard like that, while the author thinks she should have done her research a little better. Deciding to be merciful on her, he tosses back the smartwatch, claiming that he's choosing to be merciful in this situation. However, the captain doesn't get what he's saying. Bro uses this opportunity to run the foe away. Still, he has left a significant impression on the captain of the masked Syndicate. Unfortunately, Valoran wasn't watching the scene unfold because she was distracted. Even though her senses have been cut in half after using Valoran's disguise ability, she was still outsmarted by a young cadet. For the future, she thinks it's best to have a spell calling gate prepared in advance. Back to his camp, our boy is happy that he escaped in one piece. He was so close to death after encountering her. It's a good thing she was nerfed in her disguised state. Hajin has done his part for now and thinks he should refuel himself for the time being. While observing his points, Hajin's attention is drawn to Rachel, who popped up from out of nowhere. He wonders if she's trying to look for him. Turns out the girl is also hungry, so he offers her a chance to grab a meal with him. To spark conversation, she wonders what he's been up to all this time. Hajin keeps it casual, explaining that he's just hunting points. Inside his mind, he knows she's trying to ask why he saved her, but she's too shy to say so. He also notices that she's injured, which is obvious when you're facing a fiend. The food's preparing. Meanwhile, the seed of Evangel is acting crazy in his pocket. Suddenly, it darts out and dives right into Rachel's jacket, causing an awkward scene and making her scream. Finally, Rachel takes out the seed and, begging for an explanation, asks, "What's an almond doing inside my jacket?" Bro is way too embarrassed to tell her that he's raising an almond and clarifies it's more of a seed. She returns the seed to him, but Rachel is still pretty embarrassed by the awkward scene. As Hajin checks on the food, Rachel finally makes the request she's been meaning to ask. "I want to team up with you behind the scenes like Suho and Non did earlier." Hajin explains that Non said the same thing in the novel. Anyway, the princess explains that there may be a team out there hunting for her. She talks about Yun. Hajin tells her not to worry. "I won't be going after them anymore." The scene hints that John Hawk has already eliminated the group in his fury. John Hawk has brutally annihilated the rest of Yun's teammates. He doesn't understand what's going on or why shittin' John Hack, of all people, is here. With a sharp grin, the man greets him with a powerful projectile, causing the stick to land right next to Yun's face. The stick bears a provocative message, along with a location attached. Yun tries to explain that it wasn't his doing, that he's hunting down an innocent person, but John Hawk isn't the rational type. He doesn't care. This makes Yun shit his pants as John Hawk grips his spear, claiming that he despises people like him. Grabbing the cadet's throat, he chokes him and mentions his annoyance with manipulating snakes like Yun. The scene ends there. We catch a glimpse of the supervision tower overseeing the exam. A part of this team is Sumda herself, who seems lost in thought. Her friend approaches, asking what's keeping her up. Suna mentions Hajin's name instead of fixating on Suho like she always does. She explains that while Suho is still the top candidate they're hunting for, she's managed to receive interesting information about this guy too. She was able to get her hands on a secret document called the Yana Report. Interestingly enough, in that report, Yana personally believes that Hajin is a stronger candidate, even over Suho. While the document is likely to be fake, they've still discovered something special about the boy and his ability to use light magic. She thinks his rank is irrelevant in this particular case. She doesn't have proof for now, so she's planning on baiting him through her name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's name tag can get you 200 points. Back at the campsite, Rachel observes Hajin's bull. She confirms her thoughts. She still doesn't understand how he was able to find her in danger. Something about it seems strange, but one thing is for sure. She knows it was the mage Lancaster who perpetrated the attack. In a regretful thought, Rachel wonders if it would have been better for her to have died that day. Meanwhile, the author is busy hunting down monsters from the World Tree, the best location for his sniping. He thinks the hunting is going easier than expected. He found Rachel in a pretty depressed state earlier, but she quickly regained her happiness with food. Hajin's eyes are drawn to something glimmering nearby. He stumbles upon a beautiful lake. Thinking that there's bound to be a bunch of monsters with valuable points, Hajin casts a light sphere. He thinks it's ideal to bait them. Suddenly, he senses someone close and addresses them. Nothing responds, but it's clear that this person is sharply trailing him. Hajin activates his special eyes and discovers Nan past her concealment skill. He fires a shot next to her, startling her and breaking her concealment. Nan is almost pissed that he did that, while Hajin wants to know why she's spying on him. She tries to make an excuse, but nothing significant comes to mind. This confirms Hajin's thoughts. She's been following him all along. Han wants to know the real reason, so Nan gives up and admits she's hunting Shunga. This surprises Hajin a little. However, Nan is really curious about how he managed to cut through her concealment skill. Instead of answering, Hajin gets on his laptop. Keep in mind, no one can see his laptop, so Nan has no idea why he's kneeling all of a sudden. Hajin remembers Suma's role in the novel. She observes Suho initially, then shifts her focus to observing other candidates. This suggests that Sununga could also be following him nearby. He uses his surveillance to pinpoint her location and finds her on top of a tree. This makes the author wonder if he's become a prospect in her eyes. Hajin is figuring things out while the short-haired brat is getting impatient. She's shocked at how he was able to make the light spear. Bro out here plays a charmed prince and thinks she shouldn't look further into it. He must have negative riz because it only ends up weirding her out. She no longer wants to care, and with both of them at odds with each other, they decide to go in the opposite direction. Hajin knows that there's just no way he can risk telling her the truth. Explaining the Stigma's magic would also include telling her their world is taking place inside a mere book that he wrote. Anyway, the author resumes his monster hunting. It's been 2 hours since she went away, and he's acquired 15 more points in that time span. However, someone else is bothering him. This person decides to unveil their presence. Suna remembers him well and prefers that he feel at ease around her. She explains her mission to test various abilities of the candidate with a small challenge. The rules of this challenge are simple. She's not going to do anything but stand in place with her left hand. Kim Hajin is supposed to attack her with whatever he can. However, if he manages to land even a single blow that isn't on her left hand, or move her even a single step from her spot, she'll happily hand over the name tag. It's quite the offer, but it's Seonga, and Hajin knows it's not going to be easy. Still, it's tempting because the offer could gain him 200 points, jumping him straight into first place. The main obstacle is the fact that he's dealing with a brilliant Seonga, so it's going to be difficult. She wonders if he's going to reject her or take her on. Hajin reaches for his gun, implying that he's ready to fight her for it. He shoots a bullet aimed right at her. Suna thinks this will be the perfect opportunity for her to gauge his skills. She wipes the bullet with a flick of her finger, showcasing her amazing senses and speed. She's already seen him pull off a light spear, and while she wiped the bullet away, she can still feel her fingers throbbing from the impact. Suna is happy that the report proved to be reliable after all. Hajin, on the other hand, is a little disappointed. He used a strengthened round only for her to deflect it without even using magic. This means the direct approach will be impossible with this hero. He uses his Stigma to craft 2 blades and swipes them at her, but this attack is rather easy, dodged by Suna. Who notes how he used to be a sword warrior before his conversion? His variety of skills impresses her. The author arms his gun again and attempts to shoot her back to back, all for Shunga to speedily block every attack. She notes how his weapon is beyond powerful for a training weapon issued by the institution. This confirms to her that he's using a gift related to honing his guns. What she didn't expect was for the knives to come flying right back at her. Hajin is intelligently using an off angle to catch Suna off guard since she's only allowed to use her left hand. However, she wouldn't be a hero without her own tricks. Suna ignites her aura, blasting away the knives from her spot. She didn't break a rule since the attack didn't connect with her body, and she didn't move. Now it's certain to our boy that he just won't be able to beat her. Sunga is extremely impressed that he can alter the trajectory of the projectiles using magic. She swooned like hell and wonders what kind of ability he used. She compares him to an onion with one new layer after another. She wants to inspect his entire arsenal of talents, but this dude is done as he puts away his gun and literally just starts walking away. Suna's shocked as hell. She struggles to believe that he's just leaving like that. "Why are you headed the other way now, right when things were finally getting good?" she asks. Suddenly, the clever author turns back, a smirk on his face. "You just lost for taking a step," he reminds her. "You were careless and forgot about your condition, not to move a single step." A horrifying realization sets in for Sununga. She can't believe she's just been outsmarted. She's infuriated. Hajin clarifies, "I don't really care about this. Our fight is a waste of time. I don't see anything working against you, so I'm giving up." He turns and leaves after surrendering, while Suna trails behind him like an ex-girlfriend who's still not over him. The truth is, Hajin wanted to see just how strong he was compared to Sununga, thinking he had a small chance. But now he knows she's a monster in every sense of the word. Sununga keeps walking after him, calling his name. This entire scene is being observed by Ijun, who is carefully assessing Hajin's abilities. Drew asks, "Is everything going well? I left my friend to come here." The captain nods. "You made the ideal choice." Suddenly, the island shakes as something greater is happening. The captain refers to this trembling as rapid heartbeat. The scene then shifts to a cocoon, a special butterfly sprout that is about to emerge. This type of butterfly is a parasitic creature that grows by drawing nutrients from trees. In the original story, Rachel and Suo were responsible for defeating it on the final day of the championship. Because of that event, the main character, Suo, accidentally came across the butterfly's powder, while Rachel gained an advancement in her abilities. However, at the moment, Rachel is with the author, and he needs to find a way to get her involved so she can have a chance to face the butterfly sprout. There's a clear issue, though. Rachel suddenly asked where they're heading since they seem to be wandering without a goal. The problem is, Hajin has no idea where the butterfly sprout will appear. Switching over to Suo's group, they have already gathered a number of creatures, placing them temporarily in first place. Only 20 hours remain until the end of the exam. While Suo is going about his task, Nolan suddenly asks for his opinion on Hajin's abilities. She points out that he seems to be hiding a lot of his power. From their first meeting at the museum to their time in Paris, every encounter shows him as being unexpectedly strong despite his low physical stats and ranking. Suo recalls something Hajin once said and mistakenly thinks that Hajin might have a crush on her, making him smile for no apparent reason. Non, feeling annoyed, wants to know why he's smiling. As they're chatting, a tree root suddenly bursts from the ground and moves on its own, startling them both. At the same time, Hajin also sees the roots, giving him a good idea of the sapling butterfly's location. The roots dominate the cadets, leaving Rachel and Hajin to fend for themselves. Hajin lays out his plan. "I have to uncover the source of the earthquakes and eliminate the monster, but I want your protection on the way." It's a typical request, so Rachel accepts. This leads to the author's contemplation regarding the cadets. He knows they'll head right to the source, giving them the best shot to challenge the butterfly sapling. Meanwhile, Suna is watching things unfold. She wonders if she should intervene given that this creature isn't supposed to be a part of the exam. On second thought, she believes the creature would be a great test of the cadets' capabilities. It may sound harsh, but she thinks they should be able to handle a threat like a hero. Good heroes are always nurtured by adversity. We see Nan descending with her magic sword attack, obliterating one of the tree roots with a clean cut. She's amazed by her own attack, and even Suo's reaction is one of joy. Since he's a swordsman, he guides her on how to use a sword and perform better slashes. This causes Nan to get upset because the dude is ruining her shining moment. The roots seem endless, but not impossible to beat. Suho realizes that fighting the roots shouldn't be their focus. They'll have to kill the source leading to the trunk. Some of the cadets point out how the tree looks particularly strange. They can see a creature swirling around in the cocoon. Suddenly, the shell bursts open, revealing the terrifying sapling butterfly in its true form. The sheer size of the creature alarms the cadets. The butterfly separates from the tree and takes flight. Its wings leave a pot and powder in the atmosphere, spreading it all around the cadets. Nan is the first person to experience its dreadful effects as the powder begins reaping away her strength. The same happens to the rest of the students. Nan faints, but Suho catches her before she falls. For some reason, he's the only person unaffected, while the rest of the crew is drained of energy. The reason is revealed. Suho held his breath to make sure he wasn't affected by the powder, but he's struggling to keep up and wonders if he can safely take out the threat at that time. Suddenly, Suho senses two shark cadets coming from out of nowhere. Rachel and Hajin are fast on their feet and have already taken countermeasures by wearing masks. They're going full speed to catch the monster. Rachel observes the fallen cadets and realizes that they've been affected by the powder. The really strange part is that Hajin was aware of everything that would go down, which bothers her. He calls for her attention and points to the monster hovering in the air. He wants to defeat the monster by himself and wants Rachel to take care of the roots. Preparing his shot, Hajin releases powerful bullets, shattering the creature's wing and inflicting incredible amounts of pain. The sapling butterfly cries in agony, causing the roots to emerge from the ground. Rachel has been waiting for this moment and dices them down with her exceptional sword skill. Her eyes turn back to Hajin as she realizes the roots are attacking from underground. A gigantic root pops out and could have killed Hajin, but thankfully, Rachel acted quickly and shoved him away. Unfortunately, however, one of the roots has caught her right foot. It snatches her away and propels her right into a tree. Hajin is worried for Rachel, allowing himself to get distracted. The roots target him next, and it looks like it's all over for him. All of a sudden, the main protagonist of the story, Suho, makes his valiant entrance, saving Hejun's life. Unfortunately, because of his previous attack, the poor guy compromised his breath. Hejun's attention is drawn to the defeated Rachel, as he's afraid she is knocked out. Surprisingly, the seed wiggles its way out of his jacket and bounces away to find its mother. Hajin is literally losing his damn mind seeing this thing bounce in the air. The seed strikes Rachel's face and starts adoring her. Hajin is pissed right now while Suho calls for his help. His condition is also getting worse, leaving them with little options. Hajin reflects that he can only use 3 fire bullets using Stigma magic, but that also means he's got only 3 shots to take the creature out. Turning to Suho, the author confirms he needs his help. Out of nowhere, someone casts an electrical strike upon the sapling butterfly, knocking it down to the ground. Hajin wonders who took it down. The figure is revealed to be the captain of the masked syndicate. Crackling lightning surrounds her figure as the sapling butterfly crashes to the ground. Hajin suspects that she might also be after the powder. Now that Suho is given the opportunity to strike, he uses his last bit of power to deal the killing blow. The monster plummets in defeat while Suho's strength wanes from his body as he collapses on the ground. Hajin stands before the sapling butterfly and reaches for the object she came looking for. Suddenly, Hajin confronts her. Stop! He demands, that's not something you should be taking. According to the author, not even the captain knows the function of the powder at this point in the story. In fact, she's just retrieving it to resell the product and make money. But that's going to steal Suho's powerful development. He needs a strength buff by acquiring the powder to take down future enemies. A disinterested Hajin checks her surroundings. She sees that everyone except for Hajin seems to be knocked unconscious. With the effects of the powder wearing off, the captain can't believe that a typical cadet like Hajin can resist the power for so long. She's found him an object of interest and plans to observe him closely in the future. Speaking of which, Hajin is blocking out the effects by using ether to conserve his breathing. He tries to wear his mask again, but then, all of a sudden, Hajin engulfs him in a portal of black. Inside the spatial dimension, the captain reveals her identity. I know, she says, you've always possessed the knowledge that it was me from the beginning. He tries to play it safe and remembers the name she told him back when they met at the midterms. For a fast minute, even the captain can't recall that name because she has so many aliases that it's hard to keep up. She remembers the card she gave him with a fake identity attached. Hajin wonders if she's some kind of test supervisor. The captain is suspicious and probes him for more information. He tries to gaslight her, but she issues a warning shot with a serious look on her face. The captain is prepared to eliminate him, but suddenly remembers she's supposed to act like a hero. The author is scared and explains that he figured it out when he gave her the smartwatch. He adds that he's got special eyes, but even she knows that brilliant eyes won't just help anyone see past Valorant's crafted disguise. As she stands before him, the captain theorizes that his magic ability might be inherently linked with anti-magic and attribute effects. In that case, every aspect of magic being produced from his body will wield anti-magic properties. This is the only way he would be able to see Valorant's ability by concentrating the effects in his eyes. Believing that assumption, the captain is now completely persuaded by Kim Hae-jin's value as an asset. She breaks the illusion sphere and in goodwill decides to share the sapling's powder with him. The captain has a condition of her own, but Valorant stops her at the last second, reminding her not to blurt something stupid. Lo and behold, the simplest thing she could ask for was Hae-jin's phone number. After the conversation, the author breathes a sigh of relief. He was convinced it was game over for him. Still, he got what he wanted. The sapling's powder is his for the taking. The captain's intrusion messed up the timing of things. Hajin wonders how he can safely deliver the powder to Ho without raising suspicion. Suddenly, he remembers both Rachel and the seed that was tending to her. Her body is glowing in a beam of light. Hajin is scared because the seed is finally undergoing its hatching state. The beam of light blinds him while Rachel slowly wakes up from her dream. She spots a girl before her eyes, a girl who embraces her with love, healing all of her injuries. Something about this girl feels familiar to her. Rachel realizes that she looks like a younger version of herself. The girl tries to communicate with her, but Rachel can't comprehend her words. She wants her to try and repeat what she said. Unfortunately, her dream ends with Hajin rushing towards her. There's a mini Rachel sitting next to her. Evangel addresses the horrified Hajin as her father and tells him that her mom has fallen asleep again. Yongin and the others are knocked out and finally regain consciousness. They see the dizzy Hajin carrying Suho, while Sunga manages others. The fourth day of the final exam finally ended. They are on their way back to the institution. We see Hajin in a contemplative state as the finals have ended. Though the sudden appearance of the butterfly caused some issues, additional points would be given to those who were involved in taking down the monster. Inspecting his smartwatch, Hajin realizes that she has yet to contact him. After all, the captain has taken his contact information for their plans. Still, he doesn't get what made her so interested in him specifically. While he's busy in thought, Non comes and asks how he was able to beat the sapling butterfly. The author doesn't get what she's talking about, so she reminds him how she was put to sleep because of the powder. She learned from Suho that he beat the butterfly by smashing its wings. However, it doesn't make any sense that he could smash a creature's wings with a handgun. Hajin also politely asks why she is suddenly interested in using a sword instead of her bow. Of course, he loves stirring the hornet's nest, causing Non to blurt out in anger about how he was the one who asked her to. Hajin tries to switch roles here, acting as though she might face difficulty using a weapon she has less experience with during combat. However, she's fine with that. She's quite decent with a sword and doesn't expect to face much trouble. Hajin is okay with this and asks how it felt to wield a sword again. Seeing her dismissive body language, Hajin thinks it must have been a scary experience. This causes Non to get hot and nervous. She wants to sell the impression that she didn't face any trouble adjusting. Hajin can easily spot when Chinian is lying. After all, it's a characteristic he added when writing her. He smiles, realizing that despite the changes in the story, not much about her personality has changed. He thinks it will be okay in the end and tells Non that she was born to use a sword. True, considering the intentions of the author. The scene shifts to Yana, who is sharing a meal with Suho and Non. She's a fan of the Hajin x Non ship, which causes her to get embarrassed. Even Suho thinks that there may be something between the two, considering Hajin's words. The purple-haired brat thinks that the only people who try to get close to that guy eventually give up because of his unfriendly personality. This is in direct contrast to Non, who he has consistently shown interest in. Non tries to backfire and reminds Yana that she was the one who got close to him first, but that only happened because she wanted something from him. On the flip side, Hanjin's relationship with Non is different. Embarrassed like hell, she tries to mask her flustered reaction. They are wondering how she's going to handle this situation. Speaking of our boy, he's spotted standing nearby, causing poor Non to try and play it off like she doesn't care. Hajin gives her a glance before walking away, causing Yana to tease her even more. Underneath, Non's defenses are starting to dull, evidenced by her face. Anyway, the author returns to his dorm to check on Evangel. She looks like a mini Rachel, extremely excited to see her papa. She pounces on him to ask where he went. Hajin reminds the little girl not to call him daddy, as that would complicate their relationship and people would know. The little girl is stubborn and wants to know the reason why. Hajin is starting to realize the patience necessary to handle a young child. The cute girl innocently smiles at him with a radiant beam of happiness. Hajin can't help but smile back. Evangel ended up evolving by Rachel's side on the last day of the exam. He was extremely nervous when he found out about her. She also jumped in joy for raising her with care. Hajin was losing his because a scouting helicopter was checking on the cadets. He requested Evangel to return to her seed state like she was before. Poor girl didn't want to do that and kept calling Rachel her mommy. She felt sad leaving her mother. In a flash, Evangel reverted to her seed state, and that's how Hajin brought her back to his room. The monster child is roaming around, causing destruction, while this dude has become a teen father all of a sudden. It's lunchtime, and Evangel is sparkling with joy, eating the yummy food. Hajin wants her to finish up and shifts his focus to the butterfly saplings powder. The powder is a magical substance known for attaching itself to a target and revealing their hidden potential. The main target of the powder is potential, and it can be applied to both humans and objects. The thing is, it should have ended up in the hands of Suho, but the captain intervened and made things complicated. Now, he's still got to think of a suitable way to get the powder into Suho's hands. The scene cuts to Rachel, resting on her bed, pondering the dream of a child she had. She vividly remembers feeling her, as if it were more than just a dream. She thinks it might be a kind of elemental tree altering her dream, or possibly even a hallucination. At the same time, she can't take her mind off the hallucination. The very thought of it makes her happy and warm. She thinks she'll always feel that warmth from now on, implying they might someday meet again. We go back to Yona, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person arrives at last, and it's revealed to be our boy, Hajin, who she was expecting to cancel. She tells him that one more person will be joining them, but since they're running late, it should proceed ahead. At this point, the author is wondering about the identity of this final person. Yona congratulates him for performing well in the final exam, but Hajin thinks very little of his score. Yona teases him that he should have cut down 20 points to enter the average line. Still, many other guilds are starting to take an interest in this guy, and she's aware of that. Hajin glances outside the window before getting shocked. Janna finally welcomes him to the majestic headquarters of the Straits of Essence Guild. Let's go back a few hours earlier. The author receives a message about the guild experience. Many guilds are going to be contacting certain cadets of interest via smartwatches. It's a system that provides cadets with an opportunity to see current heroes in action. Each guild is granted the right to select any cadet of their choosing. However, priority is given to the guilds with the highest ranking. Hajin is pretty excited for this day because he wants to see the heroes in action. Each guild is supposed to select 3 cadets from the first and second years. Consequently, first-year students ranking below 300 rarely get a chance. And since Hajin's ranking was in the league of 900 when he got the admission, he thinks he's doomed no matter his test score in the finals. A sudden smartwatch notification shocks him. Hajin is actually stunned that he was picked by someone. Turns out that it's the Straits of Essence Guild who extended the theme of the invitation. Back to the present, we see Yana and Hajin strolling around. It turns out that many heroes perform indoor work after careful analysis of dangerous missions before stepping into the field. He sharply glances at Yana, realizing that she's the single reason he ended up in the guild experience. After all, she has the authority as the guild master's daughter to bend the rules a little. The group enters the research and analysis chambers. One of the heroes points out how Hajin played first in his theoretical exam, so he thought this place would be of interest to him. Sang-ho is a middling hero and Yana's most reliable assistant. He's responsible for conducting guild experiences for potential scouts. He appears to be a really nice guy, and if not for the fact that Hajin wrote the story as the author, he wouldn't have ever known that this guy would one day betray Yana in a brutal manner. One person draws near them, addressing Sang-ho and the new cadet. Lai knows about Kim Hajin, and she's another hero from the guild. She's quick to judge him based on his rank, eyeing down Yana for abusing her power and arranging such a meeting. Of course, this woman does not want him to be here. She's the main supporter of the current Vice Guild Master host, which means she is in direct opposition to Yana. However, her resentment towards Yana is temporary and is supposed to shift in the later part of the story. She becomes the Vice Guild Master eventually and becomes her strength. Sano tries to offer Hajin's merits as he placed first in the theoretical exam, but she thinks that's not an impossible feat. She doesn't see the importance of education at the cadet level and tries to get the better of Hajin. Gina thinks it would be a good idea to test his ability and hands him a report to solve. Sano reminds her that she isn't supposed to be sharing confidential data. Gina thinks little of it because all she cares about is belittling Hajin. Bro is infuriated and thinks it's the best chance to prove her wrong. Extending his hand towards Gina, he requests paper to jot down his thoughts. Gina continues to egg him on by poking fun at him while he doesn't understand why she's being such a hard ass. Meanwhile, Yona realizes that their second visitor has also arrived. Both she and her assistant decide to go visit that person, leaving Hajin to figure out the report. He assesses the dungeon raid variables and admits that its concepts are far advanced for the average cadet. However, thanks to his observation of ability, he can swiftly calculate anything with ease and note down the answers. He's about to finish up the final part of his proof when suddenly Gina steals the damn paper from him. She's frustrated that he kept solving the report instead of following his friends. Bro is 1 second away from shooting her in the face. Anyway, Hajin leaves the analysis room, a little distraught that he couldn't finish up the conclusion. He's hoping to God that she doesn't ask him to retake the test. As he's about to leave the elevator, Hajin finds himself startled to run into Nan. She is even surprised to see this guy here and directly confronts Yana about it. Hajin observes Yana's actions and seems to have intentionally kept information about both of them from the other person. It's been a while since we checked on Jin Huck's detective agency. He's out here exhausting himself, trying to string together every clue he can dig up on Kim Hajin. And yet, there's nothing promising or significant about him. His past is jaded and black, and there's no information on his parents or how he became an orphan. Jin Hyuk is reaching his limits after his niece tasked him with an impossible job. At the same time, Everything about this boy is making things interesting for him. We see a snippet of a report that mentions an accident that took away the life of a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next was the mobilization assignment for Non and Hajin to undertake. Sano wanted to know why the girl had taken so long to arrive. Non, what took you so long? Non explained that she had met with her grandfather before rushing straight there. My grandfather's no ordinary man, she said. He's the great hero Che-jul. Yona then received an important call and signaled for them to go ahead without her. In the restroom, she spoke to her uncle Jinuk and requested a report on the investigation. I need the investigation report, she told him. Jinuk replied that he hadn't even started yet. Hey, I haven't even begun working on it. Jana was visibly frustrated at his response, while Jinuk asked, why are you so interested in the boy's parents anyway? After all, Hajin wasn't actively searching for them. Based on her earlier theory about Hajin's interest in criminals, Yeonha believed he might be looking for his parents, making her wonder whether they could have been involved in a crime in the past. This tied into Jinuk's investigation into the Gwango shelter tragedy. Cutting her off, he said, I've got a client to deal with before ending the call. He began to wonder whether there might be a connection between the boy and the incident. Speaking of that tragedy, 16 years ago, a wave of monsters flooded into Gwango, taking many lives. The incident resulted in the death of 9 heroes and 87 civilians. Jinuk was responsible for investigating the incident in the past and was eventually expelled from his family because of it. The government came to the conclusion that fiends were behind the attack, but that was just a cover. Instead, the real perpetrators were hiding elsewhere. The president of the country at the time, Kim Seoko, the chairman of the Daeong Group, Joel, and finally Yama's father, Kanum, didn't bother hunting him down. Instead, they sent assassins to do their bidding. It didn't really matter all that much to them. This begs the question, what if there was a survivor from the incident? What if Hajin's parents lost their lives in the brutal massacre, leading to the boy's vengeful path? Sensing a critical danger, Ginyuk feels obliged to stop investigating the case. After all, if he becomes Juppel's target, he's the one who will be in danger. The story jumps back to Non, who is enjoying herself running full speed with the others. Unfortunately, Hajin has physicality, so he's barely keeping up with these guides. Sano wonders if Hajin will be okay. But Non isn't worried about him. For some reason, Yan is pissed as hell. She's mainly angered at her damn useless uncle who cut her off. They arrive at the monster destination where a bunch of golems are wreaking havoc. One golem is about to end the life of an innocent. It swings its powerful fist into the ground when, suddenly, Yana's whip catches and stops it. This allows Sango the opportunity to bolt ahead with his spear, releasing it with full power and destroying the golem. Meanwhile, Hajin has just caught up with the group thanks to his slow pace. Non prepares her arrow to shoot down the golem. She senses the need to use her sword instead. Reflecting that golems share one main weakness, she lunges full speed ahead to slice at its ankles. Non's sword supercharges with magic, and the moment she's about to deliver her strike, the golem catches her off guard with a powerful punch to her abdomen. Non receives a jolt of pain and falls to the ground with a thud. She can't believe that golems have become so strong. The creature prepares to finish her off when one voice calls out to help. It's Hajin, she thinks. He manages to pull her away using his ether magic, but maybe a little too close for comfort. Surprisingly, just the mere thought of saving Non caused his ether to react on its own. This caused an awkward situation between the two. While Hajin thought of ways to resolve the situation with some kind of response, he decided to give her meaningful advice. You should fight for range if you find yourself in trouble, he suggested. Your sword is capable of longer range strikes. Non didn't take his words offensively. Instead, she found herself spaced out, pretending to keep her tough girl act. Turning away, she thanked him for his help. The author internalizes that there is a crucial reason for her to continue wielding her sword. It will grant her an overwhelming advantage, the ability to gain 10 times the mana capacity of normal heroes. Non has an innate ability called the Mana Ocean, which she channels through her sword to amplify its effects. In simple terms, she has a monstrous pool of mana that even surpasses Kim Soo's magic power and raw output. The mission was successful, with the heroes taking down the golems. The relief teams arrived to take care of the rest. Suddenly, Hajin felt a sharp stare from someone observing him. The moment he exchanged a look with this person, he could tell who he was facing. Non calls for him because they need to go, so he turns back and feels sorry for the person watching. Anyway, Gina is tired from working long hours in her office. Her friend recommends delegating the task, but this arrogant thinks she's better than everyone. Her friend glances at the paper. Hugin wrote. Gina, being a D1 hater, tries marking the exam for the cadet in order to belittle him further. But when she read the report, she was simply too stunned to speak. Her attitude towards him immediately shifts. She floods Hooting with messages and an immediate request to call her. Poor guy doesn't want to revisit the headquarters and certainly isn't interested in meeting her again. In fact, he leaves a message to Sanho claiming that he won't be joining the guild experience tomorrow. Hajin thinks of a spicy plan to ramp up the fun. Hajin sarcastically replies to Sango, reminding him of his ranking in the institution and believing that he's unfit for an amazing guild like the Straits of Essence. This in turn makes the assistant mad because it's all thanks to Gina's blabbermouth that led to the boy's interest being shattered, knowing that Yana is going to be mad and pissed at them later. Hajin believes this is the best course of action. He's starting to feel sleepy after the exhausting day, especially with how much he has to keep his little, energetic child busy. He lifts up the girl and thinks that he should take care of something else while Evangel is still soundly asleep. The boy reaches out for the powder and inspects it carefully. Lately, something has been occupying his mind about the use of the powder. It's the fact that the powder is in great abundance, meaning he could use it to nurture many main characters all at once, including himself. So he decides to split the powder into 3 parts. The author reminds himself that he also has to survive, apart from the main characters, and that's why he should be taking strategic advantage of each situation. With the powder divided into 3 parts, he takes one and thinks that using it on his body would be the worst idea. He doesn't have any hidden potential to awaken. That means the one thing he should be using the powder on is his ether magic. And that's exactly what he does, sprinkling it on top of the golden sphere. Now the powder is about to take effect. Suddenly, Hajin receives a late-night message from Nan, prompting him to wonder what could be bothering her. She messaged him, being thankful for his help. For some reason, she wanted to continue her message and kept our boy waiting for 10 full minutes. She tested his patience until he asked what she wanted to say. Nan pretended it was nothing and decided not to pursue the matter. Hajin just told the chick to sleep since she's going crazy. She laughed at his joke instead of feeling offended. The author failed to understand what was causing her to react this way lately. The fact that they were speaking casually like this was just one way of signaling that something was wrong. He started off this story as an extra character with no influence or importance, but now he's become a vital piece among the important characters. This made him wonder if he should classify himself as a supporting character. Still, there's a lot for him to solve, despite what he's done. The scene transitions to the hardworking Yana, who is exhausted from the amount of work she's been having to do lately. The Straits of Essence Guild has its personalized intelligence team, but they're lacking when it comes to information gathering. That's why Yana is attempting to recruit new agents for the role. Of course, she's still mad at her cheeky uncle who left the investigation halfway. Leaving her to do the dirty work, surprisingly, Nan calls her at the late hour. She picks up the call and explains that she's busy with work. Nan keeps it simple and tells her that she and Zhu Ho were planning to attend a seminar and wanted her to come. This girl is such a simple person. She was going to refuse until she heard that Yan Hawk was going to attend the event. Yana seeks to end the call and asks, "Is that all?" However, Nan shifts the topic and talks about the drone footage that was recorded yesterday during her fight against the golems. Yana confirms that she did. After all, she's the one who has to write a report on the guild experience for management. Sharp as she is, she immediately realizes that Nan is trying to emphasize the moment where our boy caught her. The footage captured a really good angle of the two facing off against each other. Nan is praying to God that she doesn't spread the shot around, but Yona continues to tease her by asking, "Did it feel nice being held like that?" Their girl talk ends with Nan getting flustered and Yona ending the call. We finally see Nan's perspective after the call ends, only to find out that she's a ball of pink and embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yona believed that Nan was trying to keep herself from accepting the truth. She cheerfully returned to her work, her spirits lifted by their recent conversation, until an unexpected message arrived. The shock of it made her rise from her seat in disbelief. Kim Hajin had voluntarily withdrawn from the guild experience due to Gina's careless actions. Yona's anger flared even more. She scolded Gina for ruining such a promising opportunity and was also frustrated with Hajin for consistently acting against her expectations. Returning to the author's perspective, his story points reflected the impact of his growing influence on the narrative. Hajin hadn't expected to earn many points lately, and he thought it best to invest them wisely. In a thoughtful moment, the author admitted that his physical stats would lag behind the rest of his abilities. His greatest strength lay in choosing his battles strategically, such as applying special powder to his ether magic. Likewise, Hajin wanted to spend his story points on his weapon. While it seemed like a risky gamble, he believed the payoff would be worth it, especially with his luck always on his side. Deciding to go all in, the author confirmed he would awaken the new ability. Begging for things to go right, Hajin tapped away at his keyboard, confirming the activation. He was scared of what could happen, but when he opened his eyes, the system greeted him with a sad outcome. The quality of his ability had been reduced due to a lack of story points. However, his luck factor saved him at the last moment, so he didn't lose that much. Hajin was relieved, but not truly satisfied with the outcome. It had been a ridiculous idea, yet he was glad it hadn't cost him more. With the preparation phase finished, he remembered why he was choosing to enhance his abilities right now. Peeping at his smartwatch, Hajin received a notice from the travel club about the next decided destination. It was about time the main storyline resumed from where it left off. For the past week, Hajin had deliberately decided to go all in on his physical training. He didn't want to give up on his body despite spending points on his weapon. Each training session always left him exhausted, and he couldn't help but feel his physical stats weren't improving to the level of a regular cadet. Activating the Ether magic, he was at least glad that the development of his Ether was finally complete. More information about the Ether's properties was now provided. It's basically a fluid that can be manipulated into any shape or use case. Thankfully, Hajin has raised its physical strength modifier to 7, and there's also a detailed materialization function now available, influencing the color and texture of the fluid. He plays around with it and decides against making guns since they're just too difficult. So in order to test the fluid, he manipulates it into a knife. The effect worked successfully and passed as a regular knife. However, one thing is different. Pop. Using his observation ability, Hajin learns that each imperialized object gains a strength boost of up to 44%, so his current blade is way stronger than a real one. He throws it with full strength to test its durability, causing the blade to cut through the boulder, something a regular blade could never be capable of. The detailed materialization is an amazing boost paired with a random boost system. Both abilities are pretty strong, despite being weaker than mythical weapons. Hajin wants to use this ability to deceive his opponents when the time's right. He mentions how careless people are prone to receiving injury from even a simple knife, which is a good thing for him in this case. The scene transitions to the lovable Evangel, who is playing around with the ether fluid. Hajin, she calls out as he stands in the doorway. Stay in your room while I'm gone for my club activities. He smiles and adds, I'll buy you something delicious if you promise me you'll stay here. He teases the cute potato, a nickname he affectionately gave her, before deciding to head off. Evangel waves at him with a cute smile, eagerly anticipating his return. Meanwhile, Rachel receives a visitor. Her servant has come to ensure her safety. After the recent incidents, he says, the institution has decided to place important personnel guarding you. Rachel listens attentively as he continues. There's also talk about the cadet who saved your life. The Royal Guild is interested in scouting Kim Hajin, which makes Rachel very happy. After all, she knows for a fact that his fighting prowess exceeds that of a bottom ranker. She suspects that other guilds are probably already on their way to extending their offers. Of course, they can't do much at this stage, she muses. It's illegal to seriously offer an invitation at this level. The Royal Guild doesn't hold the same ranking as the best Korean guilds, but Rachel thinks they still have one advantage, their system. The Royal Guild has one of the best approaches to cadets. Rachel believes this could allow them to make the most valuable offer to Kim Hajin compared to other guilds. Let's jump ahead to the travel club's president, who is introducing the group to England. Purring hot as it is, Nolan's a little upset. Yana questions why she decided to swoop in with her cadet uniform on. What's more, the chick is shocked that our boy is chilling despite wearing a jacket on top of his damn uniform. Psychopathic behavior. Bro gives her a thumbs up, stating that he's all well. What these guys don't know is that he's using the royal black coat he received from Rachel, which regulates body temperature according to the environment. Sue and Hajin are amazed by the architecture of the country. Turns out their final destination for the day will be a spot that doesn't exist in our world. It's the Clancy Island, a floating island. The only way to get there is via the use of a portal. The author explains that this artificial island is owned by the government and is made out of floating stones. It's a place where currency flourishes, allowing for entertainment opportunities, auctions, and even product launches. It's basically considered the Golden Island, comparable to Las Vegas. Above all, it's the center stage for the story's next arc. Having hopped on the Clancy Island, Non is beaming with happiness. Sue is surprised to learn that both Yana and Non have been here once before. Poor girl remembers that she last came with her brother, and right after that, he was caught in a terrible incident. Suho tries to help ease her mood and wants her to be the one to help him navigate the place. Non is pumped to do that for her group. The club president explains that there will be an event on the island in the evening. Thankfully, they've all been granted permission to join. He recommends they enjoy time by themselves until they gather around for the event. Non excitedly raises her hand for a question, inquiring if they're permitted to check out the casino. This chick is a gambler. It turns out that the cadets are treated as adults, so they're allowed to explore the casino area. The four of them decide to head to the casino, with Non being the most excited of them all. This casino is glittering with gold all around. Hajin wasn't expecting the place to be so bold in its appearance. Non, being the gambling addict, wants to go right away and have fun. But before that, they need to show their ID cards to the receptionist. Thanks to Hajin's special observation ability, the dude immediately sees through Valoran's disguise and inquires how long she's worked here. He plays around as if it's nothing, but he knows that Valoran has already made her way inside. The event that's going to happen at 7 is problematic for several reasons. There are going to be several demonic fiends gathering here for it. Clenching his fist, the author hopes to maintain his sense of reason and calm. Even though he knows his anxiety will be testing him greatly, it won't be for the reasons you're expecting. This dude is low-key thrilled to go gambling to test the limits of his luck stat. The incident is going to occur at 7, leaving him with plenty of time to mess around. After a while, Hajin ends up cleaning out the entire slot machine, gaining thanks to his monstrous luck. He wonders where he should go next. Poor Non, on the other hand, is on a losing streak big time. The man she's facing is called Bert. Annoyed at her losses, she's done with the game and tries to leave. Bert suddenly stops her and gives 20% of her amount back, all because he feels bad for her loss. This kind gesture only makes her angry, like a damn lunatic. She slams the table, mouthing off her annoyance at the game. The really funny part is that in just about 2 hours, she's going to be crying around the casino with not a single penny to her name. Fortunately for her, the people at the casino are the ones who control the trajectory of the game. Their leader Bert is a side character with some level of significance in Hajin's story. The author sees her losing again. He thinks she can only do so much against a dude who gambles for a living and has tricks up his sleeve. So Hajin offers to become the hero and takes her spot, being with confidence because he wants to see how this game will go. Non thinks he's the one being reckless, since the minimum bet to be placed is at least 100,000. But Hajin joins in regardless, prompting her to get annoyed. The players are quickly dealt the cards and begin checking them. With everyone ready to play the game, one man turns to the boys surprised and asks why he isn't flipping his cards yet. Hajin calmly tells him that he doesn't intend to do that. Thanks to his observation ability, he can see them, even while face down. It seems like crazy behavior coming from a kid, so they wonder if the boy knows how to play this game at all. The author doesn't care much about his banter and intentionally reveals the card with the lowest value. The man is fed up with Hajin looking down on him and acting arrogant, but our boy reminds him that he's the one who decided to talk to him. It causes a scene until Bert calmly takes control of the situation and reminds his friend that they're dealing with a Q cadet, so they have to be respectful. Now, when it comes to Bert, he's equally stunned by Hudin's stunt, but he's a fine actor trying to maintain his composure. That is, until our boy breaks it, of course. While passes at the casino, we see a shot of Valorant in her disguised state. Howdy confirms 6 members from the Fellowship of Evil Deeds and 3 heroes from the Association Undercover. There's also a scammer and a hero acting on his own, though the last guy seems harmless. Speaking of which, she's also encountered Hajin, who the captain is fond of. Still, she wonders if the boy will recognize her, having previously crossed paths. The captain tells her that he can see past her disguise by using his special ability, but even she thinks he wouldn't do that to normal people. She couldn't be more wrong about this assumption, though, since Hajin's ability is active all the time. Now, let's go back to Bert's face, who seems to be in a rut while Hajin plays confidently. It's the 12th round, and there's a huge jackpot of nearly 60 million won. Bert's card is the Ace of Hearts. Pair that with the rest of his cards, and he's got the full ace stack with him. Despite having amazing cards, Bert is an expert gambler who maintains his poker face. He swings for a call, which in gambling terms means to accept your opponent's bet and place one equal value. Non chimes in and raises the bet higher than another player. Hajin trails her with the same choice. Bert's got 4 aces, which means the bare minimum requirement of beating this guy is 4 of a kind. Normally, this is considered impossible. Overcoming a full house with 4 of a kind has lower chances than winning a damn lottery. But Hajin's case is different. Bert points to the cadet, who is placed all in. Surprisingly, he's got his eyes set on Hajin's necklace ring, the artifact he acquired at the hall. Non is surprised and asks further about the ring. Hajin chooses to play dismissive and tells her it's not important. But knowing this love-struck fool, Non probably thinks he's keeping it for someone. She's done with the game and gets up to leave. Hajin wants her to stay, but Non knows the game is already over. She even wants to compensate him by paying him the money he lost. Instead of tossing an important ring on the bat, Hajin yanks her and tells her that it's fine since he's not going to lose. This unintentional move by him makes her feel embarrassed again. Hajin tells Bert that he's got his hands on a really expensive ring, so he wants the man to offer his bracelet in response. Bert is fine with doing that. Both artifacts are on the table now. It's time for the main event to flip the cards. Bert is the first to do so and reveals his 3 aces paired with 2 jacks. A full house. Non is dead and lost in defeat. Bert apologizes and immediately tries to take all the chips for himself. After all, there's no way he would lose now, right? That is, until our boy reminds him that he's yet to reveal his cards. The game's not over. Bert is almost offended at the thought, so Hajin reaches to flip those cards for him, revealing his four of a kind. Nan's face is all you need to know about her reaction. She thinks it's impossible for him to pull that off, while Hajin acts like it was all luck in the end. Even Bert is done for. It's impossible for him to comprehend how this could have happened. Its calm composure is destroyed as he lashes out against Hajin. So much so that security had to come and restrain him. Security checked numerous times and proved that Hajin was innocent in his victory. She thinks of the guy as a loser. While he's inspecting the bracelet, it's a special magic artifact with a magic seal. The seal reduces the wearer's damage and restores it as their mana. The funny thing is, not even Bert knew about its true power. The only reason for that is the fact that the obsidian bracelet's wearer can't access the mana directly, which means the mana is left inside the artifact. While adding one or two magic seals could open the bracelet's mana for use, Bert wouldn't have found out until a year later in the original story. Nan is curious and wants to know what would have happened if he lost. He calmly tells her that he would have accepted death in that situation. Also, since he's rich now, he even tries to offer her the money she lost. Nan doesn't really care about it and tells him to keep it. She's only got one thing to tell him, a polite compliment that she found him really cool. This girl is definitely in love. Anyway, So and Yona are reunited with Hajin and Nan. They barely managed to make it in time for the event. Bro is all dripped out like a fashion model. Even Yana asked what had caused the change. Hajin explained that he had simply stopped by an antique shop to pick up a premium designer outfit. As for the money, Nan spoke highly of how Hajin had won every game involving luck, almost as if he were on an incredible winning streak. Their conversation was interrupted by a young man who seemed to know Nan. She hadn't expected to meet him here and learned that he had come just for fun. Hajin jokingly asked, "Is he her secret boyfriend or something?" This flustered Nan, and she strongly denied it. The man was Kim Jun-woo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero Valorant had once described as harmless. Jana considered herself lucky to meet him and greeted him in a professional manner. They chatted while the masked leader of a secret syndicate quietly observed them. She then asked for Valorant, who materialized through magic, ready to perform her role. The event began with a series of live transmissions. Rumors spread that VIPs from all over the world had arrived, highlighting the global importance of the occasion. An announcement was made about a new method for using the white crystal, and the audience was eager to learn more. At that moment, a striking woman entered, drawing every eye in the room. Rachel steps out of the vehicle, looking at the most majestic person there. She's met with a dozen interviews, all begging for an opinion. The princess ignores them all, and her guards step in to maintain distance. She slams the door shut, standing in front of what appears to be a spatial portal. Rachel is glad to have some peace, all alone, when Zelen, the CEO, greets her. Rachel isn't thrilled to meet him. She asks, "Have you ensured safety from the fiends?" Apparently, Clancy Island is highlighted as the safest place on the entire continent of Europe. The best of the best heroes are here to check for disruptions, so there shouldn't be any trouble. The Leighton Corporation is also a huge supporter of the Royal Guild, which is why they're doing their best to highlight the Guild's reputation through this event. But something about his words sounds sinister and untrusting to Rachel. The man's mischievous smile is enough to say he's hiding something. Yet he advises the princess to look forward to the event. Let's cut to Hajin, sitting all by himself at the table. There are still 30 minutes until the event officially starts, yet the place is packed full. What's really bothersome is why they would ever decide to host a dangerous event right when the place is swarming with IC fiends. The author created many evil corporations in the story, but perhaps the worst of them all is the Leighton Corporation. While there isn't an abundance of fiends within the company, the humans themselves are truly disgusting. This same group holds the powerful white crystal, a gem that no fiend should ever be allowed to lay their hands on. According to the main storyline, Hajin believes that at least 3 fiends will reveal themselves today. The first is the crystal carrier himself, Nade. The second is Silison, who they faced for the Ring of Homer. And the last one is Hakio, the captain of the Fellowship of Evil Deeds collection team. At his current level, there's practically nothing Hajin could do to stop these guys from carrying out their mission. This time, he really has to let the story unfold on its own. An unexpected visitor calls for his name. It's the captain of the masked syndicate, who surprises him with her sudden appearance. She uses security as her excuse for patrolling the area while Valorant teases the captain for talking to her crush. Hearing that, she gets insanely pissed and poor Hajin is left wondering if he's the one who made her mad. He takes a moment to regain composure. The captain apologizes, explaining that she heard something strange in her earpiece. The funny thing is, Hajin apparently heard what Valorant said too, which is why he experienced double the shock. Suho catches Hajin talking to an unknown woman and asks about her. He introduces the captain as Xiao Fang, a personal acquaintance. Hajin extends his greetings by introducing his friends. The captain acts like she knows them, thanks to their exceptional ranking. One other guest decides to chime in, and it's Jun Woo. He's very much interested in knowing how Xiao Fang knows about the cadet. Additionally, he's interested in knowing about her guild association, which means this dude has probably caught on to her. We jump forward to the event finally starting. Both Suho and Yeon are together, leaving Hajin with the other two. Styoung doesn't answer his question and states that she is going to return to her assigned position. She quickly leaves while Hajin is sweating bullets, hoping that this clown didn't figure out her identity just yet. We then see Rachel observing Hajin's table from above. She also notices that he's wearing the same royal black coat she offered him, making her smile. The event takes off with Zelen introducing himself as the CEO of the company, highlighting his efforts to propel innovation. He talks about the source of power responsible for motivating the monsters in the first place. It's mana. He explains further, after receiving natural condensation, mana becomes a treasure withholding amazing power. From among such treasures, the white crystals of mana are extremely valuable. In the history of mankind, only 480 of them have been discovered. The only problem until now was identifying their usage. But now Zelen says, I have good news to share. He unveils the claw from the artifact, revealing a white crystal resting in enclosed chambers, its purpose yet to be shown. Thanks to my corporation's exhaustive efforts, we've discovered the best way to use the white crystal. The audience offers their applause in curiosity and amazement. While Hajin patiently waits, the vacuum cube chamber shares a connection to the Persian Empire and its rich history. Meanwhile, Rachel is sharply observing a bunch of shadowy figures who are suspiciously moving around. At first, it seemed like these guys were security staff, but the princess is beginning to doubt that now. She knows something bad is about to happen, yet she can't act recklessly to confirm it herself. It's then she notices Hajin standing up and swiftly leaving without a reason. It doesn't make sense for him to go away when the event isn't even finished yet. This concentrates her chilling doubts on Hajin, who seems to always be caught in trouble. He even has a mysterious vibe coming from him. It's hard for her to not see him as a suspicious figure. Rachel directs her guards to check in on suspicious activity taking place in the hall. Both of them dash away, leaving her unattended. Rachel plays around with her ring and activates Shadow Unfurl, allowing her to mask her presence. This lets her move around freely and unnoticed. Her primary concern is going after Hajin, knowing that something is definitely brewing behind the scenes. Both Zelen and Hajin had considered that something would happen in Clancy Hall. An investigation regarding the Lean Corporation's internal documents had already been conducted. The item in Clancy Hall is deemed a real artifact, its essence ancient earthware. The thing is, no one knows why Zelen pulled off a risky move by putting the real artifact up for show instead of a replica. Hakio thinks that the man must be overconfident in his approach and believes this will somehow influence the company's stock price. It seems like an okay idea in theory, considering the fact that the entrance portal of Clancy Island is properly monitored. The island was also created with the help of magic, which means artificial ports for fiends are rendered useless in this domain. So in this situation, Hakio and his group use an aircraft to do their job, something no one would expect fiends to do. Anyway, Hajin is walking to an unknown location with Rachel, slowly trailing behind him. She's very cautious and wants to observe him from a distance. Thanks to her concealment skill, she catches brief glances of him as he fiddles with the door leading to the rooftop. There's the fact that the doors won't open for security reasons. Hajin thinks for a moment and then reveals a hammer, completely baffling Rachel with his approach. She wonders if this idiot is planning to knock the door down. The Clancy Islet strictly prohibits its visitors from carrying weapons, which is why a tool in this situation is the closest one could manage as a weapon. However, the idea of smashing a fortified magic door down with a hammer sounds ridiculous. This dude doesn't really care and seriously swings the hammer full speed, obliterating the doors and leaving Rachel stunned, unable to speak. She can't believe what they've just happened. This dude is casually walking with Superman-level strength. Suddenly, she hears the clamoring coming from the hall. Destruction has begun as various fiends launch their onslaught. They're massacring people in cold blood. Even Zelen is pinned as one of the fiends gets their hands on the white crystal. The fiend is suddenly attacked by a hero. By the end of his attack, the hero is pleasantly surprised that he dodged the strike and cast a multiplication ability, making this guy a really annoying opponent to deal with. Jin Shangshin, he introduces himself as an elite hero, but for some reason, the copies of the villain choose to scatter and run away. Shangshin calls him a coward and doesn't even want to know which one he should catch first. Observing the scene is the captain of the masked Syndicate, waiting to make her move. The monsters are wreaking havoc in the event, leading Naon to wonder what just happened. There are not just fiends, but also monsters for them to deal with. Jungwoo worriedly comes rushing to her aid, though he's covered in blood. He tosses Suho a sword to fight with since he couldn't bring his own. Junwoo knows it's necessary for him to fight after all. He snatched it off a fiend and wanted him to make it work. At the rooftop, Hajin is observing what's going on. Like the original novel, Nate ends up duplicating himself into 8 copies and runs off with the white crystal. Now, one hero is pursuing one of the copies, but that bastard doesn't have the crystal, so it's pointless. Valorant is also pursuing one of the copies, having disguised herself, but this Nate is also fake. And then there's the captain chasing the real Nate, who does have the white crystal, according to the original story. She's jumped by a bunch of fiends who outnumber her in a surprise attack, but they keep forgetting how powerful this woman really is. She sends out a tiny little ball of black, which makes her opponents severely underestimate her skill. That is, until they come into contact with a sphere that is sucking the very existence of the person near it. The man roars in pain as his body is expelled into the crushing weight of the black hole. The sphere pulls in the rest of the fiends as well, or all swallowed by the attack. Even Nate is scared to find out the move she just used. A black whip swiftly catches him and impales his body, mercilessly holding him in place. Even though Hajin is the one who wrote about her abilities, he still thinks she has a deadly fighting style. Focusing on the original events, the white crystal will now end up in the hands of the masked Syndicate. But then there's a shock. Turns out that in this timeline, this Nate was also a copy and doesn't have the real crystal on him. This immediately prompts the author to check on his laptop to see if the story has any planned changes. Still, there isn't any message about it, which means it wouldn't be a major or direct change. Rather, a shift is caused by changing the variables of the story. But there's the issue that Hajin is clueless on how to handle a situation he knows nothing about. That is until he remembers his Stigma mark, his last hope in this situation. By casting magic power from the Stigma and focusing on his evil eye ability, Hajin could severely increase his perceptive powers. Using that, he's able to scan through walls and observe the surrounding areas with ease. The author has yet to find the white crystal and desperately searches for the person who has it. One vehicle catches his eye. The person inside has the cube vacuum, but something happens, causing Hajin to jolt away. The author staggers as information floods his brain. He overexerted the use of his powers, but this is no time to rest. He jumps off to see the white crystal. Hajin lands near a motorbike and finds the timing convenient. He hops on and apologizes for stealing it. Sorry, he mutters under his breath before revving it up and riding away. The scene transitions to the reckless state of Clancy Hall, where Nan is doing her best to help evacuate people. Hajin arrives and calls out for her. Nan, irritated that he didn't arrive sooner, snaps, "Took you long enough." He tosses her something valuable. It turns out to be the magic sword he stole from Sidious. He explains that it's supposed to be a weapon suited to her abilities. After all, you can't fight fiends without something to use, he adds. The sword is special. It reacts based on the mana capacity of its wielder. Nan, with her monstrous pool of mana, will now be able to rival any fiend she encounters with this powerful weapon. Nan asks, "Why me? Why are you giving me the sword?" Hajin doesn't have time to explain. "I have something to take care of," he says before turning to leave. Nan tries to stop him, but he's already bolted away. Having acquired some distance, Hajin tracks the location of the vehicle containing the mana crystal. He speeds up to narrow the gap as quickly as possible. The dude inside the car is curious about how long it will take for them to leave. Suddenly, Hajin comes crashing his bike against the car, forcing a powerful impact that flips the vehicle on its head. He finds himself catching a breath after putting so much strength into the tackle. The dude frustratingly kicks the door open to kill a bastard who put him in this position. More importantly, he is waiting for his escort to arrive. Hajin realizes that this guy always had backup on standby, which is why he was so confident just now. The escort is a cargo plane, but what they don't know is that the author is planning to spend the necessary story points to send it back. This greatly shocks the man holding the white crystal, since they're leaving him without any explanation. The aircraft simply zooms away, and now this dude doesn't have anyone to fend for his life, causing Hajin to draw near him. He pops a suggestion for them to have a small conversation. Suddenly, the author senses a sharp presence coming from another direction. Seconds after, an enormous blast descends from above, obliterating everything in its path. This dude is the same brute working for the masked Syndicate, and he's already taken care of Rachel too. This appears to be the worst timing for this guy to show up. The author's advantageous situation has just flipped. He experiences an even greater shock when he sees Rachel's unconscious body by his side. Preparing to fight, he readies his ether magic. Hajin wasn't expecting things to get this complicated. Zhang Yang sees what he's trying to pull off and recommends that he doesn't engage in a fight unless he's looking to get hurt. But the author isn't ready to back down. He aims his gun at the briefcase containing the white crystal, threatening his opponent. Jung realizes that Hajin's concern is regarding the princess and states that he only brought her along because he figured she was also tracking down the crystal. He doesn't get why she's important to this guy, but he does have a bone-chilling dilemma for the cadet. He asked Hajin if he's so confident about pulling the trigger before he rips Rachel's head off of her shoulders. The author refuses to back down and prepares to pull the trigger, reminding the villain that if he doesn't stop here, he'll just destroy the very thing they're after. Impressed by the boy's tenacity, Jong Yong decides to concede and tosses Rachel's body to the ground. Now she's left in the middle of the battlefield, prompting the man to demand the mana crystal. Hajin swiftly throws the briefcase, and the guy catches it without any trouble. The thing is, the author wasn't really going after the crystal, as he knew it would be out of reach for him. At best, he could use it as a bargaining chip to save someone's life. In this situation, it happened to be the princess of the royal family. He wants to ask her a bunch of questions when suddenly, Jung reveals a sinister smile and attempts to catch the boy off guard with a fierce and sudden strike. Hajin's "Ohs, what the face" is all you need to know about his reaction, especially with a fist blitzing at him full speed. The powerful attack unleashes a shockwave, impressively implying Jong Yam's raw strength. The smoke clears with the villain standing, impressed by what he sees. His fist was stopped just moments away from the boy's face. Hajin didn't even hesitate or fear the upcoming attack. It's at this moment that Jong Yong recognizes the boy's fighting spirit. He was just testing the kid, and is now convinced that he's someone talented. Calling his performance commendable, Jong Yong walks away from the author, who finally releases a sigh of relief after he's gone. The situation was so tense that it makes Hajin collapse on his knees. It was the very definition of facing a near-death encounter. Right as he was busy in his thoughts, a fist was checked in his face just inches away from impact. There was nothing in his arsenal that could have saved him from the brutal attack. If he had even made the slightest mistake, his head was as good as gone. Well, Rachel is moving, which means she's awake. She doesn't get what happened, as things happened too fast. Hajin tells her that the villain already left, so there's nothing to worry about. She doesn't understand what he's talking about, so he explains how they've acquired the white crystal. Curiously, the author inquires if she was also hunting for the crystal. Expressing the truth, she reveals that she was just trailing him. Extending her hand, Rachel shows him a bullet that she stumbled upon during the finals. Hajin realizes that it must have been when he used the sniper rifle. He tries to reach for it, but she quickly snaps it away, placing it back in her pocket. Rachel was worried for him, which is why she trailed Hajin. Unfortunately, she was overpowered by the enemy and lost. Sensing the opportune moment, the princess inquires, "Why did you decide to help him out back during the finals?" It wasn't just the midterms, but also the finals. This makes her wonder why he's going out of his way to help her. Rachel thinks he's intently keeping an eye on her. It's a tough situation to answer, so Hajin slowly offers an excuse. He says, "I'm your biggest fan," but it comes out sounding weird. He gains some confidence and adds that he even signed up for her fan club online. Deep down, though, the author wonders if he overdid it. After all, he can't just tell her the truth. Rachel happens to be one of those characters who's prone to facing adversity in dangerous situations. If she were to die or get seriously injured, the story would be ruined, plunging into a point of no return. Finding herself worked up, Rachel strings together her words in confusion, asking, "Do you actually like me?" Once again, our boy is sweating bullets. He's got that troublemaker riz. Anyway, let's revisit the state of the Clancency Islet, which is a mess. Yana's annoyed that her hair got burnt, while Non hurriedly asks, "Do you see what happened just now?" The chick is confused and really doesn't get what Non is talking about. She talks about how Junwoo was single-handedly annihilating the monsters with his monstrous fist without even using a weapon. Then there was the swordmaster Kim So, with the ability to cut through anything, becoming an unstoppable force. Finally, there was Non, now wielding a magic sword so powerful that it practically vaporizes any monster with a single swing. She's really excited about her new weapon. Non points to Hajin's mysterious takeoff on a bike. "I saw him for a second before he disappeared," Yona mentions. Non doesn't know where he went, but she's got her eyes set on that bike. I can't blame her, because I do too. Anyway, Blue Boy Suho anxiously announces Rachel's missing state. Her useless agents are conducting a search, while Non fails to understand where she went. After all, she was just here prior to the attack. Yona faces a sudden realization. The fiends must have made her a target too. It could become a hostage situation to use the British government, bribing them to possibly surrender the Clancency Islet. Like always, Yona is mad and pissed when suddenly people see the sight of the damsel in distress and her nervous experience on the bike. She backs by herself, relieving Yona until they realize it's the same bike Hajin used to escape. The guildmaster's daughter assesses the situation. With everyone distracted, Hajin ran off in a rush and Rachel is the one who came back. It only implies one thing, causing her to overestimate Kim Hae-jin's incredible ability to defeat every fiend on his own. She's stumped to even believe that. She could always picture him strong, but now he seems out of reach for the cadet level. At the double-star premium hotel, Nan seemed to be waiting for someone. Hae-jin comes to meet her. It's surprising that there aren't any other club members around. Turns out they all left to eat since he came so late. She wants to treat him and expresses a hurry to leave. Hae-jin doesn't get why she's being so generous, and he really can't place what's going on. With every step Nan takes, her feelings grow stronger. She stops and decides to confront Hae-jin, facing him directly. But her confession isn't a lover's confession or anything. Nan embarrassingly asks, "Are we friends?" And I have to remind you guys that this is quite significant, considering her backstory. Instead of, accepting her words and simply saying yes, Hae-jin strongly declines with a serious look on his face. This causes her to get annoyed, so she turns away, claiming that it was just an unserious comment. She paces ahead, hoping he forgets her words soon. Now, here's the thing. Hae-jin likes her, but he can't be friends with her, knowing the dark path he has to take in the future. This guy will become responsible for taking away the life of the one person she treasures the most. So, he can't hurt her feelings by deepening their relationship. He lets out a silent confession that they were never supposed to become friends. The following day, our boy returns to the dorms and Evangel is so excited to meet him. He brought her a yogi chicken meal, which is all the girl needed to excitedly run away. The author is starting to really appreciate her presence. Now, with no distractions, it's time to get back to work before vacation starts. The first thing is syncing his smartwatch with the laptop. He always found it troublesome to hop over to the computer for unexpected story changes, but he's willing to make the future purchase now. By the way, Jong Yong's fist didn't just stop because he wanted to. It was also paired with the author's insane luck stat, which intervened at the last second, preventing his death. Having gained story points from that, he's willing to spend nearly 200 on his smartwatch. And now the syncing is completed. He can access every single feature with this thing, which makes him wonder why he delayed the purchase for so long. With that issue resolved, it's time to call his agent, Soyuk. Hae-jin asks his agent if he's got what he ordered. Turns out the dude ordered a bike. Soyuk explains that the minimum purchase is going to cost him at least 150 million, which is a lot. Hajin is prepared to go one step further by maxing out his budget range, causing Soyuk to remind him about the ridiculous price. The author proceeds with the purchase. After all, this is the same guy who scored 2 billion at the damn casino. So this is chump change to him. Also, the story is soon about to reach the part where the Pack Horse Masters Guild will raid the Devil's Lair dungeon. Consequently, it will improve their stocks exponentially, and all of Hajin's investments just now will be worth it. Realizing that he's about to be filthy rich, the dude chuckles like a villain. The vacation eventually comes to an end, and we see Hajin observing the excited people nearby. Speaking of social media, it's been a while since he checked the main character's posts. He used to check daily to see if there was something noteworthy. Fast forward to this dude seeing Jung Hawk's thirst trap with an edgy caption. Same dude just keeps innocently posting like he's making money on Instagram. Hajin is a little disgusted by him. When it comes to Sue, Hulu, and Yona, they keep a rare social activity. As for Rachel, you can just imagine that her account is run by the royal palace. Finally, it leaves Non, who has yet to upload anything at all since the events of the casino. The author understands that his words may have stung her, but it's nothing she can't get over. Joining class, Hajin is glad that things are progressing smoothly. Their memorable teacher announces the start of the second semester and explains the necessary changes going forward. First is regarding their rankings, and the second is regarding newcomers to the Cube Institution. There was a transfer ceremony conducted recently. This ceremony is responsible for bringing over some of the best mages from top-ranking magic academies. They're all aspirants who want to become heroes, which means 20 new students will be added to each class, completing a batch of 200. The author has already taken the extra step of memorizing their identities for now. The instructor announces their arrival. The students applaud and respect as the mages take space inside the class. Surprisingly, one of them is someone that Hajin fails to identify, which makes him question if he's seen this person before. When the newcomer exposes her face, it turns out to be Tor. Her appearance may seem different, but the author is convinced that it's her. The bigger question is why she's here. The system suddenly offers him a notification about the story change. The co-author has conveniently decided to add her to the lineup of main characters, so her role seems more prominent. That part worries Hajin, because now he has to deal with even more annoying changes in the story. From Tor's evil smile, we can predict that something evil is brewing behind the scenes. Going back to Hajin's space, he's got a brand new dorm setup thanks to his promotion to the second semester. Rachel is beaming with joy as it is spacious as hell. Apparently, he got the privilege with his upgraded ranking as the 334th student at the institution. This guy jumped over 600 ranks and now sits in the bracket of middle-tier cadets. He thinks it's good enough, as Evangel can jump around freely with the new space. More importantly, he's got his mind set on tour. Hoopy has yet to contemplate. Hajin politely tells Evangel that he's heading to class and leaves for his business. The first class of the semester is conducted in an outdoor training session with their instructor. The goal is to help establish a connection between the newcomers and the old. This session is called the Dangerous Hike. While there may not be dangerous monsters lurking on the mountain, many traps are cleverly hidden. These traps mimic monsters created by fiends, but this time, the stakes are higher. Even the slightest mistake could drop the cadets into the hospital. This sends the cadets into despair. They will be divided into teams of 12 and start off from their designated locations. Non and Suo are paired together in the same squad, while it appears Rachel and Hajin are off on their own. With the formations made, the Dangerous Hike event begins. We catch a glimpse of Non's group, who are a little intimidated by the dark atmosphere. Fear. After all, it was morning just now. The protagonist, Suho, reminds everyone to steer clear of any traps that might appear unexpectedly. Right on cue, one student accidentally steps on a trigger, causing massive vines to burst out and wrap around him. The students quickly draw their weapons to deal with the threat, but before long, all of them are restrained, except for the two sword fighters. Non jumps in to help with the rescue, and the group is soon startled by the sudden appearance of a girl with an eerie, ghostly presence. Both Zuo and Non are visibly shaken, feeling as if they've just gone through a chilling encounter. Ever supportive, the blue-clad boy praises her for her performance. This prompts her to ask him the same question she once asked Hein, whether the two of them are truly friends. Surprised by the question, Suho confirms they are and asks, "What's up?" The girl appears nervous, still unsettled by Heijin's earlier response, but chooses not to elaborate. She thinks that most people would have given a normal answer like Suho just did, but Hajin was different. He completely rejected the idea, which makes her wonder if he's secretly trying to confess his feelings and wants something deeper than friendship. While she's still lost in thought, they unexpectedly run into Heijin's group at the same location. Gathering together, the cadets discuss the talks of an illusion barrier. After all, they've been circling the mountains for an hour now. Delic points to the author, who ended up taking matters into his own hands and freed them from the barrier. Delic praises Hajin for being a godly navigator with his impressive skills. He remembers that it's almost time for their team training session. Jun confirms it too. When asked if they've selected partners to team up with yet, both Non and Zhu state that they have yet to decide. Jun has seen enough of the cadet Kim Hajin to conclude that she's going to pick him as her teammate. Her words catch both Non and Delic's attention, shocking them. There's the fact that the team has to be balanced, and when weighing the cadets among the mid-tiers, he seems to be the most intelligent pick of the bunch. Non expresses her frustration, but doesn't have the words. She tries to paint him as a hard-ass who is annoying to deal with. In reality, even Non herself is a little confused that she's going so far as to say these things. Delic whispers and reminds her about the dark rumors surrounding the sharpshooter. Talks of him always leaving the campus and investing his time into his expensive purchases. Catches both Zhu Hebo and Non's attention. Delic carelessly talks about Hajin, prompting a really frustrating reaction from Non, who is the most pissed she has ever been. She reminds Thea that she wants to know if Del ever even saw him doing those things with his own eyes. She and Zhu Ho are infuriated that these people believe in baseless rumors. They even try to stand up for Hajin, claiming that he's a good guy. Fuming with anger, Non steps away while Zhu Ho recommends they return to the hiking mission. The scene transitions to Yana, who has just finished asking her voice. Considering her first meeting, she doesn't want to make the slightest mistake with these guys. The Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a newly developed group of agents, is directly under her control. Yana wears a cloaked outfit and addresses her team. She thinks it's going smoothly so far. She's already divided the Falling Blossom Guild into 3 departments. The first team will actively gather information from different guilds. These are known as the Spies. Their priority is to uncover the plans from guilds like the Holy Grace of God and the Desolate Moon. Let's talk about the second team, which will be responsible for searching exclusively for strong monsters or dungeons. This team will be referred to as the Scouts. Then comes the third and final team. This group will operate from the shadows away from the public eye. They will take care of any unusual activities, even things as brutal as murder. They're called the Shadows, and they play a more passive role. Addressing Team 3, she tasked them with 5 people to conduct research on. Their only condition is to ensure they are never noticed and that they don't cause any harm to the people involved. The interesting thing about this test is that 4 of these copies are actually fakes. She's interested in seeing how these guys are going to react. She's looking forward to their findings. Among the 5 people she mentioned, the only real person is Kim Hajin, her object of interest. The alarm has finished beeping and morning has come around sooner than Hajin expected. He's surprised to find a cute little evangel resting on his bed. Realizing that she's dead asleep, he pats her before hearing a cat's meow coming from outside. The author mentions how phantoms are easy to cast when it comes to witch magic, but the thing about this phantom cat is that it's actually a real cat. Evangel materialized with her powers. She seems like a cute visitor for the time being and might help him later. He decides to head outside for some breakfast and finds himself surprised to run into Yana, who is curious to know where he's going. The dude tells her he's off to get some food. They walk together as Yana brings up how his ranking shot up by a lot. At the same time, he admits that it won't improve beyond this level, which makes her wonder if he's thought about his future. Hajin states that he isn't worried at all since they have a lot of time, but to Yana, time is of the essence. She reminds him of the probation period kicking off in the 3rd year. In typical fashion, she invites him directly to the Straits of Essence Guild, the same guild that she is destined to lead in the future. It would be pretty easy for him to ride the wave and become successful, but shockingly, he tells her that he is interested in the Forsaken Plains Guild instead. Still, he's unsure if they'll ever accept him, but he likes their mercenary style. In an effort to persuade him, Jaina claims that maybe she can help him change his mind if only she can find him something that he's desperately looking for. The author is a little creeped out by her words and asks, "What kind of information were you looking for?" Jaina swiftly dodges the question like a cat. She also reminds him that she made sure to discipline the heck out of Gina, who messed with him. Going back to the classroom, we see the author silently observing the protagonist, Suo, who is soon to raid the dungeon. In the original story, after returning from the vacation break and climbing Geomac Mountain by himself, he stumbles upon a hidden dungeon. Raiding a dungeon on one's own seems like an impossible task, but Kim Suo challenges this idea as the main character of the story. He becomes responsible for slaying the dungeon's boss. He receives an important weapon and a buff with the butterfly sapling's power. That weapon helps him climb to greater heights. The only problem is that Hajin's the one who has the powder with him, so that weapon won't be getting boosted anytime soon. That's why in this timeline, Kim Hajin wants to accompany Suo on his journey while tackling the dungeon. This version of the story doesn't favor the protagonist as much as the original did. Also, this greedy bastard is in it for himself, believing that he'll probably strike gold by the evening in his dorm. The author reflects on his strategy to handle Tor. There's the cute Evangel resting on his lap while he thinks of ways to come up with a solid plan before entering the dungeon raid with Suho. Tor isn't exactly on good terms with the fiends, so if her father can be located, it's actually possible to convert her into an ally. After all, this dangerous mage has only one objective in sight, and that is to locate her father and end his life. Still, it's not like this guy knows about her father's location either, making things difficult. Interestingly, not even the Tool of Truth could help him in this situation. With Detective Jin Heduk only limited to researching in Korea, it's hard to task that guy too. This leaves only one prospect, the only person in Kim Chandong's life according to the data system. The kid is called Kim Hosup, and Haejin wastes no time getting in touch with him. Hosup seems to be working his ass off in an intelligence-gathering agency, which is why Hajin wants this guy to find someone for him. Hosup is a little worried his boss will catch him, but he accepts the job anyway. Hajin also wonders if their school bully still bullies Hosup since he's speaking like a zombie. He offers Jose a way out if he ever decides to quit his job. Hajin recommends that he join the Falling Blossoms Guild under Yana's command. With that, their call ends and Hajin believes that he's strengthened Yana's agency even more. It's time for the solo dungeon raid by Kim Suo, who is busy meticulously practicing with his sword and perfecting his slashes. Hajin comes out and talks to him, which makes the hero wonder if he's also training at this late hour. The author thinks that Suo might be overexerting himself by training this hard so early into the new semester. He cleverly asked if Suho was training for a dungeon mission or something. Initially, Blue Boy plays it safe until Hajin straight up name drops a Geomac Mountain dungeon, claiming to know about the same dungeon he's after. The protagonist is shaken and questions how he was able to figure it out. Hajin acts like he saw him when he found the dungeon. Pointing to his brilliant eyes, Hajin emphasizes that he's good at what they can do. He lays out a proposition for Suho, wanting to join him for the dungeon mission together, even willing to split the rewards in a 90-10 ratio. Hajin is fine with tagging along and letting Suho do what he wants. It's quite the proposition. Suho confirms that he did discover the dungeon last week. It looked smaller than the others, so he felt like the challenge was doable for him on his own. Recognizing the dangers of raiding alone, Hajin thinks that it would be wise to take someone else along. Suho claims that he's unsure about Hajin being a reliable teammate for the raid. So for now, he wants to test Hajin's skills to see if he's up to good. Yeah, you can tell the author wasn't expecting his own main character to challenge him out of the blue. The only way Hajin remotely has a chance against Suho is if he's handicapped in some way. But even then, the difference in their abilities would be far too great. Still, he thinks it's better to prioritize evasion in the upcoming fight. Hajin accepts the idea. However, he has a complaint regarding the open ground since it would be pretty disadvantageous to him. Suho is in serious mode and explains, "I'm not here to test weapons. There's no point for you to try and win the fight. After all, I'm going to stop on my own when I feel it's necessary." Hajin realizes that this dude is in some real testing mode and isn't willing to back down. He turns to use his intelligence as his only safe living grace. The wooden sword he's using as a training weapon is infused with mana, immediately rendering Hajin's bullets useless. If he ends up doing that, he's about to get humiliated by Suho. That means the only reliable weapon in his arsenal right now is his luck factor. Su wants Hajin to give them the green signal to start the fight. He's trying to drag this out while slowly fiddling with his stat system. With all settings cleared, Hajin thinks it's time they start. As serious Su starts the fight by dashing right into his face at maximum speed. Hajin activates bullet time to get him a few seconds as a cushion to react to his lightning fast speed. Thanks to that, he can see Suho's sword trajectory before his attack is even cast. With a few slashes dodged, Hajin manages to evade most of Ho's outlash. Still, even for him, he's getting chipped against the monstrous speed. Realizing that he can't be on the back foot forever, Hajin goes on the offensive by shooting a bullet at his face. Suho casually reacts, and this time, he's the only one going on the evasive. The fight is a really humbling experience for the author. After all, despite the activation of a literal time-slowing ability, Hajin can't evade Suho's attacks. The fight will continue to put him at a greater disadvantage if he lets it drag on. He's trying his best to manipulate Suho into making a small error. Sensing the opportunity, Suho vanishes and appears right behind Hajin in a flash of a second. Since his back is left wide open, he rushes to use ether magic to pull him away by attaching himself to a tree. The protagonist's monstrous attack shatters the ground, which impresses Suho's expectations. At the same time, Suho rushes with full speed to get right up in Hajin's face. Apparently, this is exactly the thing our boy wanted, as he had been baiting Suho into stepping onto his jacket. The moment Suho sets foot, an explosion sends him flying into the air, totally catching him off guard. Thanks to that, Suho crashes onto the ground while Hajin timely gets the better of him. The fight is over with a Glock pointed toward the protagonist's head. Hajin assesses that, while it didn't do any fatal or meaningful damage, the cadet's jacket he modified was a trap made using story points. The unexpected gimmick got the better of Suho, who senses Hajin's determination and agrees to go along with him for the dungeon raid. The two friends shake hands, marking the start of their partnership. Fast forward to one of the desolate factories in Swan. A piece of glass shatters on the ground. Turns out, Jumyong broke the relic according to Dun's orders. It's a calculated strategy to double the value of the relic. The only thing left is to activate the white crystal. Drew initiates the activation, causing the white crystal to send a beam of concentrated light. The light rearranges the material and reforms it into a weapon in the form of magic swords. These are copies of the original made from just mere fragments. Drew thinks they don't have to look for anything else. The result of this test proves the creation of fake weapons that are stronger than low-grade relics. With one fragment, they could make 30 swords. As to the total amount, Dunn estimates 600 swords to be made. Even if they sold one sword at 800 million, they would earn a staggering 500 billion in profit. That's one hell of an amount. It's nearly $400 million. Jong Yong realizes they've stepped on the most valuable lottery ticket. Valoran shares news similarly favorable to the group. She talks about the Horse Masters Guild who intend to raid the dungeon soon. That guild is their next target, as the captain of the masked syndicate intends to seize everything from them. Conducting a battle analysis of their fight, Suho remembers how Hajin left a dozen openings in his movements, yet there wasn't a single time that he managed to strike him down. To make things even more surprising, Hajin used an unusual attack at the end. Suho still doesn't understand what happened there. He wonders if it was the result of physical force driving him away, or perhaps a surge of mana. Coming to a smile, the lovable protagonist expresses his failure to understand Hajin's powers. Still, it's clear to him now that Hajin is actually quite powerful, and the only reason he's hiding his powers is for his own benefit. It helps him relate to someone other than himself, as Zuho is also muddled with hiding himself. He just wasn't expecting someone else to mirror him like that. Anyway, he hears a sound coming from nearby and realizes that it's non-practicing at the park. Sumaho's voice startles her out of nowhere, making her embarrassed. She's also surprised that he's going home at such a late hour. This sparks a brilliant idea in this guy's head. he casually tells her about his meetup with Hajin, which makes her wonder why they met up. To tease this balloon of embarrassment, Suho tells her that they were cheering for her. Non explodes at him, prompting Suho to reveal that they were lightly sparring with each other. It's quite the surprising revelation since Non generally believed Suho to be way stronger than him, which means there's no point in sparring. Suho decides to keep their matters private, making her sad. She's done with his teasing and decides to resume her training. Being a helpful and supporting friend as always, Suho offers Non advice in handling her sword. He demonstrates just how fast one can swing their weapon by easing their grip just a bit. The beautiful slash leaves her stunned for words. She's so amazed that she requests another demonstration from him. In the end, Suho ends up training Non for a while. Fast forward to her resting in her bedroom. She remembers Suho's offer to help her out with her sword training. At this level, she's starting to get the hang of things. Non jumps up, all frustrated and annoyed. She looks to gaming as her one means of escape from reality. She grabs the VR headset and equips it. This game is quickly taking an uprising in this world for image training. The game is called Gladiators of the Century. Tournaments for the game are held every season and broadcasted live, making the winners so popular that they can make household names for themselves. The game is particularly unique because, unlike other games, it doesn't boast a status or item system. In effect, one has to fully utilize their strength to control the trajectory of the fight. Non has an impressive record of 98 wins with only 17 losses. She doesn't care about her rank for now and thinks it's best to find someone for a match. Her eyes are drawn toward a sword warrior known as Extra 7. This guy has an equal amount of wins and losses. He's also platinum tier, which makes him seem like the ideal target. She's expecting a couple of hits to finish the job. Requesting a duel with him, Extra 7 accepts her request. Their match is about to begin in 3 seconds. Yuan is actively assessing her opponent, ready to see how this person will initiate their attacks. What she didn't expect was for this guy to start coming at her before the countdown finished. They exchange the first sword clash, which puts Non at a disadvantage. What's more, this guy grabs her by the collar and throws her off balance with a kick from underneath. Extra 7 delivers the killing blow, and that's how Non lost to a guy with a 50-50 stat ratio. This makes her so mad that she thinks the guy is cheating. She requests an immediate rematch, but winds up defeated a second time. So a third match follows between the two. The outcome stays the same as Non is defeated again. One more round would change things, right? She thinks. No, the Stigma Non is killed again. She's seriously annoyed at having to accept her helpless state while her opponent stares her down. The guy wants to leave to get some sleep, but she's begging for another rematch. He learns that he's usually active around this time, so Non requests that he teach her a bunch of new skills every time they run into each other. Extra 7 is okay with that and decides to log off. The author takes off his headset, not knowing why that kid was so stubborn just now. He won 7 times in a row. His goal was to test the random buff system inside the game, and he used it on the headset to enhance his stats immensely. The random buff system is proving to be more helpful than he originally intended. The investment was costly, but it strengthens the properties of any equipment, which takes his console experience to another level. This makes it feel like his senses have been sharpened and, as a consequence, boosted. It's a little underwhelming that the maximum boost is only 44%, but Hajin thinks it could soar higher with the luck effect. Evangelista is out here eating a whole cake by herself. Hajin realizes that he has to actually parent the child and snatches the cake away. She sobs, begging for another slice, but Hajin pulls the ultimate anti-child attack. He puts it on the top shelf. Then he lifts her tiny little body and promises to give her something even more delicious in the morning. This relieves some of her sadness. Hajin promises to follow up with his words as long as she doesn't eat cake tonight. While she's fast asleep, he checks his smartwatch and finds a message from Suho, who invited him for the raid meetup. Wearing a smile, the author is satisfied with the date and believes everything is proceeding like he planned. The only thing left now is clearing the raid. A few days after that, his training session continued all the same. Classes were no different either. Finally, inside the game, he unknowingly ripped Non apart, but she just got all the more curious to learn his moves. Since he's a lousy teacher, Hajin doesn't have actionable advice. What's really confusing to Non is his 50% win rate, especially when he's so much better between the two. To come up with an excuse, Extra 7 tells her that he barely cares about the outcome of the fight. She admires this side of him because Non takes losses very personally. Extra 7 believes it's good to end things here for the day. She's hoping to see him tomorrow, as if she's dead certain he'll be here at the same time. Non's face is beaming with joy as she waves him goodbye. Hajin logs off, confirming he'll be back. The game has taken up space as part of his daily routine now. He's actually surprised to find this person being so polite. Still, he doesn't get what to call her since her username looks like a keyboard mashing attempt. Yuto's Sixman. Yes, I did the extra effort of spelling it all out for you guys, so please like this video now. Hajin brainstorms what her username could possibly mean. That's until all the puzzle pieces fit into one name, and that's Non. However, he just can't see himself behaving so politely like that. Their behavior is different, so the author is convinced that it might be a guy behind the screen. Going back to the brat herself, we see that she's getting better and better with her swings. So-ho is similarly impressed. She talks about how she's playing a game, and it's really helping her improve her skill. Blue Boy realizes that she's definitely talking about the gladiators of the century. He hasn't played the game, but he did hear from others about how useful it is. Non explains that she ended up finding a master inside the game with amazing skills. He helps her train each day. He's the one person who really makes her excited to fight against. She talks about how he has an aggressive and precise style to cut down his opponent. Each step is calculated and allows for a personalized, close combat experience. Sue thinks this guy must be pretty sharp and probably is a hero of some kind. Non claims that she remembers asking, but it didn't turn out like that. Suddenly, Hajin's voice draws her attention and she gives him an embarrassed look. Hajin is surprised to find the two of them together and asks what's up. Suho tries to mention their training, but she smacks him shut by acting like they just met each other. Bro has a surprised look on his face, while Non cutely communicates with her annoyed face. She thinks they should hurry and get going. Prompting Suho to say goodbye, Non asks where they're headed. Suho acts like it's a personal matter and decides not to clarify the details. Before leaving, Hajin tells her to have fun training. Non's a little baffled and finds herself really confused to see these two getting on good terms with each other. She knows that Suho was joking around when he teased her earlier, but now it's really starting to make her wonder if they might be meeting because of her. Non's delusions are getting the better of her. She thinks it doesn't make sense for Hajin to do that, especially after he rejected her friendship. This hilarious girl acts like she doesn't care 1 second, but the next she's secretly tailing them behind. Non spots them chatting when suddenly Hajin does bring up Non's topic, which surprises her a bit. This sells her delusions even more. The girl is now convinced that he's in love or something. Both Suho and Hajin share lunch before heading to the dungeon in Swan. They'll have to be cautious since Swan is considered the single most dangerous area in the capital. The emergence event of monsters and dungeons left a permanent ground deformation, reducing the place to nothing more than mountains. Because of that, the western part of Swan became a restricted area. As for the Geomac Mountain, it's located right at the border. The author internalizes that he created many hidden pieces in the world yet to be discovered. For some of these pieces, he can't obtain them with his own strength. However, that would also create the risk of leaving them in the hands of the antagonist of the story. If he goes to the dungeon with a hero like Suho, Hajin is confident that he might be able to obtain one of the hidden pieces by himself. The mere thought of it attracts Suho's attention as they're finishing up their meal. Duo didn't bring any cash with him, so he's the one who's going to take care of the equipment and preparation. Suddenly, one person enters the restaurant completely covered. Their outfit puts Hajin on edge. The person physically shakes upon seeing him and hurries away to make their request. Seeing their state, Hajin realizes what's going on. This evil punk probably figured it out using his observation ability. The dude boldly calls out Yana, based on her purple hair. He tries to be as loud as possible to attract her attention. Of course, Hajin knows that this has to be her, since she usually can't eat normal food without attracting attention. He requests her to come and share a meal with them, making her condition even worse. Being thoroughly humiliated like this, she takes her order and bolts off without even paying. Hajin decides to cover for the girl's bill and mentions how Yana did her best not to show her face for 3 whole days. It's time for Friday, the day of the dungeon raid. Zuul already leads the way. Deep in the mountains, they both make their way, having walked many miles. The Geomac Mountain is a dangerous location since it's right next to the restricted area. Hajin wants to stay sharp for their surroundings until they arrive. Suho marks the location and shows the entrance to the dungeon. Hajin thinks it's reasonable to assume why it's hard to find because of the small entrance. Knowing that the opening is narrow, Suho reminds him that they'll have little chance of running back out. It's dangerous, and he wants his teammate to prepare for the consequences. But Hajin is as best prepared as always. He whips out his baby, the Golden Deagle, claiming that it packs quite the punch. Just to be safe, he invested some points to make light bullets. While they won't be extremely effective against the high-tier boss monster, the author thinks Suo will be more than capable of handling everything else. As they're about to head inside, Hajin extends his hand for Suho to hold. It draws a confused look from the guy because he doesn't understand what Hajin is doing. Hajin explains the pathway inside is dark, so it will be tough to navigate otherwise. A flashlight will just draw attention from monsters. Suho loves the idea, and the two clasp each other's hands. And yes, I can't believe I said that. Suho mentions how the cave unusually has a narrow entrance for how wide it is inside. It's also way too cold here, he adds. Suddenly, Hajin senses something and recommends they wait a moment, uttering a shocked exclamation. There's a second opening to the dungeon, something not you and I knew about. There's just no way. Activating his perceptive eyes, Hajin scans the other entrance and discovers a group of intruders approaching. Hearing their every step, he knows they're drawing closer and closer from the other side. The scanning ability reveals two men from the other side. Suho doesn't get what's bothering him, but he tells Hajin to be quiet. Concentrating on their conversation, Hajin fails to identify their association with any group. However, based on the evil energy radiating off of them, he senses something ominous. He can tell they're up to no good. At last, the system informs him about a critique from the co-author, who has decided to edit the raid sequence. The co-author found the dungeon raid quite boring and small compared to the rewards promised. That's why they decided to modify the whole dungeon, including it as the hidden stage of the Devil's Lair dungeon. What an unbelievable change! This means that the two dungeons have formed a connection in this timeline. Worried, he asks Suho about the date. It's the 14th of August, Suho replies. The worst possible date, as it's the day the Pack Horse Masters Guild plans to raid the Devil's Lair. With that in mind, he's almost convinced that both of these men belong to the same guild. He wonders if they just came here to scout for the day. Still, it's causing Hajin to tense up, which worries Suho. The author breaks the ice by revealing the location of the intruders. The Pack Horse Masters Guild is known to be one of the strongest all around. These guys only have mid to high tier fake heroes. Even someone like the protagonist of the story would struggle in this case. This begs the question, what should they do now? Lady Luck is on their side though, as it turns out the two fiends came here just to scout this part of the dungeon. They decide to regroup with the main party and head back. Hajin takes note of the situation and thinks that it's the only chance for them to defeat the boss as soon as possible. First, he activates his evil eye and then infuses it with the magic powers of his Stigma. Now he can see far and wide, even identifying the boss monster. Having marked the navigation, Hajin jots down the location and places emphasis on beating the boss quickly. Around the same time, in the Suon Devil's Lair, the main party finds themselves exhausted from the hunt. The leader of the raid comes into contact with both of his coordinates that he sent to scout. This guy is Jin Young, the guild master of the fish group. They pass him the information about a secret opening leading to a hidden stage. Jin Young is satisfied hearing that and tells them to stay put. Instead, the main party will be coming to them. The situation is turning out really bad for our heroes because Jin Young is more interested in exploring the hidden stage than focusing on the main dungeon. Before leaving, one of the group members points out how two members are missing from the main group. Tapping their earpiece, they draw attention from another. Kaling seems to have opened a giant portal of black behind him. Even though no one asked him to, Kaling is irritated, waiting for things to roll out. He doesn't want to explain the specifics of the portal to the person he's speaking to. Jin Young commands, King. Close it shut at once, but King just casually plays with the earpieces. Jin Young is pissed. He leaps forward to attack him, but with a point of a finger, the man is brutally murdered. A spike pierces his skull, and then his body is slashed in half. His scattered remains hit the ground, leaving the rest of the fiends to experience sheer horror at the sight. They confront Kaling's recklessness when the real perpetrator creator seizes the opportunity to emerge. It's everyone's favorite Banabi, the captain of the masked syndicate. She releases waves of dark energy before taking down every single one of them, all by herself. The only reason she didn't kill them is because she's waiting for the stock price to experience a boom. Now the captain wants to explore the hidden stage connected to this dungeon, and she wants to do it on her own. Culling questions if the plan changed to see some effect. She expresses that the other two targets who entered the dungeon aren't their enemies, but rather their candidates. This is a test to determine if they're worthy of being recruited. Morphing her body into a shadowy fluid, the captain proceeds to chase them down. Meanwhile, the hidden stage is teeming with low-level undead monsters. Hajin has been shooting them down one after another with his gun. Since long-range combat is more favorable in this situation, he also covers Suhalu's side, who can barely navigate in the dark setting. The fact that he was able to defeat all of them with ease really proves Hajin's strength, impressing the likes of Suho. Still, they don't have enough time, so Hajin urges them to hurry. The undead monsters are blasted and cut down by the unstoppable duo. There seems to be an endless number of them waiting, but thankfully they're so weak that it isn't a problem to deal with them. At last, Suho stumbles upon some writing which indicates to Hajin that they finally found the boss's location. Something is scribbled on the wall in an old language. Suho wonders if their smartwatch might be of any help in this case. Hajin activates it for scanning and realizes that it's an elaborate riddle. Suho states that he's heard of many dungeons like this one. In the actual story, he wasn't able to solve this riddle and merely translated it at best. That's why he had to seek Yana's help. who used her intelligence guild to work it out, but right now they don't have the luxury of time. Since he's the author, the dude obviously knows the answer to the riddle since he made it. It's actually lightning, and the answer causes the writing to disappear. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to shake, and the wall splits open with a loud rumble, leading to a pathway inside. Turns out the answer was correct. The riddle wasn't even his personal invention, as Hajin copied it from another story. He breaks down the riddle, mentioning that lightning and thunder both occur together, but always perceived at different timings based on location. Lightning appears first, and then the sound of thunder is heard due to the difference in speed. Suho thinks this guy is a genius with his quick thinking. Not knowing the truth about the situation, he readies his gun to finish the dungeon raid. The both of them head inside while the captain is once more impressed by Hajin's individual ability. She thinks his decision-making capabilities and forward-leaning approach make him an amazing person. Despite being a small dungeon, he was able to navigate this far in the span of 10 minutes without help. This information is plentiful evidence, and enough reason for the captain to consider recruiting him to the masked syndicate. Still, one aspect seems to bother her. She has yet to see him kill anyone without hesitation in sight. She also overhears the two lunatics that were sent to scout the hidden stage. The captain realizes that Hajin isn't aware of these guys being fiends themselves, so she thinks they'll be perfect as her test subjects. The two cadets are prepared to confront the boss, who is sitting on his throne. He's the swordsman of ruin and the master of the dungeon. The swordsman is peering them down with his sharp eyes. He moves with godly speed, concentrating his attention on Suho, who didn't even know what happened just now. He quickly rushes to grab his sword when Hajin roars his name. Turns out he was spaced out, but Suho is convinced that the boss probably used some kind of teleportation skill just now. But then he realizes that the sheer energy coming from the swordsman of ruin is enough to destroy his composure. This is an upper intermediate level monster, one even capable of human speech, a creature far above the realms of other monsters he has previously faced. Its confidence is flailing as the swordsman of ruin plunges his sword. Promising them a quick and easy death, this sword is Hajin's object of interest. He tries to talk to the protagonist, but seems to be all good now because he's confident in sword fighting. Zuvo's talent primarily rests in swordsmanship, and he's supposed to reach true perfection in his craft. When facing another sword user, it's impossible for him to lose. Hajin explains an important detail to him. Apparently, the sword is the real boss, and the voice from earlier also came from the sword. The knight is a common corpse. In the original story, Zuvo only figures this part out in the middle of their fight, but Hajin wants to rush things and hopes to end this quickly. He plans to target the knight and instructs Suo to concentrate on the sword. This way, he can cover him before they're able to finish their chat. The swordsman of ruin leaps ahead to catch them off guard. It doesn't even make sense that this is happening, according to the author. The attack leaves a crater, making Hajin worry about what happened to Suo. Being the main character, he ended up blocking it with his blade at the last moment. Their initial clash separates the two swordsmen. Suo dashes right back at the knight, who is impressed by his abilities. Suo catches him off guard with an aerial strike. The knight reacts timely and arrogantly assumes that he has caught his opponent, but when the smoke settles, his sword has only hit the ground. Zumo uses his impressive speed to outmaneuver his opponent. He attacks the knight from his blind spot, aiming right for the sword, just like Hajin told him. The stab connects, but not where he wanted. It only hurt his body, but that's not enough. The knight commends his swordsmanship, having blocked the attack by sacrificing his arm. Not only that, the demonic sword intends to possess Suo's capable body for itself.